It's Balatro multiplayer stream. It's time. You and I Balatro my multiplayer tournament.
Alright, yeah, we're live. Fire. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
already? Okay.
Of course. All good on the restream. It's up on both places. So we're gaming. We are up and active.
Alright.
I'm gonna DM Lava about getting the brackets.
Bro, my showman's
Of course.
Showman.
This is gonna be great. Hello guys. Welcome back to what week is this now? I think this is week
9.
8? 9?
9, yep.
Too many weeks?
Yeah, already
but-
week 9 of these weekly tournaments. Happy to be here. A pretty exciting one, I gotta say. After the dominant showing from Red Ramen last week, it'll be pretty interesting to see if they can keep this up for this week, really. The three members
We'll see.
3 members out of 4 in the top 4 for Red Ramen, if I recall.
Oh my lord. So make sure everyone who is loading on in, we're gonna get the bracket up soon. The tournament is gonna be starting very soon. We're just gonna have a little bit of chat for a while. We're just gonna set up the stream, whatever. We just gotta get the games going, get the links to the games, and then once we have that all up, we are going to be great. Afternoon, chat. Afternoon. If you may, drop your Reddit golds and your Twitch primes.
Might as well.
And
yeah, might as
follow
well if you guys have the free one.
Pizza Power 55.
And do not follow that guy. We don't like
Dude.
free advertising on the stream. Pizza Power is now going to be hung up and strung like a light bulb.
No.
It's called making an
going-
example out of you.
We're gonna make him an example, guys. Pizza Power is going to be hung up, and we're all gonna throw stones at him
Oh, that's fun.
until he learns his lesson.
It's community bonding. It's great.
That's community. We're just like feeling like a big, wholesome, tight knit community. You know what they say, a stone a day hurts. I don't know. Chat. I don't know. I was hoping to think of something a little bit more like emotionally valuable, but
A stone a day keeps the toxic people away, I guess.
yeah, something like that. See, you understand. You understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
The secret ingredient is love. That's what we're trying to say. But oh my lord, I hope you guys are ready because today is stacked. Once we get the brackets up, you guys will be able to check them out, and it's going to be massive. The game is going to be crazy. And don't you worry, guys. There's going to be lots of gambling today. We are not forgetting about predictions. We are not forgetting about the predictions whatsoever.
Also, little thing. I believe this is the first tournament that's hosted with the order mod on.
Is it? Did we not? Was the one last week not have the order, or is this like the first tournament with order?
I believe it was. No, it was released 17th.
Pretty sure
of
last
April,
week
so
had order.
Really? No,
Think
17th
so.
of April was released, so no, it should be the first one, unless I'm.
I'm pretty
Well,
sure
do
it's a
you
little
mean
bit
the-
longer than the
The
17th.
integrated
I think it's,
order?
yeah,
'Cause,
I
like,
think.
the
Oh,
actual
for
mod
this
has been for a
tournament, yeah.
while.
Okay. If you guys
okay,
don't
but-
know what the order is, this is a pretty big change from all the previous weeks. So normally when you're playing your antes, once you would complete it like a whole ante, the shop would completely reset for each player. Moving into the next one. What the order does, it's gonna make just a one long string of jokers now, and no matter what ante you're on, as long as you re-roll deep enough, you'll be able to find the same stuff that your opponent finds. So it's gonna be completely even now. Everyone's gonna have the exact same chances. The only thing that matters now is that money, that economy. So you need to get your money up, not your funny up, if you want to win these games.
Yeah, I feel like also it makes a bit more. It rewards econ more because you can't get rewarded of like one deep shop push. It's really just having a consistent econ throughout the whole game. So it'll be interesting to see how much players like prioritize jokers like reserve parking, business card, those sorts of things. That while they are obviously prioritized early game, they might still be used during the mid to late game, potentially to the detriment of some point scoring jokers, just for the sake of continuing to deeper and deeper between rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm pretty sure this is just a regular tournament. I don't think there's any specific strange unique mod. And yeah, we can stream my game. I'll let you guys view the Super Haidider train. As long as I'm not against Phantom in round 3 again. Oh, bracket is up. Everyone check out that bracket. Bracket is now live.
Important parts. Ooh, wow. Oh, okay, yeah, there's a lot of. Oh, Haidider, you're facing Yami if you win your first round.
Are you fucking for real?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Chat is.
You face Shadow first round and then it's Yami. Hey, good news, guys. We're
Nah,
gonna
just
have
be Yami
Haidider.
easy.
We're gonna have Haidider in the commentary booth really soon.
Yeah, guys. Oh, I have to go against Shadow first, so it's not even gonna be easy.
It's Shadow and then Yami. You gotta quit
Oh
the
my
gauntlet
God.
already.
Yeah. All right, guys. We're about to have a Super Haidider gauntlet. Hope you guys are ready to see me suffer.
I'm glad to be casting these and not playing these.
You know what, chat? I think you do this on purpose. I think you guys are doing this on purpose. Like, did you guys wish upon an evil star? Like, what's going on here? I feel like I've been
It's
hacked.
always chat's fault. It's always chat's fault. Gotta remember.
It's always chat's fault. See, that's so real. All right, guys. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna get ready to set up the thing. So I will leave you guys be. Guys, wish me luck, chat. Wish me luck.
Yeah, everyone wish luck to Super Haidider. Is definitely gonna need it, but he can pull through. I know he can. In all seriousness, though, as he stated, looking at the bracket, there's definitely a lot of big names in here. You see Phantom, we see Yami, we see Nightmare, we see Shadow, we see. There's just a lot of big names here, just in general. So it'll be really interesting to see how this bracket evolves throughout the tournaments. I do believe there's around. There's around 50 participants in here, so pretty stacked tournament. It'll be really nice to see. Not sure who we want to follow first. I'm currently waiting on.
We're gonna have Super Haidider versus Shadow first. I'm getting their video ninja links right now, so
perfect. That definitely sounds like a plan. Jomo should be alongside me to co-cast the first match really soon. He unfortunately had just a little thing to take care of beforehand. But we should have 2 commentators for this first match, thankfully. Really excited for this overall. Just really stacked tournaments, but hopefully we will not see the same names dominate as last week. Hello, Lava. Not the person I expected to see.
Yeah, bro, Ramen absolutely just cooked everybody last week. It was absurd.
Yeah, three members out of 3 members in the top 4 is definitely something, including the 2 finalists. Granted, it is expected. It is the favorite team so far with the most amount of ranked solo queue ranked dominance. But regardless, none of them we shall follow for this first round. But still, Shadow Haidider, too. As much as we like to meme on Haidider, 2 really good players regardless. So it'll be interesting to see how this first round turns out.
Yeah, I mean, Super Haidider had a great tournament last week. They took out Jake Balatro I believe they got all the way to round 3, took out Jake Balatro, lost round 4 to Phantom, so not a bad performance. Like, of all the people who end up cooking you, getting cooked by Phantom is not too shabby, okay? Phantom's cracked at this game.
Absolutely. Granted, by the 3rd round, I'd say you're definitely having a really good tournament already. By the 3rd round, a lot of really stacked players in these tournaments in the first place, so can't complain about that too much. And as Haidider stated, this week, no weird rules, no nothing. This is just your box standard, same as the solo queue matches that you guys play on the regular. The only difference being the order mod that we, of course, discussed earlier, which I think it's I don't think, granted, as much as I stated that econ jokers might be prioritized, I don't think it's going to shake up the meta too much, but it does make it so luck plays a lot less of a factor in terms of when you decide to dig in. So I think it'll be really interesting to see regardless. It rewards more consistent econ rather than just trying to dig deep in a shop that your opponent might not expect. Currently just getting the stream set up.
Yep, almost have everything ready here. Okay.
Should be good. Neither player is going to start without us anyway.
No.
Otherwise, we kick him in the shins. That's the important
True. True. For those of you who don't know, we have a unit of people who, if you start your game before we give you the go ahead, and you're a stream game, we have hired goons that will go to your house and kick you in the shin. Just
It
a
is 90%
singular
of
time.
our budget. 90% of our budget since we have to deploy it over the world, but it is important.
Yup. All right. Let me get these. It looks like we have game one ready. The commentary right now is wrong because Jomo hasn't showed up yet, but they're on the way. It's gonna be Scoped and myself until Jomo gets here.
Sounds like a plan.
The MMR is incorrect, by the way. Let me fix that. But
I am pretty certain that oh, actually no, neither player have chosen the deck just yet. It'll be interesting to see what they decide to go for. Are we gonna see our primary colors, or are we gonna see something a bit more fancy? That is the question.
you know, Super Hider's always been a bit of a gamer, okay? I know that they are. I mean, you already see the Ghost deck locked in for Super Hider, and Shadow is joining Super Hider's lobby. I think this is going to be a Ghost deck game. I know Super Hider absolutely loves Ghost deck. It is a fan favorite. It is very enjoyable to play. It's just maybe not that much of a try-hard deck, which is why we don't see it as much in the finals.
I don't know about it being not a try-hard deck, because I'd argue it's probably one of the most popular ones aside from yellow, really. Just because of how much a player expression is allowed through your choice of Joker to Hex, and just overall what you do to that Hex card if you decide to use it for Econ or anything. But it is going to be the Ghost deck that's going to be our start for today. So let's see how these players handle the first few shops that are really essential for these Ghost decks.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, hold on.
We do see a one round from both players. Good starts for either Pacifist, right? Pacifist are going to be picked by Shadow. We'll see if Haidider decides to do the same exactly. So, for those that might not choose it to Polychrome it. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Not what I expected, but
yeah, okay, that's very interesting. That's very interesting because like Pacifist is a Joker that, I mean, it makes the rest of the game outside of the PvP blinds completely trivial. It makes it so no matter what, you're not going to drop a life to these base blinds, but making it Polychrome is a commitment. That's saying that this is going to stick in my build for a long time. I don't know if I like this play from Super Hider. Shadow is going to have that Polychrome on something much more useless like that smiley face. And
that smiley face is a huge pickup to start us off, but I can kind of see the vision when it comes to Pacifist, because that allows you to build up, sort of focus on Econ at the start, even though it can be the problem that it makes you win too quick. As we know, a lot of players like to dig in through their decks for gold cards, for seals, for anything along those lines, so you might win too quickly to dig for those. But at the same time, I can kind of see it being a sort of a way to make it still useful for these PvP lines, where it's usually completely useless.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's definitely an interesting play. Shoot the Moon is also going to be picked, and here we already see both players both going for in-hand molt and in-play molt, so we'll have to see what they choose to go for at the end of this first boss blind. But obviously, if you're seeing this Joker lineup right now, especially with the Hex on Smiley Face, you do favor Shadow, but I think it'll be interesting to see how this goes for a few more rounds at the very least.
Yeah, notice Shadow picking up the Shoot the Moon as well with the Raised Fist, and finding Blue Joker when you're running these high card combo builds with the Shoot the Moon and the Raised Fist. You really need a good source of chips so that you can play whatever hand you want, whether it's high card, whether it's pair, two pair, whatever it is, whatever really easy hand, you need to have that chips to scale with the molt from the Shoot the Moon. Otherwise, you're just not going to score very far. And that is the difference between Super Hider and Shadow's build right now. Shadow has the chips and Super Hider doesn't.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a big part. And the driver's license picked already. Okay, so driver's license is a joker that I have really mixed feelings about because I feel like it can sometimes trap you into really going hard for like Hierophants and Empress, those sorts of tarot cards that they're not really that useful late game, but sometimes you need to pick up just to turn on that driver's license. So we'll have to see how he makes that work. Picking up that early can be a sort of a trap sometimes. Have to see regardless of what he goes for. Just to pick up the face. Both players going for the faceless plays during the boss blind. Interesting, especially considering that Haidider has that shoot the moon on the board.
Yeah. Also note Shadow. Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry. I was a little bit distracted doing the prediction. I'm not sure if you talked about this yet or not, but Shadow dropped the shoot the moon, opting for this plus mult on the face cards to supplement that.
No worries. But it is sort of a pivot towards more in-hand play, and I think that's mainly because he has that hex on the smiley face, so there's maybe an incentive to not immediately drop it, so to speak.
Yeah, probably. Also notice Super playing with these bonus cards is gonna score a lot of chips, not enough to win, but you can see how much difference that plus 60 chips just did to Super Haider's score here.
Yeah, those consistent chips, especially considering that in those early rounds in PvP, consistent hands might be better than just one big one because you do not have like the really big combo jokers that allow like E6, E7 hands. So more consistent chips that the blue joker provides might just be better than whatever Super Haidider has with those bonus cards.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the Joker lineups right now, who are you favoring after that first PvP?
Well, Shadow, absolutely, but especially if he can get that driver's license on board quickly. Oh, both players getting the Dusk and that driver's license being immediately removed. I'd say a pretty decent play overall, especially since it combos so well with his smiley face right now. Just a bunch more mult going into the Dusk and the times 1.5 mult at the end there. If he can get another times mult joker, like for example, a Cavendish, if this banana dies early, this could turn out really good for Shadow here.
Yeah.
And Haidider actually selling his Polychrome Pacifist, realizing that it's not the path that he wants to go for. Unfortunately, sacrificing that Polychrome, but much better than just holding onto it just because it's Polychrome. And as I stated, that Nana immediately dying on the side of Shadow right as we were talking about it.
Yeah, also, I would like to point out, remember guys, death is banned in this tournament. There is no death. You can no longer just print a bunch of copies of the same card and play it like a flush 5 of the card you want with Dusk, and you know, I think the biggest nerf of not having death is it affects retriggerable X-Molt in a massive way. You can no longer fill your deck with the same card. That's a nerf to idle. You can no longer copy a bunch of queens for the shoot the moon. You can't, like, there's so many things that are just no longer enabled now that death is off the table. And it's just going to be interesting to see how the players work around it.
I feel like it also highlights a bunch more less used joker, like for example suit change jokers, stuff like I was talking about it earlier, like Empress, Hierophant. It incentivizes, oh goodness, incentivizes you to use them more simply because you can't try and just aim for that perfect card to copy throughout your whole deck, really.
Mm-hmm. And I need you guys to know, just because death is gone doesn't mean deck fixing is dead. You just have to be more creative. Hangman's just got significantly more valuable. Strength stocks are up, okay? We love strength in this household, and Super Haider's gonna find one. Let's see if he uses it properly. If he can find jacks, it'll be huge.
We do see a couple in his deck right now. Thank you, Haidider, for showing us that. A few, and exactly the two jacks that he just needs to get that strength at max value. Going into this boss blind though, we see Haidir's jokers are kind of split in a way because he has that Dusk, he has that smiley face, but a lot of his molt is gonna get through that shoot the moon that he wants to keep queens in deck for, so in hand for. So if he his best hand right now is a well, spade flush with queens in hand really. So we'll have to see if we can get those more queens in hand for more mulch really. But we do see Shadow making that red seal steal. That's a big plus at so early on in the game.
Yeah, I do want to say, just because we can't use a bunch of deaths does not mean that this Dusk smiley face is useless. Oh my god, 5 of a kind jacks for Shadow.
Yeah,
that is so incredibly lucky on the final. Wow.
That's a big hand. Yeah.
Also, the gold seal as well. I think standard. I saw someone in the chat say standard, no more gambling on every standard pack at low econ. I don't know. In my opinion, this format made standard packs significantly more valuable. It's like one of the few ways to get more copies of a card you want in your deck. You can't just death over and over again.
And you gotta consider that it's now the only way to get more red seals, to get more blue seals, to get those seals that just allow you to accelerate your scoring. So, if anything, I think standard pack might have gone better, really, because you can't. There's an incentive to grab them even after you get the one card that you want.
Yeah, Shadow just made a tough decision there between grabbing yet another jack and picking up a stone purple seal. I think he made the right call there, taking that purple seal card. But in this mode where it's like, it's kind of hard to assemble that 5 of a kind, any advantage you can have over your opponent, maybe it's worth it. Maybe it's worth it.
I do think that...
Sim, is there a twist in every season? So I believe we are doing like 2 weeklies in a row. There's going to be some kind of game mode, and if we can't think of one, then it's just gonna be normal. But otherwise, like we're gonna have completely normal multiplayer gameplay once every 3 weeks, I believe.
It helps keep the format a bit fresh, forces those players to stay on their toes that might just be grinding rank, and then being a bit too used to the face card retrigger meta that we're really used to by this point.
Yeah, as Phantom said, next week is a standard tournament. This is correct.
Do you think Jomo is in the call? So
yeah.
Do you wanna...
Oh, Jomo's in the call. All right, I'm heading out of here, y'all. I gotta focus on running the stream. Y'all have fun. Have fun, Jomo.
Right, perfect.
Hello. Sorry. I went to.
No worries. And... Sorry, Jomo. I spotted you a bit earlier. Just didn't want to cut back in the middle.
No. It's fine. Okay, so no death. That's kind of interesting, seeing as how death is mainly the best tarot card. I don't know, having more of the interesting card makes it easier, you know?
I mean, yeah, it's the sort of thing where it's definitely it's a form of power creep, really, where every single other tarot card has to compare to what death can do, which is, let's be honest, not that much compared to what death does. But I'm really interested to see how players adapt to it through their use of like standard packs, of other cards like strength, like hangman, etc. Prioritizing those other cards that, whilst they were still good back then, just became infinitely more valuable now.
The thing is that what I like to do personally with my deaths is that I find a purple seal and then I copy the purple seal, and then it just snowballs out of control, where you have all these tarot cards, you have all this access to deck fixing, you have all this access to econ, because Hermit and Temperance is a lot of money later on, and you also can like just sell the tarot cards as well for a little bit of money if you're not interesting. But having no death, I really wonder. It all comes down to deck fixing. Who can fix their deck better by adding as many purples in this deck, you know?
Yeah, and it really forces you to prioritize stuff like just standard packs overall to get more of these really powerful seals. But the Ghost deck really showing exactly why it's so good as well, giving you those seals on a more consistent basis, as we see here. Shadow just picking up that trance. And
it seems like the Super Hider is going for the double Dusk play, and then skipping over the defensive checker. Well, we're gonna sacrifice this PvP round. We are not winning this. We are not winning.
I am really shocked that he didn't pick up the defensive Joker, because even though obviously it's gonna lose a lot of effectiveness in a few rounds if he's still alive, that's those chips, especially when you're 3 lives down, they matter a lot when you don't have a lot of levels in your hands, which I don't think Haidider has just yet.
You also have to consider the small and big ones. Sorry, I'm eating.
No worries, no worries. But yeah, he might just lose lives to the PvP blind because of that. If he can't find a shop thanks to like he's gonna have a big econ boost thanks to the loss of lives, but really that's all he's gonna have. He's gonna need to find something big in the next shop.
His end game is a lot better than Shadow's because you have access to all these retriggers and you just need to like find the Joker. So this is can we find a Joker in this shop? Because right now we can't even beat the small blind right now.
Yeah, you're pretty much just gambling your life on this next shop, and as Shadow sees, yeah, he's missing just that.
Alright, let's see it.
Hallucination.
We should not be spending money, and we're not using the. We have our Terra cards in the top slot, so we didn't get any value from the hallucination.
Oh goodness!
And we're strengthening one king. Oh.
It might.
Somebody take him off him. Someone take him off it.
Alright, well, Gold Seal, you need some from Econ later. That's not what you need right now. And he's going in. I think it's over, chat. I think it's over. I do not see a world where he's living this.
Maybe. Wasn't there like a holographic card? Yeah, there it is.
There is, but unless even then, I'm really not sure. And we see Shadow selling everything. He goes for the double smiley, holographic smiley, not holographic, polychrome smiley face. Interesting. I mean, he probably sees that Haidider is just that low and thinks he can just go for a late game play. But
well, smiley face isn't really late game though. So it's
like,
what are we doing here? I mean, it helps with scoring, I guess, but the dust doesn't. So
I suppose your idea, I suppose, is just more X molds because of the polychrome. But yeah, Haidider needs.
I mean,
this. You need this 5 of a kind to pop off right now.
We can play the flash 5 and get all the 5 of a kind. I will play the flash 5 here for the Ozara scaling, but
it says he wants to go for 5 of a kind. Let's see, does he live? This might depend on
no, he does.
Card triggers.
He lives.
Oh, that is close, but he does. All right.
Alright, we have another shot.
A lot of money. He does get a lot of money off that, which is pretty much what you want. Hallucination picked up on the side of Shadow, going more econ here. Pareidolia ice cream. Yeah, not exactly what you want to see here, but we do pick up the ice cream.
Okay, well, we need to find something. Hermit and Lucky Cards is good.
Yeah, that is what you
need.
Cryptid
is good. Family is good.
That is
insane.
And we are right after.
Ramen is not what you want because you need to discard to find that king with the holographics. So let's see.
It is that bit more X.
Yeah.
Yeah, ramen is going to be sold within the next job, but that cryptid is huge.
Yeah. Another thing is, I was wondering when this tournament was announced if cryptid would also get nerfed or banned, but I guess it's more difficult to get cryptid, but not when you're playing Ghost Deck.
Yeah, Ghost Deck is like the one, and Magician, and immediately cryptid it. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, bang. Alright, and then we just play the flash 5 here. Yep, that's just.
You wish you would have you wish you would have played that flash 5 with the first.
Yeah, for the blue seal. But this is fine.
But so Haidider taking a big gamble, and it seems to have paid off by this point.
I'm still wondering what his reasoning behind duplicating 2 polychrome smiley faces instead of keeping that dust.
Maybe not feeling the pressure as much, but yeah, that does sound like it could pay off. It could like bite him in the long run.
Yeah.
But
we have Pareidolia smiley face. We have the combo.
You need. Oh well, the family could absolutely. Yeah. Shadow is a bit further behind on the shop cycle since we are playing on the order.
The order has now been integrated into the mod. Both players with similar setups. It's just smiley face versus 2 dusk.
But the thing is, I do believe that I prefer Haidider's Joker lineup here simply because of the fact
Oh,
that
yeah.
all of those kings are lucky. So triggering them 3 times every single.
They're also holographic.
Goodness.
They're also holographic. Alright,
Yeah,
well,
you
we're gonna
gotta
have to
remember that.
discard
Not
to
all of
try and find. Ugh. This is scary.
This is the scary part, folks.
This is the scary part. Alright, we seem to have found the flush 5.
We have found our hand. I would discard just one more time, potentially for blue seal value, for that one last holographic.
Yeah. And we
He's going
don't seem
for
to
it.
find it. No blue seal. Gonna have to play the 5 of a kind here.
5 of a kind on the side of both players here, but you gotta also realize that Shadow has that red seal steal. That's a big hit. That's just a big help with point scoring. Might help out here.
I think
Is he going-
I think the like this will just win on the side of Super Haidider here.
It does.
Oh, never
doesn't-
mind. The red
it
seal
doesn't.
steal.
The red seal
The red
steal I was
seal
talking
steal.
about.
Ooh.
That barely allows him to edge out, and Haidider on 1 life. Unfortunately, not enough. Unfortunate, because I really did like his play, but that decision of making that red seal steal early paid off. In dividends here.
All right.
That was a close one.
We are getting into our round 2 in just a second. If you guys, what were the thoughts on that game, by the way?
Just really surprisingly back and forth considering the score. We fully expected Haidider to put up more of a fight at the end, and he probably could have if it wasn't for that red seal. But yeah, actually the polychrome on the smiley face, that double 0.1x, that double 1.5 volt, also helping him out quite a bit. But
well, I don't really have any thoughts. I joined kind of late, unfortunately. I was just coming back from something, but yeah, Super Haidider doing some questionable plays. Hello, Super Haidider. How was the game?
Speak of the devil.
Speaking of, and he will appear.
Unfortunate that the gamble did not pay off. We did quite like the gamble in the we were a bit skeptical, but we did like the gamble in the end in the commentary.
I did fuck.
How the fuck did I lose to double smiley face? How the fuck did I lose to double smiley face?
It was
How?
polychrome, bro.
I was running a double dusk re-trigger with the order, and I had lucky
Yeah,
cards,
calm
and they
down,
were
bro.
saying,
Calm
Haidider,
down,
Haidider,
bro.
How did I lose? How did I lose?
Haidider.
How did I lose to a fucking smiley face, Chad?
Haidider, I have 3
Bro.
words for you. I have
Oh
3
my
words
God.
for you. 3 words. Red seal steal. That's what your opponent had in hand.
He had one. Just one though.
Yeah, but it is enough.
Red?
It is
You're
enough.
telling me.
No,
as
you could have
important as
you
it
could have
is.
held that onk. You know, you did not need to do the double dust that soon.
What do you mean I didn't need it? I needed to do that double dust right there and then. I was gonna lose.
That's cap.
All right.
He had 1 life. That
you
was
did.
his final gamble.
Yeah.
And then it worked out. I was getting the cryptid. I was getting the dusk. I found the order. I felt like I was literally, I was doing crazy. I felt like I was popping off. I was getting money because all the re-triggers. I had holographic getting it, and I'm like, bro, there's no way I lose this. And then I just lose.
Alright, well, in all fairness, I will say, made for quite the interesting game overall, so I will thank you for that. Unfortunate ending, but regardless. The one good news is that now we have you in the commentary booth for the rest of this tournament.
You're gonna
Yes,
have
we
me
need to,
pissed
yeah.
off in the commentary booth. I'm gonna
Alright,
be crashing out constantly in the commentary booth.
Okay, so
But it was a good game. It was.
go. I don't know. Get your favorite snacks. Get some water or something.
I'm gonna
chill.
go have a saw, bro. I'm
Until-
gonna go like I crashed out,
Go
and I'm gonna go through the
cry.
5 stages of grief.
Go
I'm just gonna go like
cry,
start sobbing my eyes out.
Experience depression. But you know, look, I've gone out round 1 in tournaments before too. It's fine. You know, it's okay. But
I
moving
feel
on
like I
to,
sold when I like hexed my pacifist. That's all. I think I sold it.
Sure, you did kind of sell there. But anyway, moving on to our next game.
What did I miss?
Next game.
We have I'm a potato versus Misco. I'm a potato, very high rated. I believe I'm not sure where they peaked in MMR, but I know they've been top 10 in the past, perhaps top 5.
Might have been 650, maybe. No, that sounds like a bit too high, maybe. Not certain, but regardless, yeah, really strong player against an
636 peak.
Oh, actually, I was pretty close. But regardless, yeah, pretty David versus Goliath game we got going on here. We'll have to see if Misco can create the surprise here.
But yeah, the commentators are gonna be Jomo and Rokul because I believe Scope, you said you needed to go do something.
Exactly, I have to go eat, unfortunately, which is an important.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Every day.
All right.
I will see
players
you
that they
guys
can start.
later.
All right. Hello, Oracle.
Hello.
Hello. So we got a anaglyph deck, white stake it seems.
Anaglyph, white stake. Goodness gracious.
Over or under, will any of the players use their double tags by the end of this? Yes
You
or no?
know, it's not an easy question to answer, honestly. Not an easy question to answer. Although the order does make skipping a little bit better. Traditionally, you do that in the early game so that you don't get pushed off of the order line too far off into the game. But if we do see something like a
it seems
rare
that,
Joker tag or
seems that
something else.
Misco's stream is frozen.
That's not good.
Help.
High card flesh or potato.
Alright, we'll work
We
on
got
fixing
the-
that. Give me 1 second.
We got a first job. We got the smiley face. We have Grimbo. We got a penny pincher. I love penny pincher. Penny pinchers are great. Let's see what potato picks up here.
I'm a big fan of Penny Pincher as well, but in the early game, it simply doesn't do enough because you and your opponent have basically synced up economy. You can only you can really only get potentially $2 from it from this.
But you have to remember that early game money is more valuable due to interest. So
that's true. That's true.
If Penny Pincher gives you enough money for interest, then it's giving you excess money.
It can only give you money during a shop blind though, so it doesn't give you interest during like the blind. So it's less valuable than something like mail and rebate would be.
Yeah, true. But special packs must be opened.
Yeah,
we got an Nimble. We got the best spectral card in the game. It seems that Misco picked up the
Penny Pincher.
The Penny Pincher. And then
we're going in and out on the coverage here, but with that play, it sort of plays more into Misco's favor here, kind of by accident, since Potato did open up that immolate. Potato would have been able to use more money during that shop blind. So
yeah,
getting potentially like $5 from the Penny Pincher Valor would have been pretty good. However, Potato.
I wonder if Misco picked up the seed voucher. The money seed. Like I think
did Potato?
No, he didn't. He did not. But we got the hack smiley face. We got the Paradolia waiting room. I would always pick up the gold seal there. Having extra money is very nice, even though it is just a random 7 or a random 10 even.
You do have more room to play around in your deck since you got that immolate if you're Potato. But I see the value in not adding anything to your deck, especially when Death is banned. You just want to have a limited supply of cards.
It seems that Potato's game is sped up a little bit, but I can't really tell. I can't really tell if it's sped up. Nah, I'm not. It seems that it's like normal for me.
It could just be like in and out lag from the stream. That's probably what it is.
That's probably what it is. But we only have one
hack is a pretty interesting combination.
I think the walkie-talkie hack is just looks like 8x for you. Huh. That's strange. Oh.
Yeah, well, we're having troubles on Misco's end of the stream, guys. I'm so sorry. It's having some weird issues. The game's freezing for some reason.
Oh, is that just visual or is it just like actually?
It's just visual.
Okay.
He's probably fine to play. It's just that the the stream like literally can't handle it. He either his bandwidth isn't enough or his PC is like literally altering.
Yeah, I think you're just tweaking. Oh, we got the Paradolia. We got the Paradolia. We got the Paradolia hack of this game.
Pretty sure you always take this over the walkie-talkie, right?
Oh yeah, definitely, for sure.
That's a pretty powerful build. That's a lot of molt and chips from the scary face just going into this.
Yeah.
It's re-triggered all the time. Not all the time because of hack, but you can play anything from 2 to 5 and it's re-triggered all the time by the hack.
Yeah, but it seems that we're going to be picking up the Paradolia here.
I hope so.
We got the ectoplasm. Nothing valuable to ecto. Okay, just gonna have to skip here so we can actually buy this Paradolia. We skipped the Paradolia. What are we doing?
He doesn't care. He doesn't care.
What?
That is a polychrome Fibonacci. Polychrome Fibonacci, kind of a
What are you
lot
about
of molt, and it's times molt.
You
We
wish
do
you
have to
picked up
consider
the...
that Potato's probably in the lead in terms of money here. So he might see this fib going into the boss line, and Misco probably won't.
Maybe.
Maybe. It's hard to guess when we can't see Misco stream.
It seems from what I see, we got the penny pincher, and we already have the fib, but it's not polychrome for some reason. Why is it?
Oh yeah, maybe there was a fib earlier in the shop. If that's the case, if he's been holding on to this fib the whole time, he won't see that polychrome fib, and that will be a big difference maker for this boss line because any times mold is better than no times mold in this situation.
Yeah, but what polychrome did we see?
That's a good question.
We'll find out.
It would be another polychrome uncommon. It's
Yeah,
something like
and
Bloodstone. That could be huge.
Yeah, that exactly. So it's like we have to consider which uncommons. Wait, we don't have a polychrome card.
And
Where's the polychrome
no
card?
polychrome? No polychrome at all. Like I said, he might be behind on. He's definitely behind in the shop order since he's holding on to that $46.
Isn't he ahead?
He's
Because
ahead
of like
in money. He's ahead in money, but he's not.
no,
ahead.
like he's also ahead in. I mean, we're only speculating here, but it's like we don't have the polychrome card. Maybe it was something we skipped because we have this fib.
It might have been something terrible. You're right, but
Yeah.
I would wager that we didn't spend enough to get ahead in the shop order.
I guess. I guess. That makes sense. But we're only guessing.
It's true. It seems like we've got a 4 of a kind of 3s for Potato here. That's going to trigger all of them with Fibonacci and
Fib.
hack.
But no walkie-talkie.
No walkie-talkie.
No walkie-talkie.
I don't think I personally appreciate holding on to the walkie-talkie here.
I think we should just sell it for interest.
Yeah.
We need to get that guy out of there.
He's not doing a whole lot for us right now, which is sad.
It's not. I don't think he does a lot anyway. I don't think walkie-talkie does a lot anyway.
Not playing the 2-pair there for the potential lucky value, I think, is a small misplay from Potato.
Oh, we got our first purple seal.
Purple
And it's
seal,
a purple
very
seal
nice.
King, lucky king.
Like you
We
were
got a
saying
negative.
earlier.
Yeah, we can get free negatives. We can get free.
Interesting.
We can get free negatives or $75.
I still think that negative tag is never worth it, even
But
in
I
Anaglyph.
do think we'll see. I do think the $75 is something.
That
to
interest tag
promote.
was definitely interesting. I think $75 is worth one shop. personally.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
You might lose out on the boss line, but since Misco was scoring so much lower than you during that boss line, I think it would have been a safe play to say, okay, he's probably behind on the order.
Well, Misco's stream seems to be working, and we are behind in shop seeing this Paradolia, but we have a lot of money.
Quite a big bankroll.
$75.
Maybe he bought the seed money. If he bought the seed money, then his interest payment is $10 instead of the $5.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Well, we
But
found
you still want to
purple
roll
seal.
down to 50 at least.
Yeah, but we have I got ungodly amount of money.
Wow.
Wow, actually so much money. But we're no rebate money. Well, we got a little bit of rebate money, but
That was like $20 worth of rebate money.
yeah,
$15.
okay, maybe that's maybe all our things. I need $20 from them. But I'm so curious, where did he get the fib from? And we're not using the double. Hey,
There was definitely a fib early in the shop that we just didn't notice because
Polychrome Hiker!
There's the Poly Hiker.
I think you picked this up over the smiley face.
I don't think you
With the hack. Oh wait, what? Potato's got a campfire.
campfire. See, this is what being ahead on the shop order seed does for you. You get to see powerful jokers like this way sooner.
I'm smiling.
Given.
We sold a smiley face and judgment, and we pulled another smiley face.
That's pretty hysterical. Judgment works a little bit different than you might think it does now. Judgment pulls directly from the shop order queue, so it just pulls the next joker from the shop.
Oh, we found a bloodstone on the
wow.
side of data.
Once again, this is what being ahead in the shop order queue does for you. Really.
Oh, we skipped for the negative tag actually.
Skip for the negative tag. Skip for the negative tag. What is this?
Wait.
Are we playing week 3 Balatro?
Holy shit. We skipped for the negative. We chose 3 random negative jokers instead of $75, or just like seeing another shop, or getting hiker value, or getting rebate value, and also missing out on penny pincher. So we gave a lot for the skip. We also down a life, and we're gonna be down another life, seeing as how Potato has an actual build with this polychrome fib, with this campfire, and with this bloodstone. So
I mean, yeah, you put it perfectly.
Yeah. Negative skip is insane. Yeah, it's insanely bad. like it. I don't know what the order is. Like maybe. I mean, it would be insane if we got like a negative campfire or a negative.
He's too far behind in the order.
But he's too behind. He's too far behind.
Yeah,
so
we know objectively that's it. Hold on, does the negative tag generate a new joker, or does it just apply the negative to a joker?
It applies the negative enhancement or addition to the joker in the shop.
Interesting. Hanging Shad!
We got the hanging shad with the bloodstone, with the fib.
What do you sell here? Do you sell your mail-in rebate and just say, hey, I've made enough money, I got $55 on me? Because I think, I mean, I don't want to get rid of any of my other jokers here. Fibonacci's giving me flat molds. My flush isn't leveled up.
It's kind of difficult because you kind of need this rebate for money to fuel this campfire. I
or
think
you
the
could
weakest...
just bank on getting luckies. That makes sense too.
That's fine. That's honestly fine.
But now we see how much damage. How much damage? This card comes. Interesting. I think. Potato.
We're looking for hackable cards. We're looking for hackable
he's
cards.
going strictly for a hackable hand.
We haven't even mentioned the fact haven't even mentioned the fact that we're playing on like no death.
Yep, no death. It's been kind of a specter over the whole thing. I thought you guys did like an intro in it at the beginning of the tournament. But since we're playing without death, tarot cards that fix your deck in any other way, like that Hung Man, like the Immolate from before in the Spectral pack, those are worth a lot more than they usually are, even though those are super strong cards in general.
Are we talking about things we can't see? I think we're just talking about the game, no?
No, we're just talking about the game.
Yeah.
We're just talking about the game.
Wow. Well, we're gonna be playing the full house here, or the 3 of the kind with the stones.
3 of the kind with stones.
And we're just gonna be playing the flush here, and let's see if Bloodstone. Oh, Bloodstone seems to be awake. Oh, Bloodstone is awake.
It's awake.
Oh,
it's awake. Even with somewhat suboptimal ordering there, with a couple fib cards going after.
We got a negative campfire. That's
insane. Campfire.
Okay. That is
okay.
Okay,
I thought we were too far behind in the shop order.
Wait, pause, chap. Do we get the Bloodstone if we roll?
Oh no! Oh no! Okay, hold on. This doesn't mean it's completely over for Potato. This just means that Misco has a whole lot more econ potential. All right.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
That negative changes things.
Well, we're gonna be selling the rebate. We should pick up this constellation, I think.
I don't think I understand selling the rebate for the Troubadour.
Yeah, I also don't understand keeping this Troubadour. Or not. What do we do? Chad. Alright, goodbye, Troubadour. Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Troubadour.
Get out of here.
Troubadour should be gone, I think. Handy pincher.
Why are we so attached to this Troubadour?
I don't quite understand. We're not playing for steel hands. I think one of the best parts of having a negative joker is your capacity to hold more econ jokers. That's what I see.
Yeah, exactly. We have all the scoring.
I understand that he's got a bankroll of $93. He probably took the seed money earlier on, so he's getting.
Yeah, but I'm like so curious what the play is here. No, we did not pick up the seed money. We did not pick up the seed money.
I think
why are we holding on to
a little bit too conservative? Playing way too conservative for his own good right now.
I was about to say if we kill these hearts, we're going off the deep end.
Yeah, neither of these players has a really well-built deck for the Bloodstone to activate just yet.
And we're also not playing towards. Yeah, we're also not playing towards this campfire at all. So it's like, I don't know. Jesus, take the wheel. Apparently,
Look, maybe they see something we don't, right? Maybe they have advanced knowledge of the seed that we just strictly do not have.
I think if we had an innate knowledge about the seed, we would have to talk a little bit to him, you know.
It's clearly just preordained knowledge that they had. Obviously,
they saw it in a dream. But I'm still so like curious what this troubadour is doing for us exactly.
It allows us to see more of our deck, so I guess it makes making hands easier, and making hands easier gets you more hiker value quicker.
Well, there's a DNA on the side of Potato here, but we don't have an interesting yet. We got an acrobat.
I think
it's an X3. I don't know what we're doing. What is going on? All these jokers are like so much better than like all of the jokers. We have so many open joker slots on the side of Misco here. We don't need this troubadour. We don't really need this hiker. The only like undebatable things that we have is the hack and the hanging chad with the bloodstone. So I'm kind of curious as to what Potato is going to DNA here. Probably
we saw him hovering that purple. We saw him hovering that lucky 4. I would bet that he's going to copy the lucky 4 because if he can get more lucky 4s,
I think it's better to copy the purple. But I'm so curious because like we have such an insane roster of jokers, and we are just like not playing towards this bloodstone. But maybe it doesn't matter. Let's see it. Ooh, good score here.
3,000.
But we're down a hand because of this troubadour. So it's like kind of even.
I don't think it matters too much because Potato is not able to draw a whole lot of hearts here.
His gold.
Neither player is leveled up their flush either. Both these players are just sitting at a regular level 1 flush, so we don't have a whole lot to get out of our bloodstone.
Really matter. Yeah, it doesn't really matter to have the low level flush because we have this fib. Both players have the fib, so it's not like flat mode we're missing out on. And besides, bloodstone doesn't work anyway. Oh, it
clearly doesn't work for Potato. Clearly.
I mean, I think it's because that is a natural greedy joker.
Natural negative greedy joker.
Diamonds, right?
Yes, greedy is diamonds, so doesn't benefit us on the
unfortunate. But it does benefit wildcards.
That's true.
And
it
also
would have benefited us if we had taken that smear joker right after, right?
Yeah. But I wonder what negative we're going to see.
And then a temperance.
Where's the negative? Where's the negative? Where's the negative? How far are we? We just found the DNA.
I believe he's 2 shops behind right now or something. 2 or 3 rerolls.
I'm so curious. What is this attachment to the troubadour? What is going on? Please copy the purple seal. Please copy the purple seal.
He really enjoys seeing more of his deck. That's all I can say.
What? Why do we copy the purple seal? What other card in the deck do we want to copy? I'm not. I'm confusion. I am very confused. But yeah, he's playing in this tournament, not me. So it's like, well, we found the purple seal on the side of Potato here. Are we going to copy it?
Maybe, maybe not. Maybe we copy the lucky ace so that we have a lucky fib card. That could be. That's something. I think I personally copy the lucky 2, right? Because attack.
Yeah, exactly. but maybe we just get a strength from the king. I'm like so confused. Like
the full house win here.
yeah.
Plus 20 3 times. Yeah, of course it does.
Yeah. I mean,
That's my bad.
we have the fib and the seltzer, so it's like
Clearly.
yeah.
Clearly.
Ace can't be triggered from tech, exactly. But it can be strength. But I'm like, am I like the only one that thinks that copying more purple with this DNA is just the correct play? Because we don't have any other interesting cards. We found the greedy joker.
You
I mean,
definitely
well.
do appreciate purple stocks more than I think the average gamer does.
I mean, it allows you. I mean, I guess the value of purple seals go down because there is no death, and death being one of the best and strongest tarot cards there is. So maybe. But it's like, why do we have this DNA exactly? Like, what is the goal? Like the goal, I thought
to
the
get
goal
more of a playable hand is what I would see the DNA as. Since we don't have that depth, we need to copy more playable cards.
Well, Misco just discarded the purple and she had full slot. Oh, he had full slots. So like,
Man, yeah, I could more than I am. Maybe they see into the future, right? Maybe they knew that actually getting that purple seal would have doomed the entire world. Actually, that's what.
You know what? I don't like tarot cards. Actually, I hate them. I hate them. I hate fixing my deck. Yeah, I hate them. Grr. I wonder when Misco is going to find the Stelzer though.
Soon is the answer, I believe.
Soon, yeah, and surely we get rid of the troubadour, right? Surely,
Well,
surely we get rid of the troubadour? Do we pick up the voucher?
You know, I think that's up for Misco to decide for us, not for us.
Do we play towards this campfire like at all? Did you know Misco had a negative campfire?
I think it's still at 2x on there. I think
it's at.
Or is that 2.5?
Yeah, now it's at. I think now it's 2x.
Is that 2x going into this? So it's still kind of just passive. Misco's campfire is passive, and that's a huge difference maker for us right now.
The Stelzer! Wait.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He knows that he doesn't need it. He knows that he needs the troubadour value. That's what Misco knows. And now we are synced up on the order again. Rolling past loyalty card. It is a little bit late to transition towards loyalty card, but that times 4 molt could be something big to make a difference.
Okay, but Vagabond, you have to understand, right? Is that if there was an interesting card to hack or to duplicate, then I would agree with copying more of that, but we don't really have anything going for both players with the DNA. We haven't found any like red seals. We haven't found any like other like enhanced cards. So it's just like basic cards here. So it's like, okay, the troubadour is gone. Okay. The card that should be through the lucky free.
Is the driver's license online?
I think
it is. I'm pretty sure it is.
It is.
16 out of 16 on the screen.
Yeah, it just is. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
It's very difficult for Potato to match Misco's power here. Misco just kind of got lucky with those negative tag skips.
I mean, we have the Stelzer and the Bloodstone, so maybe we find the hand.
The 5 of a kind, and then we hearts up the rest of our aces. That could be something. Flush 5 aces. That's all fun value. No hack value, but
no hack value.
Makes me wonder. We've been copying aces of hearts for Potato. Makes me wonder a little bit why we're holding on to the hack since it doesn't re-trigger them.
Well, I think the plan is to just strength them up, but
I don't think
what
so.
would be good? You don't think so?
I don't think so because we sold the strengths earlier that we saw and we didn't use them on some of our lucky aces that we saw earlier in that tarot pack. I don't think that's the plan. I think Potato just likes aces.
Sure. You know what?
We get them, so now we're gonna have our flush 5. But will it be enough to outscore 486,000 points? I'm not sure.
Well, we'll see. Let Bloodstone take the wheel.
If it procs on every single one of these with a bunch of plus 20s, right?
Well, we got money from it.
Yeah, we got money, but
Bloodstone is completely asleep, bro. It's completely asleep. That is insane. Bloodstone, Hack is just happy to be here. That's true.
And I think one of the big difference makers here
and
is
so,
that negative
Misco
campfire.
not buying the voucher. Misco not buying the voucher before re-rolling. And there is a dice. There is a goddamn dice. Oh dear God.
What's going on?
Oh, what's going on?
Why can't I get these shops? What's up with that? What's up with that, Balatro? Come on.
What's happening? What is happening? There is a dice.
Neither player playing towards their hack too much. Neither player playing particularly hard towards the Bloodstone. Kind of just like a passive affect. We're only really getting one Bloodstoned hand every single play. It's just a very, very interesting game going on right now. Very interesting.
Very sloppy.
Are we gonna discard the purple card while our hands are full? Are we gonna discard while our consumables are full? No.
Oh no, we have the crystal ball.
Folks, it's blurry for me. I can't see that.
Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, that's fair. But like, I'm still so curious as to why.
Have we seen like a single Jupiter this game? Have we seen a single Jupiter planet card? I don't think we've seen a single Jupiter. Because we're still a level 1 flush.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back to you on that one. I'm not too sure. But we got the dice, we got the lucky cards. We have the win card
right now. Yeah, as for right now, Potato is ahead in the point scoring department. But Misco's gonna roll into that dice, and he's gonna be crazy if he skips past it.
I don't even want to. I don't want to live. Oh, blueprint.
How do we get rid of your Fib?
I mean, we're not playing towards
Fib. Not playing towards it, but we can start. We can start.
We found the dice. I swear to God. I swear to God. Something needs to go. Get the Fib out of here, please.
Hack or Fib, either or. I think Fib. Getting rid of Fib is a better idea.
Get rid of Fib.
Getting rid of DNA, perhaps. We aren't really copying a whole lot. It hasn't. It's kind of been a bench warmer.
Yeah.
I see the argument either way.
It's gonna stay on the bench. Thank God. Thank God.
Red Seal Glass Jack.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Better which we had our DNA, and guess what? We have this dice, and that glass card isn't gonna be used that much.
Especially with no deaths. No deaths.
No deaths either. And DNA is once again. You know what? DNA is probably a lot better in this mode, and there's no death. Now that I think about it.
I don't know. It does dilute your deck quite a bit.
Yeah.
And it makes it harder to draw other cards. So if you don't already have a strong card.
Vagabond, here's the thing, right? Is that just because death is gone doesn't mean that other tarot cards are just worthless. Because right now we have this hack on the side of Potato, and we found the blueprint.
We have it. So that could double the amount that we get from DNA here.
Yeah,
but I don't think we even need it, right?
I mean, I still think copying purple is a lot better. Oh, we got rid of the driver's license. You know what? I agree with that. I agree with that.
Maybe not.
Because driver's license. Oh, well, this magnet is going to give.
Yep, red blueprint.
Campfire. No, it's going to give campfire.
Is it gonna? Oh my God, because it's negative.
Yeah, because it's negative. Oh my God. Oh my God.
And we sold hack for it.
No, we sold.
Yeah, we had a hack there, right?
No, we still have the hack. We found a dusk.
No, not on Misco's side.
On Potato.
Oh, sorry. The hanging chat.
What did we sell?
The hanging chat.
Yeah.
My brain confused the two.
A dusk here isn't better.
Well, it's better than hack because we're playing towards aces, but again, we don't have those purple seals to fix our deck. You know, copying those purple is just the correct play.
Well, look, like you said earlier, no death, no chance at a death from those purple
seals.
The deck fixing only comes from your hung man.
Yeah, exactly. Strength, hung man, hermit, temperance to get to roll deeper in the shop, and you have all these purple seals. You can just fix your deck. Like, sure, it's harder, but like, what option do you have?
We'll just have to see how it goes.
God damn it, Pizza Power! God damn it! God damn it! Go follow Pizza Power on Twitch.
Real.
But I still don't know what we're copying towards.
Don't think Misco has a particularly strong card.
Oh,
to
we have a
copy.
free. We have a free, and
I
it
think
is.
since he's
it
built
is-
up
it
so
is
many
Hikered.
threes, yeah.
It is hikered. It is
Hikered, and it's also he's still got Potato has held on to.
Yeah, and
the
guess
hack.
what? We can make them. We can just make them huts now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Misco is in a much better place than Potato is, I think.
Well,
Although we do get a full dust shot here. I think it's incorrect ordering here. I think you want the chance for luckies at the beginning,
yes, for sure.
especially when you have dice. It's
Yeah.
$20 proc.
Well, we're
220
playing the
shots,
flush house. We're playing the flush house.
69 million.
I do not. I think we should dig more. I
don't think Flush House is necessarily bad, but I do think if you don't get
But
as
you
many.
do want those re-triggers from
Mhm.
the hack. That's the
Mhm.
thing. But let's see it. Bang!
Still clears it. Clears 69 million very
Campfire,
easily.
Campfire being the diff there.
Mm-hmm.
Campfire being the diff. Seed money is back.
Seltzer's back.
Seltz is back. Dude,
I don't
it's
think
gonna
there's
be
a way for Potato to win here, just simply because Misco
gonna
has
be
more.
so funny. It's gonna be so funny. He's gonna like pick up he's gonna sell the magnet. It's like, oh, I'm gonna get another blueprint.
Nope.
No.
No.
We're getting... Oh, and there's the magnet. And I
And
think
then we're at the small blind, yeah. So Misco's gonna be able to get the blueprint before that next PvP blind. It's curtains.
it is crazy. I think we should. I think we
Oh,
just
what?
roll past it. We just roll past it.
I don't think he needs
It's
it
on the dust.
particularly. Cell hack. It's interesting since you're playing towards all the threes, but what do I know, right?
We skip. What did we skip for? What was that skip?
I wish
What
we could
was it?
see.
See the skip tags on the right side.
Wait, I'm looking on the.
We
delay.
have skip for negatives again, gentlemen.
Again?
Again. Oh my god. Oh my god.
No, it worked the first time, right? It worked the first time. It has to work this
That
time.
is insane. That is crazy. That is crazy.
That's clearly how this works. It worked the first time, so it's got to work again. That's just how it works.
Also, question. Why does it feel like we have like more double tags than we should?
It doesn't. We're just we played that much. We only skipped once from Misco, but
I guess
Potato
it was
has more
earlier on.
dice.
Okay,
Potato has more dice, so Potato didn't skip.
Okay, we got ice cream golden ticket. I think we can consider this one a whiff. Oh!
Now hold on here.
Wait.
Spoken a little bit too soon, I think.
Wait.
You know, it really is a shame that it didn't land on that Troubadour because we know that Misco would have enjoyed the Troubadour.
I mean, I guess the Troubadour has value because we get to preserve the Stelzer because we have minus one hand with the dust. Ooh.
You only want to play one hand. So
yeah, that is true. That is insane.
I don't see any way for Potato to come back here. I don't.
That is so funny. That is so funny.
I think maybe like the only thing that could possibly save Potato here is negative brainstorm. Yeah. Negative brainstorm in the shop.
I mean, we've seen the next Jokers. Maybe. I don't know. I still think we shouldn't have played towards this Fib so hard and played towards these aces. I also think we should have had more purple in the deck because tarot cards are still valuable for money. I think there was a world where Potato could have won this, and that world is Dusk. Yeah, exactly. I think it's with Dusk and also Hack with this dice with the Bloodstone.
I can agree with you there. It's just the issue is what do you get rid of from the current build? I think the only thing that you can kind of get rid of is the Hack. Yeah. The
Chad. Yeah, obviously. Well, I'd rather have a Hack than a Chad. But well, again, negative skips in PvP. This is so funny.
In PvP. They work.
This is so funny.
That's the lesson to take from this game is that negative skips in PvP are actually meta.
Always gamble. Always gamble.
Absolutely always.
Let's see. Idol. What does it say?
Ace.
Is it Ace of Hearts?
That is
Oh
Ace of
my
Hearts.
god! Wait, yeah, then we just win now.
Okay, well, you know.
So chat. Okay,
Right.
well,
no, it's still more point scoring, but it's just like.
yeah, no, we just win.
I
No,
understand.
no, we just
It
win.
retriggers-
No,
It
we
retriggers
just win.
Ace.
Yeah, no, it retriggers aces. The
I mean,
Chad
I-
retriggers
I-
ace. Keeping
I-
the Chad is a
yeah.
better play there. Keeping the Chad is a better place there. All he has to do is roll down for the. All he has to do is roll down for the dusk.
Oh yeah, but you should just copy. We should be copying
He's got
the
Phantoms for you.
idol.
Yeah, you copy idol here, no matter what.
Yeah, you copy
because
idol.
you've got the Chad. It's just
Yeah,
that
yeah.
it's just that he has to get there first, you know.
Yeah. But this
So
is
I
gonna
guess
be
we're back in the game, and I was wrong. There wasn't only one option.
there wasn't one option. In fact, it was the most controversial Joker in PvP at this moment, and it is the idol. It is the idol card. We get to do the thing.
The answer always, as always, is just get lucky, lol.
Yeah, just get lucky, lol.
I think that's 4086 multiple.
Yeah.
4086.
We get to do the thing now. We get to do the thing. We get to
got
do
money
the thing.
from the lucky
Yeah,
twice.
we
Lucky
get to
money
do the
twice.
thing. Wow.
We are scientific, folks.
Wow, idol. Woo!
So going into this next ante, Potato has 2 shots to roll onto the Ace of Hearts again. But more importantly, Misco is going to see that idol in these shops. So it could still be
you know what I just realized?
What?
Misco didn't do the dusk hand. We have so many jokers.
God,
we just
you're
forgot wait, we just didn't do the dusk.
I think he forgot. Did he forget? There's no way he forgot. What was he copying? He was copying DNA still? Or did he just put it back on?
No. He played his hand. He copied the bloodstone, but he just didn't go down to dusk.
Maybe he thought he'd draw a regular flush. I don't.
That's what happens when you have 14 jokers.
Okay, well, I guess Vagabond is gonna like say, "Oh, making all those aces was to play." Well, my bad. Idol out is real, I guess.
See, I don't
Whatever,
know what
man.
Diamond would say.
Whatever, man. We just get bailed out by the one Joker that can save us. Not even Brainstorm saves us versus these amounts of Jokers. That's so bullshit. Fuck this Joker. Spam one in the chat if you hate Idol. I hate this Joker. I hate this Joker. I hate it.
Would you say that you swear to God if you see one more idol in PvP, you're going to... I forget the rest of the copy pasta, but I'm sure people in chat understand.
Yeah. Woo! Oh my god.
We still have to hit the Ace of Hearts on the idol. It's not completely over here.
That is true. That is true.
We still actually have to hit it.
I mean that is true. That is true. I agree. I also agree. I also think that selling dice was a misplay instead of keeping Chad. I think that was...
No. Keeping the Chad is just better because it copies the idol.
I mean, yeah.
Are we on Ace? Are we on Ace of Hearts? We're on Ace of Hearts, so we skip.
Oh my god, it's so degenerate.
I'm pretty sure Misco rolled past idol earlier.
There's no way.
No. He's gonna see it soon. He's gonna see it soon.
And it's gonna be on the Free of Hearts. It's gonna be on the Free of Hearts, and we're gonna be so happy. Instead, we just play next. Wait, okay, no. We still have the big blind. Okay. Please, idol. I want Misco to win here because it would be really funny. Why are we skipping?
Well, the seltzer's on 4.
I guess. I mean, yeah, no, that's fine. No, I understand.
So that means it syncs up with the dusk.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
technically, I'm not actually completely sure who wins this here.
It is the correct play. It is the correct play. No, I agree. Skipping for the seltzer, that is fine. That is completely fine.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure.
I just thought we were like skipping for like a negative tag or something, and I was like, I'm going to like crash out, like actually. But well, we are both players are going to the dusk. Who would win, idol or just a bunch of random jokers? I think the answer is pretty clear.
It may be, it may already be foretold.
It may have been.
It's a range for both players here based on the lucky procs from Potato.
Yeah,
and the Bloodstone. But idol.
We still have this die. We still have this dice. Okay, we still have this dice.
11.
Okay. I think.
I don't know.
It's a lot of retriggers. It's a lot of retriggers.
It is a lot of retriggers. Do we
don't
still
have
have
hack anymore?
We don't have hack anymore. Why don't we have hack?
And it's not. It's not a range. Wow.
Yeah.
Just
it's
idol.
not a range.
Just idol.
Yeah, just idol.
Just idol. Just idol, folks.
Yeah. Where did our hack go? Where did we sell the hack for? I'm so confused.
Sold the hack for, I think.
It's like the one thing we need.
When was
It's
it?
like
When
I'm
was
so
it?
confused.
When did he sell the hack? I cannot remember.
I
Was it for the
I
dice? I
cannot
think it
remember.
might have been for the dice or something like that.
No, he sold 5th for the dice.
Fib for the dice?
Where's our hack? Where's the hack?
It went
Dude,
away.
I feel like the fucking Walter White in the fucking in the crawl space. Like, where's the money? Where's the hack? I don't understand.
With hack, I think he might have won that.
Oh yeah, of course. Instead of I mean, also if we played towards this campfire a little bit more, like if we had like $87 and we had this campfire.
It's true. It's true. $87 holding onto a campfire going into your guaranteed last blind play is a huge blunder. You could probably just outscored this with times multi alone off of that. You have negative jokers to sell in the blind too.
Yeah, you were so close. Exactly.
I think honestly, this could have been Misco's game.
Yeah, this could have been. I mean, this should have been Misco's game, but guess what? The Joker that appears. Yeah, the funny Joker.
Although to be completely fair here, Misco got incredibly lucky with his negative procs.
I mean, that's true. That is true. That is true. I have to agree.
I'm gonna be wholly honest. I feel like the guy walking into the kitchen that's on fire after the game.
Yeah, dude, Anaglyph was peak. Anaglyph was peak.
All right, so
Wow.
lessons that we've learned from this game, folks. Always
Fuck idle.
Negative tags. Fuck idle, and no, okay. I will say though, something that not, I guess some might call it a misplay, but not using any of his double skips was definitely interesting.
I mean, that's not interesting. That's just standard.
That's potato, but it's
That's
changing
just
right now.
standard for Anaglyph. You don't ever use the double tags because skipping is that bad. But like, yeah,
we clearly saw that the negative tags worked out for Misco, so I don't get it.
I mean, did it?
Well, it only worked out on the first time because of just how good the order in the shop was. That second time Misco skipped for his negative tags, they were actually completely dog shit.
Obviously,
completely
in case chat flames me, I'm obviously joking. That is insane that it worked out.
Yeah, both of these players benefiting from a pretty staggering amount of luck in both of their plays. So the idol is a lot easier to spot as the obvious cheese that it was, but honestly, taking those negative tags and it working out like that, very rare.
Yeah, I will say though, I overall Potato played his end game better either way, so I did feel like he definitely did deserve that win. Misco playing a bit, but granted. Okay, yeah, he got idle. Okay, he got idle, Joe.
No.
I get it.
No.
Goodness. But regardless, unfortunately a bit of misplay, but granted, when you have 14 jokers to juggle, you're not going to think about all of them, so I definitely understand. I do not know where that hack went.
Where did the hack go? I'm so confused.
Into the ether.
Where did it go?
I'm just as lost as you guys, unfortunately, but overall, yeah, really unique game of Balatro, but definitely quite the interesting one.
Yeah.
All right, we got our next game set up and ready to go for the next commentary booth. We are going to have Rokal and Scoped. Jomo, you're gonna rotate out.
I can finally eat my food.
Yeah, you can go eat.
Yeah, I just finished mine and you're on to yours. We're doing this great.
I know. I've always been sitting. I've just been yapping about this game.
All right. But yeah, we have them up and ready. It's gonna be not
like,
versus Valition. Both of these players. I mean, I'll let you guys do the introduction. So you got.
Yeah. No worries.
Delete idol.
Oh, all right. Well, with that final comment from Jomo, happy to be here again. Eating some red ramen and commentating some red ramen right after. Talk about fitting either way. Yeah, not versus Valition. Any comments regarding both those players, Rokal? Obviously, we know Not for being on Red Ramen, for being part of the top 3 of the last tournament, but Valition maybe a player that's a bit more under the radar for most players.
Yeah, Not is an incredible player. Personally lost, I think, 3 ranked matches to Not, maybe 2. Maybe I'm misremembering, but Valition, I think, relatively new player. Currently on a 9-winning streak on the ladder, yeah?
They're actually an OG, I'm not gonna lie. By OG, I mean,
you're right.
They used to go... man, I forgot what name they... This is a... They've changed their name, but they...
Bag, I just update the Mamar
Yeah,
will
I'm
do the
working on
rest.
it. I'm working on it. But he's been around for a while. He almost won a tournament, one of the first weeklies. So.
So it's not a completely dead game here. Don't just think because it's a top player versus a low ladder player that this is completely over. There's potential here. Especially since we're playing on Plasma deck.
I don't think anyone's saying this game is dead yet, but you're right actually. Plasma deck, quite the uncommon choice for PvP. We're more so used to seeing stuff like Ghost deck and the primary colors that I know you so despise. But Plasma, I'd say it's interesting because in the same way that a standard, like in your standard run, you want to switch from chips to X-Molt, choosing when to pivot here can be quite the interesting choice for most players. And we see both players picking up Ice Cream almost immediately. Valition choosing to sell his greedy Joker cards.
Yes, yeah. Gelato's definitely all the power you need right now. Chips, I think a lot of people the reason we don't see Plasma a whole lot is because it's so difficult to do the mindset shift between retriggerable times molt to that early game chips play, and I think a lot of players get super distracted trying to play towards like the Baron end game where you half your molt and then square it to get the bigger score.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just a matter of choosing to make that when to make that switch. Really, we see Volition really digging with that hallucination here. Unfortunately, none of it hit yet, but getting that first steal, first part of the X-Molt equation, that's gonna probably constitute his end game here. But getting the odd Todd early, that's quite a big source of chips early game as well. That's approximately, if he plays optimally, that's around 120 chips per hand, which is really it's more than that Ice Cream is doing even at max power.
It's true. And if we get retrigger, it gets even better. Honestly, I think since there is no death allowed in the rule set for this weekly, I think that playing full hard on the chip side for Plasma deck could work out pretty well for you.
It is an interesting call to make. Yeah, when you can't copy your Steel Kings, you can't copy your Red Steel Kings retriggers or anything along those lines. So playing that more consistent chips hand might be better, as we do see not picking up that exact same odd Todd as the Crafty Joker is probably going to pop up in his next shop, seeing as both players are running pretty low on econ for the time being.
Yep, I'm expecting that we're going to see very similar builds going into this first PvP line, and it might just be down to who draws better. Although, Not could go for the rough gemming, farm for econ instead.
That is what he's going to do. He does play for the late game here. We do expect Volition, if he plays those flushes well, to get that first win here in the PvP blind, but getting the first win doesn't mean that you can get that you're guaranteed to win, folks. And just that Rust Gem, if he can get a lot of econ from it, that can really start snowballing for the later rounds.
Exactly, and I think do we know if Volition grabbed that blue seal from the standard pack early on?
I do not believe that he did.
That could be a pretty big difference maker between Not and Volition. Not has that blue seal in deck. If Not can build up a huge stack of planet card power onto one type of hand, so let's say Flush, since it's a 5-card hand, it's easy to play, and he's playing towards the rough gen right now, that could be a pretty big difference maker later on.
Absolutely. It's just really a matter, and there's the blue seal actually, we do see, right, as we talk about it. Great timing for us caster here. But you see actually Not having quite a bit of score here with 2 hands left. Maybe interesting. I wonder.
Absolutely no odd Todd value from that flush, from that full house, which is sad to see.
Yeah, both players down to 1 hand now, so it's going to be up to that last one. Chooses to sell the Lustful Joker, wanting that max interest value going into the next blind. Granted, that's definitely what you need here. What can you even play here? I don't think he can play.
You play the pair, right?
Yeah, you play the pair and you just pray, but you do not get the odd Todd value, so high card might be more worth it. But...
For odd Todd, it's definitely more worth it, I think.
And actually Not.
What takes it? Wow.
Without that clever Joker, with that rough gem, actually manages to play that boss blind better and just barely edge out on that boss blind. So that's a big start when you pick up an Econ Joker and still manage to get ahead here in terms of lives.
That's huge. That's huge. I think Volition's big downfall, and we see a steel card for Not. That could be interesting to see, especially in later on in the game. We want to hold on to as many steel cards as possible. It's especially important in Plasma because the higher the molt you get, it is still better. If you can exponentially scale that with a bunch of steel retriggers, that would be great. So if we look for a mime, that's a potential play. But I think the main difference maker from that PvP blind was the fact that Valition only played like what, one flush? His big difference maker, his big win con would have come from that clever Joker, that plus 80 chips for playing a flush.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about during the first game, is that during the early boss blinds, really, consistent hands matter a whole lot more than just one big hand, and we saw that in action here, really. The Seance, by not already, unfortunately, hitting an Aura, not exactly what you want here,
What?
but...
I think Aura could be pretty good here. Sadly, Volition's Aura hit plus 10 Riz instead of the plus 50. Right now, honestly, seeing a foil card generated by the Aura could be a big source of power, especially if we get any sort of retrigger on the board. Putting it on that 3, it's a hackable card, so plus 50 to the chip count for a 3 that can be retriggered, that could be pretty huge. Not holding on to it, I'm not sure if that's going to like give him the same holographic. Do you know that? Do you know if it gives him anything different?
I do not believe so, but copying that Odd Thought is an interesting choice. I will say, Odd Thought, I believe... Oh, and I... Is it?
It's the hollow. It's hollow.
Oh, it is hollow. Unfortunate. But I will say it is an interesting play. I do think that Odd Thought, if you play towards it, is probably one of the most consistent chips Joker out there. So I think it's an interesting play. I don't dislike it, but it's definitely going to impact his game a lot more starting from now on.
I'm a huge fan of the Odd Todd copy, given the fact that we already have more 3s than usual in the deck. Odd Todd with 3, a hackable card, Odd played, it gives you that 155 chips if you play 5 of them in a hand. I think that's a very strong, like, early to mid game power spike. And since you're already ahead on lives for not here, I think you want to get the kill shot as frequently as possible.
That's absolutely valid. We do see him pick up the 8-ball as well, just wanting that a bit more deck fixing, even without death here, as we go into the next boss blind. That's Ice Cream is getting pretty low, so against double Odd Thought, it might not be enough, really. We'll have to see how this goes, but already a pretty big 7,000 hand for not here.
I think the only real downside that we could say not took for copying that Odd Todd instead of anything else in his hand is that he's lost out on a lot of potential econ without that rough gem.
Yeah, exactly. That rough gem could basically get him pretty much, at the very least, $5 per round, per PvE round. Oh, that full house is gonna hurt.
Yeah, instead of the 4 of a kind, that's just quite a bit of different amount of chips. But I think Volition could still lose this if he doesn't play a very powerful flush or just like a higher amount of flushes. The Gelato's not doing a whole lot, like you said. We have a pretty high amount of Odd Todd cards here. If we are able to play 2 more flushes, I think we're able to get it with Volition.
A single more flush with an Odd Thought value might just be enough here.
Absolutely, but we did capitalize on a lot of those Odd Toddable clubs cards already, so we got to think about whether or not we want to keep playing clubs or not.
Absolutely. Hearts might just be the play here with what he's getting. That's a 5/7 online already.
We could play the World. Ooh, we have flush with the World right now.
He is getting it. I'm surprised he's not copying this. He's not getting the 7 here from Odd Thought value, but it should be enough. That's already 3 on hand, and there it is. That's double copy Odd Thought. That's losing a bit more power here. Hopefully it'll work out in the long run. Ooh, we see Scary Face here. He's
kind of useless with the current build we're going for.
Quite unfortunate. He was debating on it for just a moment, but you're already building towards those cards either way. But do you see that he's debating on it? Scary Face being immediately picked up by Volition on the other end. But granted, seeing as he's playing flushes, you're bound to play those face cards at some point, so getting more opportunities to get more shifts with the Odd Thought, probably something that you want here.
Completely agree. I think I think something that I want to see from Not is us making more use of that 8-ball. We haven't gotten a whole lot of crack out of it, and I think that's a real shame because getting more Theros here is super, super helpful, just like that Devil. I think you turn that Blue Seal into the Devil.
There we go. That's exactly what you want to see here. And already a 5 of a kind 3. Wow, okay, that is...
With the Blue Seal in hand.
I'm surprised that we're already at that point, but granted, we have picked up a lot of 3s from the from the standard pack, so we already have Planet X value. That's big, because that's around 150. That's 306 chips from just Odd Todd without any retriggers. And the trio already. Okay, so here is the sort of the X mold that we want to see here. If he can get some more Planet X's here, that's a big start. That 8 ball might not be. Oh, actually, he did decide to keep it for now. And we did see as well, similarly to that 8 ball, the Seance on the side of Volition that got sold out last round, that did not get much value compared to Not, that immediately managed to get some value out of it. But
it's always pretty surprising when you're able to get any value out of a Seance, I have to be honest with you. Drawing a straight flush is a pretty difficult thing to do.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to quite get that 5 of a kind, so he'll have to sell for 4 of a kind. That money shot definitely helps if you're not here. On the side of Volition, though,
Conjoined.
We do see Conjoined, a really interesting Joker. The thing is about the Order is that the Order makes Conjoined a bit less powerful because you're bound to see it as well if you're the opponent, so you know that you're going to have to play for it if you don't pick it up.
I don't disagree with that statement. I think it's difficult to play for the Conjoined when you know that your opponent also has it. That's why seeing it in like the first small blind of a shop was so worrying last update. Here, I don't know if I like it. I don't know if I take it as either player. I think Not definitely thinks that it's conceivable, but Not is only playing towards the 5 of a kind hand. I don't really think it does a whole lot for him.
Yeah, Conjoined is especially good if you have those simple hands like just pairs, high cards, stuff that you're gonna have in your starting hand that you want to play off the rip, not things that you have to discard for. But seeing as Volition did not take it, Not might be the only one playing for this, but Volition might just want to play fast because he's seen that in the shop.
I also think Volition didn't take the trio, so Not just has more times mold than Volition here, and Volition doesn't have more chips to make up for it.
Yeah, he sold the... he has gotten Even Steven instead of the Clever Joker, which I do not agree with, I say.
Completely disagree with you. I don't think that Even Steven does anything for you here. This is Plasma Deck. Once again, you got to do that mindset shift. You have to get out of the, hey, I want flat molt retrigger. I need chips. That's what you got to think.
Especially when you consider that his flushes or any of his hands are not that well upgraded just yet, and he does sell it instantly for the Fibonacci. That at least combos a bit more with the Odd Todd. It doesn't do that much still, but it is a whole lot more than the Even Steven was doing. Combos a lot more anyway.
Exactly. I think going back to this Conjoined Joker that Not has, obviously it's stronger here just because Volition straight up doesn't have any times molt. Not has 2 times molt Jokers on the board. That's always better to have than none, right? But
absolutely,
the Conjoined Joker for Not, I think Not has enough various pairs that he's all right with playing, and high cards that he's all right with playing, since he has that double Odd Todd. I think he can still make better value out of it.
Yeah, you'd want to theoretically you'd want to get some 3 of a kinds in your hand at the very least to trigger that trio, but if you can get the conjoined value with just pairs, that's more than fine. We're gonna see how this plays out. Oh, and actually, getting 2 pair already and off the rip, that's a huge hand already. Yeah, that's 33k points, pretty big for this, for these Joker lineups here. He's aiming for pairs, just wants to try and abuse the fact that Volition not playing anything just yet. He finally plays a hand, but not just getting so much value out of the Conjoined Joker.
Now we get a discard. Discards that blue seal. He's really going for the 5 of a kind here.
As he should, I will say. Unfortunately, he doesn't quite get it. That's only a ×2 by Conjoined Joker, but that's going to be a big hand. That's possibly 60k.
Much higher.
Goodness. That is much higher than I expected. Plasma Deck taking me by surprise a little bit, but granted, that's a big play by Not. Volition, I will say, a bit of a misplay here. He saw the Conjoined Joker when you know that this is the order. You know your opponent sees the same Jokers as you do. There's always the possibility that he's gonna have it. At least now you see that he's played this many hands so quickly, so you know that he has it. So you kind of have to play. You kind of have to play their game, is the thing about Conjoined Joker, because if you play your hands fast, Conjoined Joker doesn't have as much value as other potentially better Jokers like Retriggers, for example, like the hack that Not could have potentially had.
Exactly.
plays a lot like the old speed run from the patches before this. I think Valition not wanting to take the Conjoined Joker on Plasma deck is a fine thought at the beginning, but I don't think Conjoined Joker does as much as we're kind of saying that it does. I think Conjoined Joker plus the trio is really what's doing a whole lot in terms of the point scoring for Not. But really, the biggest point scoring Jokers that Not has right now are that Odd Todd.
Oh, absolutely.
Since we're on Plasma, chips are still super duper strong, and I think since Volition doesn't have a double good chips Joker, he's got Scary Face and Odd Todd on deck. He's kind of splitting his focus a little bit. That's where the real dissonance comes from in the point scoring department.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he has not tried to go more for Odd Todd Fibonacci.
Oops, all sixes.
Interesting. Oops, all sixes. Or do we want to go for the hypothetical? He doesn't have anything that triggers all.
I think
yet.
we have one lucky card. I think in each player's deck at least.
Yeah. Do we want an Oops all sixes for just that? I do.
Hey. We always want the Oops all six. We always take the speculative value. It's always speculative value.
Speculative mime, speculative Oops all sixes, all of those.
Not taking the gelato there, I think, is a little bit of a misplay. Because I think even if it's like a 80 plus chips gelato, I think you want it, right?
And we do see him selling both the gift card and the fib for Oops all sixes and gelato. Interesting play. I do like it as well. If we can get some more jokers that interact with it or more lucky cards, it's definitely a bit more helpful. But we do see him upgrading that flush here. If he can get some diamond flushes on the board, that's a lot of econ. That's pretty much that's at the very least $5. Sorry, at the very least $5 per hand here. But regardless, still on the point scoring side, a lot more on Not side. Even though we have missed that. Goodness, I can't speak. That gelato, that double odd touch should still be more than enough in response to that. Potentially, what would you have sold for the gelato? Actually, fib maybe? Or
I think I would have gotten rid of either conjoined or fib or trio. I think trio is more consistent, so I'd probably keep the trio. And especially since you saw Volition wasn't playing as fast, I'd probably get rid of conjoined there. We see in the shop Not rolled into that Oops all six, takes the speculative value, and leaves the Midas Touch. I think Not really likes Midas Touch, and I understand why. Midas Touch gives you quite a bit of long-term econ value. Every single time you see one of those gold cards, you get it. You get the $3. That's it. But both players now.
I do think that actually for his build right now, I think it's better simply because of the fact that you're not playing those face cards anyway, so they're not gonna have much value aside from the gold. So
exactly.
For his build, it might have been. It could have been a lot more econ, but I suppose he just wants to go for the kill shot right now. He wants to go for more scoring jokers, which I can absolutely understand. Granted, saying that as he picks up the speculative Oops all sixes is a bit ironic, but we'll see how this ends up.
Yeah, exactly. I think Not should in his mind know that he's seen everything that Volition has seen in the shop and nothing super duper new has come up. Maybe he thinks that Volition has more economy than he does because he played so poorly in the previous boss blind antes. Like maybe he was sacking for money, I guess. That could be a thought process going through Not's mind. But I think Not is playing a little bit more conservatively than we would like want him to, especially going into this boss blind when you have two Odd Todds. I think he's still thinking maybe Volition copied the Odd Todd like I did. Maybe he has that many chips scoring potential.
Photograph picked up on the side of Volition. I'm not sure how to feel about this. Volition's build is all over the place.
It's grasping for straws is what it looks like to me. I think really the major difference in this game so far has been the fact that Not copied that Odd Todd, and from there, it's all been downhill.
Not had a clear game plan in mind, and we're selling the Odd Todd for the credit card?
Wow. Well, it's just not compatible with the build style we have anymore, but Volition just has no chance anymore to go for a hackable hand like Not does. Not really only has to score in the shop. And that's kind of his kill move.
That's insane to me. That I mean, granted, we do have the gelato foil, so that's a lot of chips. That's pretty much 150 at max power, if I'm not mistaken.
But it's not at max power though. I think it's already somewhere in the 70s, right?
quite broken down, and we do see that 5 of a kind on the side of not here. That's going to be big. We do get that golden jack here, getting a bit more econ before this. That should be more than enough to clear whatever Volition has. It's not as powerful since we don't have the conjoined as well. We have the oops all 6s, but that should be more than enough. But Volition, he's only gonna have one ante to get a big hand out of this. He needs something like a Chad. He needs something like Stalk and Buskin, anything to justify that photograph here.
Mm-hmm. And I think even with a Chad or a Sock, I still think you don't have enough flat molt to overcome the sheer chip amount that Not is able to pump out here.
Yeah, absolutely. I was saying you need both in order to really make a difference.
I think you also need levels on whatever hand type you're playing. I think Volition's still playing towards those flushes from early game, but he doesn't have a whole lot of levels in it. So you really do need a high leveled planet hand to be able to like actually make a whole lot of good use out of this photo.
Yeah, that's pretty much. My goodness, I am shocked by Volition. I mean, Volition, I do understand the thought of picking up credit card if you know that you're going to lose and you need to dig deep. But Odd Todd was if you play flushes, you can still play the Odd Todd with photograph. You can still play those hands in coordination. Oh, that foil definitely going to help out a little bit.
I feel like you take it over your... Never mind.
Not even have the time. Granted, that credit card is also foil, so that is also part of the reason why he took it. You'd have to assume, but you're gonna have to dig deep to find anything that's gonna allow you to get past.
What?
Not here. We're selling the odds on for 8.
Okay, maybe Not's like, hey, we're past the early game. Chips are bad now. I don't think he understands the sheer state of Volition's board, and I think once again this might just be the PvP player mindset. Hey, chips are bad all the time, even on Plasma. I don't agree with it. I think we should have kept the Odd Todd and just gone for the hacks.
We have dice for the 8
dice. Yeah, that is true. We have dice for the 8 ball, but that's only a 50% chance to generate a tarot. I don't think that's better than the sheer chip scoring.
Yeah, that Odd Todd gave you, really. If anything, probably Fib goes if you want a hard go.
That's what I was thinking, right? I was thinking, hey, maybe we sell Fib here because our molt is cool. Just not that cool. Maybe we're wrong though. Maybe Fib plus the trio is much better. Maybe we have to consider the fact that 8 times 5 is 40. 40 times 3 is 120. That almost matches our chip amount if we're doing the Odd Todd stuff with 3s.
Granted, I guess that is one way you could see it as well, but that is the strength to get one more. That lucky foil 3 is big on the side of Not here, and getting more Planet X as well. Okay, that's a lot more mold than I was expecting. Maybe the time for chips is gone. Actually, Chad. Maybe we were wrong in that regard, but still quite the shocking play considering how hard. Aiming for
another 8 and a 3. Another 8 and a 3 from the strength would be pretty useful.
We're just getting so much value out of the strength. Granted, that's what you expect out of these. Nice.
Wow.
And another 2. We just get more and more 3s. Well, at least your hand is settled if you're on the side of Not. That's for certain.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to do the calculations in my head. Like, when does it become more valuable to have Fib plus trio instead of another odd playing all 3s? Because if every Odd Todd you have when you're playing all 3s is 155 chips.
Considering the fact that you also have the lucky cards with oofs, you gotta consider that into your hands. So it might already be worth it if you keep oofs all 6s with the flat mold you get from the lucky cards.
See, let's go gambling on Volition's side.
I know how much you love that Joker. It'll be interesting to see. I will say, after playing a bit more PvP, I am on the side of the Let's Go Gambling believers. Even though it never hits the hand that you necessarily want to, I see it more as an econ Joker. Yep.
Just from an econ perspective, a 1 in 4 chance for $10 is too good to pass up, I think. Or not
that is
too good always, but it's a really, really hard proposition to like make more money then. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta consider it as more of an econ Joker that sometimes gives you points rather than the other way around.
Mm-hmm. And it's gonna need to give Volition a lot of points coming into this boss blind if he hopes to even match Not's score. This gelato's gonna expire pretty soon for Valition. It's at 50.
It's
gonna
at
be
30,
down
no,
to like 35 next, yeah.
It's at 30. That was the foil.
Oh wow. I think it's
So-
at it was at 40 and then it just went down to 35 there. I think.
Yeah. Which is
do
that's the
see
first
bonus
50 from the
cards.
foil.
I think that might be like the first time we've seen a Hyro played this entire game.
It might have been, which is surprising considering that this is plasma deck and all, but
Yes.
the fact that Valition also is taking a lot of hands to get through this blind here is really scary. He only has 2 left. That is
does not bode well.
That does not bode well. He does hit the Let's Go Gambling, so that's some 10 more dollars.
After like 2 hits of one hit of giving $5 to not, but yeah.
Oh, you gotta consider as well. I didn't consider this, but Let's Go Gambling with we're not picking up that 6 cents, are we? We're not thinking.
Hail Mary cryptid play. Anybody? Cryptid 6 cents boss blind last life. It's clearly the play.
go.
That is insane, and we're selling for
And the
flower
dice?
pot.
Okay.
Oh my goodness! Yeah,
You don't have enough flat molt to overcome that. You have no flat molt jokers in your hand, and you don't have a hugely leveled hand. What do we get here? Ong?
that's not gonna be enough.
That's not it. That's not what you need here.
That is nowhere.
Maybe you
near
go all in
enough,
on the
and-
let's go. I don't see it. I just don't see it.
Well, we don't see a winning line either way on the side of Valition, really. There's just nothing you can do at this point. He's just watching, seeing if maybe not manages to miss that 3 draw, and
But he doesn't.
unfortunately, he doesn't miss it. But you do miss out on the steal value, which granted is not as much as that 5 of a kind would have been, especially considering that it triggers a fib and odd tot with everything.
See, this is what I was
100
worried about. That scores substantially less than the amount we scored last boss blind with that double odd tot. That's what I was saying. I don't think
Absolutely.
the trio fib combo scores more than just a single odd tot in the format, right?
You gotta consider as well that you had fib and trio in addition to double odd tot is the thing.
That's the thing, yeah.
Here you have an 8 replacing that odd tot until you can maybe get another times mold joker. We see Valition scratching his head here, trying to find any combination of plays that wins this, but is there really one, Rockle?
I see literally none, which is very sad.
I do not see either. I appreciate the Hail Mary play of having that one spectral card here with potentially the cryptid, which is really the only thing that could have potentially saved you. But we're gonna have to see if there's anything somehow. Let's Go Gambling triggering all 4 times, maybe, and even then.
Nah,
It's
there's no way.
It's going.
It's over. I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, it triggered once.
That was
We got
that was a 4 of a kind though. That was our best hand, and we can't make another one of those. I don't think.
No, surely. Hold up. If we can get card sharp to trigger, maybe.
You're right. If we make another 4 of a kind with that value, I guess it works. But
And we
don't find it. Sell out of everything except for Let's Go Gambling. Double Let's Go Gambling proc wins us the game? Question mark.
That is what he's going for.
That's the plan, man. 2. I didn't know that's how it worked on the Phantom display.
And GG's.
Nothing. Yeah.
It gotta be a funny sight on the side of see 2 Let's Go Gambling and nothing else on the side of Valition for that end screen. But regardless, not just overall really dominant this game from the first boss blind that he won even with rough gem to just the ending. That's a sell of the odd tot that we're criticizing, but considering how far ahead he was, I suppose he was willing to take that risk to like have more deck fixing going into a potential next blind in case Valition won.
That's definitely the line Knot was going for. Knot's like, okay, I can handle the pivot. I want to pivot out of chips eventually if this game's going to go long. So taking that 8-ball, getting the tarot crack could be a winning play, especially when you have the dice to increase the chance. And he got a lot of tarot cards, like a lot of tarot cards from that. It procced almost every time he played an 8. Got a double from it. I don't think we saw any hung men, which is a big issue. That's really what you want to see out of your tarot generators here.
I would disagree that it's not all we want to see, because he did get a lot of strength that allowed him to get more
That's true.
threes onto the board. So that is quite powerful in this deathless format. But yeah, regardless, just not playing that plasma deck really well overall. That copy of the Odd Thought, as I was saying at the start, I didn't dislike the play. I was just, it is funny on any other deck, but I'd say, I mean, granted on plasma, it's just optimal.
Yeah. It's just until you get to like that halfway point of the game when chips start to get outpaced by Times Molt Retrigger. You know,
Really,
it's just better.
And by this point, you should have enough econ or have enough, just have enough of a lead to get out of that chips, and that's exactly what he did. So congrats to Not overall. Congrats to Valition as well, even though there were definitely some odd plays here and there, but still a great match overall from both players.
Solid play from both players.
The favorites moving on to the third round, but we shall third or fourth.
I'm gonna put up the bracket real quick so you guys can yeah, I'm gonna talk about the bracket while we get into our next game. We're just gonna be following Not, by the way. I believe it's gonna be Not versus Nightmare in the next game.
Yeah, that's like the problem with games that are falling back.
Okay.
Hold on, just 1 second.
So we'll have Not versus Nightmare, and in the bracket we've already got a few players ready for round 4. We'll be watching a round 3 game. But right now, some big names to keep track of in the bracket. We have Garrett beating Cheesecake, formerly Obelisk. Garrett's a pretty good player. I played Garrett, like, I think a bunch on the ladder the past couple of days. Close games every time, but he manages to edge me out every single time. Very strong player, and I wouldn't say it's too big of a surprise, but it is a bit of an upset that he beat Obelisk to go into the 4th round. Kazak versus Hutrix. Kazak Boris, my king, also known as Dr. Perky in the circles that we run in. Very powerful player. I would expect him to come on top, but Hutrix is also a pretty strong player. Then, of course, looking at other games, we have Marban, I believe. Marban moved on to round 4 and is awaiting a game. And he's awaiting the winner of the Clust versus Potato match. We saw Potato move on to the 3rd round earlier. Clust, super powerful player. Gotten, I think, 2nd place in a couple tournaments in like the last month or so.
Something along those lines, but yeah, overall, just obviously, as we stated earlier, really stacked tournament, and it's really showing in the 3rd to 4th round. On the bottom side of the tournament, Yami versus Smajator. Yami beat Shadow, goodness. Which is,
he bitched them too. He bitched them.
Actually, I think Marban is about to play.
Oh.
Who do we know who won the Clust versus Potato game, or is it just about to like?
It's about to end.
Are they typing in chat? So the knowledge we have.
They're saying GG. They're saying GG.
All right.
We can watch that. I think both of these games that we have like potential eyes on, the Not versus Nightmare is going to be really good because Not's like we saw, a great player, part of the Vietnamese cohort, part of Red Ramen that won the team tournament. Very powerful player, makes consistently some of the best decisions in the game. And Nightmare, tournament winner, a fantastic player. Lemon Legends, yeah, from Lemon Legends.
I do believe so, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, overall,
so the cat to end all the hats. That's what I have to say.
Yeah, 2 really high-level matches here, so it entirely depends what we will manage to see first. But pretty exciting matches regardless. Vagabond, who do you want casting this next match?
All right, so I believe it was Scoped and Rokal in this one. I believe
yes,
Jomo's
indeed.
hopping back in with Rokal, I believe. Wait, no, Rokal, you've been here for 2 games, right?
I've been here. Okay, no, 3 games. So you want
yeah,
to
Rokal's hopping out. Jomo's coming. My bad.
See you guys
no,
later.
all good. Alright, Jomo, you're coming with me. I'm kidnapping you for this round 4 game.
Okay.
Alright, what is there any preference in the game that you want to see for Not already? Oh, actually, I believe.
Yeah, we have Nightmare and Not up right now.
We are. Yeah, we're already setting up for Nightmare Not game. My mistake. I was not checking.
We're setting up, but like, Something is wrong happening. Fix it.
Alright, some technical issues, but it's fine. They're not starting without us regardless.
Starting. No, no. At this point.
Ooh,
No, at this point, like Clust and Marbane is popping up already.
Alright,
we can't. Pizza Power. We can only see Nightmare right now.
We're working
or
on
is
it.
it?
we're working on it. Yeah, not screen should be put up right now, but already, Jomo, what strikes you in this screen right now? Because one thing is striking me quite a bit.
We got Zodiac. That's it. I love Zodiac.
Exactly.
Overstock is awesome. I didn't. God damn it! Still got that Red Robin with the change of the Jokers or the Jokers.
Oh yeah.
Okay, anyway, starting off with
tarot
Faceless. Starting off with Faceless, considering this this Cola, and we're getting a double tag. Curious.
Double tag. Yeah, we're probably not gonna see it much, so it isn't see a bit of early game econ being burned for that double tag, but Faceless, of course, being picked on the side of both players here. You pretty much need that for early game econ.
Yeah. Both players going to dig for the Faceless value. There's one on the side of Nightmare.
I believe that's
side of Dot. Yep, we're getting our money up.
Yeah, three Faceless triggers on the side of Leaf, so already having $3 of interest going into that next round. Shops being even more powerful than before with that overstock there. Of course, it's balanced out a bit since you have Terror Merchant and Plant Merchant as well, so you don't see as many Jokers as you would with a normal overstock run, but still really powerful shops overall, so Econ's going to be even more important than it already is.
Well, the thing is about the Terror Merchant is that when you roll down, is that you have access to Hermit and Temperance, so you get a lot of money from just rolling and seeing shops, so it's still better. Picking up did not pick up the Grabber here. I don't know. I think Grabber is especially one that you cannot miss, especially for when you're trying to make Faceless value, because you use your hands as discards to try and find more face cards to discard for money. So let's see if Note will pick up the Grabber here.
And even then, it's in general more econ. It's $1 per
not picking up the Grabber
hand here.
Exactly. So Note will have the Grabber here going into this boss blind. I'm curious of how are we winning this? I guess we have the straight. It seems
we're no Faceless value. That's the unfortunate part about that straight here. Maybe he didn't expect that to win instantly, but that's a big loss here. But on the side of Night, on the side of there's the straights to get out with 15 big bucks here. Misprint being picked up on the side of Not, the first scoring Joker that we see, and that's going
speed run being picked up. All right, we gotta go fast now. Trading card is a little bit counterintuitive with the Faceless value, but that should be just fine.
Trading card and hack, interesting. That's quite a few Jokers being picked up on the side of Nightmare. Computer not here, but we did see with the speedrun he wants to try and roll down quickly, still taking the time to get that Faceless Joker value, even without the Grabber.
It's going to be a bit more difficult without the Grabber, and also with the trying to play straights, trying to play a 5-card hand.
Yeah, we do see not finding those cards on this other side. We do get the straight. Not picking up both of these Jokers as well, getting the Temperance before the trading cards, so a bit of money lost there. Opening both standard packs, refusing.
Seems that we are selling. Solo. Alright, what are in these packs? Holographic, or Foil King.
Foil King, my mistake. And Nightmare chooses to pick it up actually, even though he has the hack. But we do see that photograph here, so potential.
Seems that we are trying to pivot. Yeah,
pivoting out of the speedrun. I will agree there. Speedrun. I will say, I do think speedrun is not as much value as it's really worth it, since by speeding up, you're potentially missing on more value within the rounds.
Spectre cards are very powerful, especially when you don't have those deaths. But I guess it's less powerful because we have no deaths. But yeah, I have seen speedrun carry a game single-handedly by giving Polychrome to one card. So
I suppose it's up to you really if you value more, potential in-round value compared to a single spectral card. I can see either or really. I suppose it's just a matter of opinion, but Nightmare choosing to get rid of it for that photograph regardless, for the kind being upgraded on the side of not as he sees that photograph here. Neither player choosing to grab the... Never mind. Clearance Sale being picked up on the side of Nightmare, making me eat my words right as they come out of my mouth as he enters with Lovers and Devil in his tarot slots here, compared to World and Devil on the side of Not. So we'll see what they choose to go for.
It seems both players are playing practically the same thing. It's just that we have this Gluttonous Joker for the clubs. So let's see if we goes for the faceless value. It seems that we do.
Does go for the faceless value because he only really needs the one face card here.
Yeah,
so
but we are digging for the clubs. We have a blue seal. When did we get a blue seal?
We got it off the second standard pack in the second to last NT, I believe. But regardless,
it seems like we're going to play for the straight. Yeah, we got the straight.
All right, will it be enough? We're not getting any photograph value off of this. We're getting just a bit of hack. He's debating on the Lovers on this 5.
I would do it.
Not choosing to pick it up. Hopefully he gets enough base mult off that, and
there we go. Level 3 straight, a very high level, and we got a Bloodstone with the hack. Yippee!
Both players can have access to that, and Temperance use on side both players. Get a bit more money there, but that Gluttonous Joker going to be sold for that hard.
Or maybe I would sell Gluttonous.
It's a bit of an NC synergy, except Lovers works for both, I suppose.
Yeah. But... Smith Joker being picked up by on. Interesting. Still holding on to this photograph. Interesting.
I suppose I can kind of see it if you're playing flushes for the time being, as you don't have enough deck fixing to really get those full hackable Bloodstone cards just yet. But regardless, that Smear Joker gonna help not get those full value, Bloodstone hands. Waiting to see, and that's gonna be quite the intro. All right, so yeah, now. The unfortunate part is that now we are at the mercy of those Bloodstone triggers for both players before we get the oops all 6s straight flush on the side of Not there with the Smear Joker.
The Smear Joker here.
Absolutely. Actually, does he want to? Nah, I doubt he wants to go for full-on straight flushes. Definitely flush 5s once you get. Granted, without death, you might want to. Actually,
I mean, it's easy. It's easier to play. It's easier to play towards the straight flushes with the help of the. What is that Joker?
Smeared.
Oh, that's
Smeared
business,
Joker.
that is business card. That is business card.
Oh, my mistake. My mistake. I was looking at the other screen. But not choosing to risk a little bit to get a Jupiter instead of a Neptune off that blue seal, so choosing to get a bit more value. Business card on the side of Nightmare. I will say, seeing as you're playing Hack instead of something like Sock and Buskin, never mind. Gonna choose that.
We're gonna choose.
Granted, photograph also a big factor in that flush at level ready. I do believe he has a high level flush, then Not for the time being, so it'll be interesting to see how that working out here.
Yeah.
Base mult extremely important when you have Bloodstone or anything really that triggers off your hand. Does Nightmare does have the blue seal as well? Both players have.
Yeah. I think he has the blue seal. Actually, I don't know if he has the blue seal.
I do believe both players have it regardless. Still having quite a bit of. My apologies. Still having quite a bit of scoring on either side. That's just making it a bit easier on the side of Not, but seeing as he has 5 hands, it might actually help.
There we go, flush 5.
Already,
Being
goodness.
already. See if we can get this hand consistently in the PvP blind.
Unfortunate that you do not get the blue seal for it. Might have wanted to dug it up a bit, considering that we had one more hand left. But there's another sun.
I was gonna. There we go, rolling, getting more money. Very good.
We were talking about it. Jupiter being picked up. We're not playing for the consistent flush 5. We know we're not capable of getting it just yet. So I agree with this. For the time being, unfortunate strength does not hit any cards that you really want it to
Penny
have.
Pincher, Magician. I think you want to pick up both of these turret cards instead of the lovers here. Penny Pincher is probably better than the business card, seeing as how we're both playing on Zodiac and how we want to be spending a lot of money in these shops.
Absolutely. Just a lot more time spent in the shops. So Penny Pincher having a lot more value in the business card. He's debating on it, and he does go for it.
And
both players
should be picking up both of these. Oh, not picking up the Magician with the hack is
interesting indeed.
Interesting. Onyx Agate.
I get wanting the lovers and the strengths, just making more hackable cards that you can get Bloodstone off of compared to more high-end value of the Magician. This is the time where you really want a Crystal Ball, just have all 3.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be interesting to see. Nod has more consistent flushes. Nightmare has more high-end potentially. If he can get a photograph alongside a hard flush that gets copied with the hack.
Yeah, we're just trying to dig for our flush 503s. Oh,
and
there
he does
it is.
get it.
He does get it. He does get it. He's trying to find more cards to use the sun on.
Either that or just getting that blue seal gold. Yeah, he's hovering over it. We know he wants it. Just getting that those airs levels up.
No blue seal, no sun usage. It's a bit unfortunate.
Doesn't quite get it. He gets a Jupiter card. Funny Jupiter card, not the one that you want just yet. And here comes Nightmare's hand. Is it going to be enough? It's 55k.
Going to be enough because just enough.
It barely isn't. Those rounds
barely clears.
On the razor's edge, ladies and gentlemen. That is twice now. For now, it's on the other side. Barely. That flush 5 barely managing to get him past as he gets more and more sun cards into his hand. Another strength. That is big.
Another blue seal? Maybe? Maybe more blue seals. Maybe the steel.
More blue
There's
seals.
The crystal ball. There's the crystal ball.
We were talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
So strength and a fool in hand. Does he have the sun in his fool? I'm not.
He has
quite
nothing
sure.
in his fool at the moment. I don't think. Looking for
anything really.
I'm not sure what hand we're playing towards. I think we should have doubled down towards this hack. But
yeah, Nightmare not exactly on any specific hand at the moment. Another strength. Ooh, are we going for flush house with king?
Kings and twos maybe?
And yeah, and anything really that you can hack or just flush it. That's interesting, I will say. Strength, just more threes on the side of Nod here as we do see him getting lucky cards as well. So it's going to be a 5 of a kind. Unfortunately, not a flush 5, but also Tower just playing for that.
5.
Playing for the potential idol with that Tower. We know you love those.
Idol. That's a Stelzer. Selling the Penny Pincher instead of the. All right.
We're going for that flush for that regular flush with the one face guard here.
Not getting out of the
Seltzer being picked on the side of Nod as well. I will say, it is interesting that Nod has chosen to get rid of.
We did not use trading card. Nightmare did not use trading card.
Oh, unfortunate. But I'm surprised to see that misprint instead of the trading card, for example, on the side of Nod here, because misprint does not really do that much if you get a strong hand going by this point.
It does not. Right, there we go. There we go. A little bit of steal, a little bit of retriggers. Love to see that.
We're getting somewhere really, but not just digging hard for that those double blue seals here, choosing to get rid of
No,
one.
he's trying to make the hand. We make the 5 of a kind, unfortunately.
Yeah, he got rid of the smeared for Seltzer, so unfortunately that doesn't count as a flush 5 for him anymore.
Yeah, does not count. Oh, $20. Oh, that's a lot of money.
Double money shot. Wow, that's big.
Wow, that's big. And still holding on to this penny pincher as well. Maybe
that's
how much
gonna
money?
be
How much money are we getting from this penny pincher? Let's see.
That's gonna be quite a bit.
$4. Oh, never mind. Never mind.
Nightmare choosing to hold on to his cash quite a bit. Is it on purpose? I wonder, because he did see the penny pincher in the shop, not wanting to use more than he wants to. Never mind. Here comes the spending spree. Getting the fool.
Rolling down, trying to find something.
Not getting the planets that he wants, unfortunately. Gonna choose to does he choose to hold them, potentially trying to find that heiress. Constellation being picked on the side of Not that we saw Nightmare skip in his shop. So
Constellation is really good on Zodiac deck, I will say.
Yeah, obviously you have the Planet Merchant, you have the more shop space. You gotta consider you gotta consider that both players at this point are already playing more for the Bloodstone here, so putting more money into that Constellation here means you're potentially getting less tarot cards like Sun and things of the sort to play more towards that Bloodstone. So really it's a matter of where you spend your econ at this point.
Let's see if we can make the flush 5 or the 5 of a kind.
It's probably going to be 5 of a kind by this point, seeing as without Smeared, I don't even know if he has 5 red like 5 3 of hearts now, all things considered.
Let's see if we make our hand. We're looking for it. We're keeping the blue seal. And we do. We make the 5 of a kind. Unfortunately, only getting the Planet X. But this will have to do.
I am surprised. That's a bit of a misplay there, putting the 3 of diamonds in the middle here instead of the front, getting the flat mult early before all the Bloodstone procs.
Here's the flush house.
Here he is. We were talking about earlier, and that's a big hand. That's 3 mil already with the Seltzer, with the hat.
Thank you with the photograph. Thank you, photograph.
And liquidation as well. Gonna be able to get a lot more out of that shop. We were talking about that flush house earlier with the triple kings, and while it is maybe not as effective as triple fives, for example, seeing as you have hack and bloodstone, it's still more than enough to clear this this blind out of the water.
Yeah, absolutely insane.
What is Emerald Erosion?
Card. Emerald Erosion is does erosion. That's just the skin for erosion.
Oh, for erosion. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, it's just a skin. Same with orange with Seltzer as well.
Yeah, my mistake. I was just confused a little bit by Nightmare's skin, unfortunately.
It's hard to tell. Oh, $20 from the lucky card.
Yeah, nice money shot on the side of Nods. What did he sell the he finally sold the misprint? Yeah, that is what he sold.
He sold the misprint for the
Seltzer.
For the Constellation, and then the Seltzer is gone.
Oh, Seltzer. Yeah, my mistake.
Seltzer is gone. Mail and rebate being picked up by Nightmare here, trying to get all that money.
Big for his econ. We do see Nod finally able to get an heiress with those flush 5 here of the 3 of hearts.
Gonna have to feed the Constellation a tiny bit here, but I don't know, it's a bit too slow.
Sorry, at times too, but yeah, that is. Unfortunately, you have to dig it up already, and pretty much 2 Bloodstone procs are enough to clear that Constellation already. So depends on how bad you want to play for that on the side of a Nightmare here, which we know he wants to with those flush houses.
And Nightmare even. I hope Nightmare can beat the blind. Yeah, he can. There we go.
Yeah. Should be fine.
Should be fine.
Oh, if Bloodstone decides to be particularly mean.
If Bloodstone decides to be particularly mean here.
Oh, on either way, if Bloodstone is really mean here, but surely with 3 hackable cards, it should be fine.
Oh, Bloodstone? There we go. No, we're fine. Oh my god. The family being picked up here by Not. It's gonna be really big for the scoring.
Yeah, and he's
And
debating.
Obelisk.
He gets Obelisk. Wow. Okay, I would like to see
Okay.
his hand count here, but it is an interesting pickup.
Hmm.
It was hologram. Was it holographic?
Well, yeah, it was hologram. We played 23
Yes,
high
played
cards.
20 high cards.
23
Oh
high cards. Oh goodness.
The
Okay,
problem is
Obelisk
that
might be goaded here.
the problem is that now you can't play any high cards for potential
Yeah,
getting rid of
digging.
anything. But
Yeah.
if you play pairs or something along those lines, you're fine.
Yeah,
Real
with the
for
yeah,
a long while.
especially with the paintbrush being picked up. This is gonna be a really big. This is gonna be a really big Obelisk.
And there's the flush five. He chooses
Four of
to
a
use a
kind.
3 of.
Yeah, he used the pair. He used the pair because there is no blue seal, and he wanted more thing. Alright,
Yeah,
there we
but
go.
the issue is that now you're forced to get a 5 of a kind, the 4 of a kind instead of the
That's
flush
fine.
that you want. Yeah,
That's
granted, it's not the
totally
PvP
fine.
line just yet, but fortunately, it doesn't get the planet that he wants for now. I suppose definitely better than getting anything. You want to feed that obelisk anyway.
Yeah, both players picking up the Obelisk here.
And the Chad as well.
Chad as well.
We do see him debating on it. He wants to see if it's potentially better to keep something like the Constellation instead of the Hanging Chad that combos especially well with the Bloodstone. Getting those.
You can go each way here, honestly.
Yeah, both of those really not mattering too much so far.
Ordering. Unlucky. Well, both players picking up the Obelisk here. I wonder how many. I want to see Nightmare's hands. I wish there was a way to just look at that.
Unfortunately, we cannot see it just yet. But what we do see is that Nightmare actually has. That's 13 pairs, I believe, that I saw. Something
yeah, 13 pairs and a few high cards. I think Nort is just probably gonna win this blind here.
Yeah, as long as he can keep feeding that Obelisk, keep avoiding those high cards, he's fine. But the one key difference between those two players' Joker lineup right now is Hanging Chad photograph.
Oh no, let's go gambling. No more gambling.
No more gambling. We're playing serious, but in all seriousness, on the side of Nightmare, you have Photo Chad versus Constellation. Or that's the big difference in those players' Joker lineup as we go into the boss blind there. And also, you gotta remember something for Knots. A big part is that he has the grabber. He can feed that Obelisk once more time than Nightmare can. He has more scaling no matter what Nightmare does. If he plays this well, he has more scaling no matter what.
For sure. We have trying to look for the. We're just gonna ship the 5 of a kind here.
I can understand it on the side of Not. You prefer to keep it safe for now.
Well,
you know 5 of a kind.
That's in front. Ooh.
That's a big.
Non-Bloodstone.
That's
actually, it doesn't really matter because I thought that he had Chad. No, he does not.
He does not, but that still would have been that still would have been more flat malls in front of the other Bloodstone cards. But regardless, that is 2 mil on the side of Not here. We're gonna see if Nightmare can get anything better than that.
Hack being picked up here. Oof. Oof. What are you?
Right.
What are we? We're looking for the flush house, it seems.
I believe so. He does play the pair, which
pair.
Doesn't delete it, so he probably had a lot more high cards than thought. And we just get a regular flush.
Does flush reset it?
I am not certain. I do not think so. Otherwise, he wouldn't play it. Surely.
Surely not. Surely we have more high cards.
You just choose to sack.
Oh, $20. Let's see, Bloodstone.
Bloodstone is asleep at the wheel, ladies and gentlemen. It is asleep.
Wouldn't even matter.
But granted, yeah, just not having that much scaling mold, and it keeps going. Constellation is already at 2.4. Planet Tycoon.
Let's go gambling.
In his shop potentially. Let's go gambling again. Again, gonna be skipped. Wonder if he chooses to go for that Planet Tycoon and goes all in on it, but no.
Nah, we're still looking for jokers. There's a few jokers that are better, such as Dice, and yeah, that's about it. Dice, Blueprint, Brainstorm, you know.
Pretty much something along those lines, and even still, you want more strength, you want more anything really that can get more suns, more just nice 5 of a kind upgrade there. But regardless,
it seems that Nightmare is stuck between like 2 different builds at the moment. Like Photo Chat is like it's still kind of good, but it's a lot worse now that Hanging Chat has changed. Seeing as how it only re-triggers the first 2 cards once instead of the first card twice.
We do see Not checking his hand, not wanting to make a potential fatal mistake. He still needs to get 2 lives off of Nightmare after all.
Yeah, it's a close game.
Pretty close game, but the thing is also you have more hands, right? But that also means you can potentially burn out of your strongest hand.
Ooh, Acrobat.
Acrobat on the side of both players, actually in really different spots.
Ancient Joker. Oh.
The thing is, we already have Bloodstone, and we're playing.
Yeah, but we have Lovers as well. This is a Joker you cannot skip on the side of both players. I think Nightmare should sell this this obelisk or this hack for this Ancient Joker. This is a Joker you cannot skip.
I do not think selling the hack would be a massive throw here because we could copy.
Oh yeah, for sure. We sell obelisk here.
Or potentially Order, actually, because I believe obelisk Family and obelisk are both past.
Yeah, I was more talking about Nightmare here, but yeah, there we go. The obelisk is gone.
My mistake.
Yeah.
Would you consider potentially skipping if it comes to hearts to get both of those suits in the boss blind?
It's
actually obelisk being sold on the side of Not for
I think obelisk would be better than Constellation. Oh, Smeared Joker? That is funny. That's funny. We're skipping.
We're deciding to skip. It makes. Okay, I do see it on the side of Not because you do not. It gives you essentially twice as many chances to hit Bloodstone. That's the main idea behind Smear Joke, is that unless he gets really unlucky and gets Spade Club Spade, there's pretty much no way he cannot hit Bloodstone coming into the boss point here.
And we're also like have Lovers as well. So
yeah, that is something to consider. Magnets on side of Nightmare that could be really big here depending on what he decides to sell here, which I believe could very well be the photograph.
Oh, we don't sell photograph here. It's I think it's half. Maybe. I think we have more face cards than we do.
Yeah, than we do. I suppose so.
Yeah.
We're debating
Here's
on the
thing that not skip. So he won't be able to see this magnet until next ante.
That is indeed the thing, and he's debating on it. He checks his deck quite a bit. We do still have a lot of 2/3/4s. Is he gonna pull the trigger?
It's either hack or photograph here. Okay.
He does sell.
Okay, we are doubling down on the
hack build. Is that?
I think that's the correct. I think that's the correct decision.
I will say though, currently clubs are in the Ancient Joker, so I do believe that he loses this and this boss blind, especially considering that you have Magnet instead of anything that brings you any sort of power really on the side of.
Yeah, but we have the Lovers cards, so it's and we have more re-triggers as well with this Chad. So
That is something to consider. Granted, Bloodstone, but Not has Bloodstone and Ancient, so he technically has 2 potential triggers of those. Considering the deck building and everything, I do believe that Not should breeze through this boss blind, regardless of not putting his lucky cards in the front. Never mind. Actually, Nightmare with that.
I thought you were talking about Nightmare. Nightmare has more re-triggers, so that's the thing.
Yeah, just getting that chat just
But if we find the flush 5 here, and we do find the flush 5, then maybe
that could be the out for Not here because he does have both.
Yeah.
That is everything.
And a steel card. Ooh.
That is.
We're looking for the extra steel. Yep.
The extra steel being used, not wanting any. Alright.
You make those more cards lucky.
That's flush 5 guaranteed. 1 gold card, and those two not getting lucky. He prefers the guaranteed molt, but regardless, I think that'll be enough to pass, unless Bloodstone is asleep at the wheel, which it wasn't, thankfully. We'll have to see what Nightmare managed to bring to the table, and it's nowhere near enough.
It's nowhere near enough. The flush 5 with all those re-triggers.
Yeah, you gotta consider they're essentially. If we consider that Bloodstone does trigger half of the time, you're getting essentially an equivalent to 15 Ancient Joker triggers compared to.
We found the magnet.
Compared to 12 at the max for Nightmare, you're getting 15 Ancient Joker triggers for Nob, so you're getting a lot more value. Not counting the family as well at the end there. Nice Hanged Man on the side of Nightmare. Definitely happy if you are him there.
Yeah.
Not such luck. And Smear Joker is gone for Magnet.
Yeah, no Magnet. That is interesting. I need to...
Like, here's the idea, is that since it's 2-1 on the side of Not, you have the time to set up a hard Ancient Joker. You have the time to set up that Magnet. I can understand it.
Yeah.
But it will be interesting to see whether or not that comes to bite him or not. Regardless, if he can hit any hearts on the... granted, either of those players, if they can hit hearts.
Let's see what the Magnet gives. I'm pretty sure the Magnet will give the Ancient Joker on both players.
It should give Ancient Jokers on both players, so... considering that Ancient Joker cannot give 2 different suits if it is copied, any hard hits here win the game.
Yeah, for sure.
4 of a kind on the side of Not should be enough to clear this boss blind. Nice money shot there. That's going to help out with the Hermit. Fortunately, Marsh card not exactly what you want, but let's see if Nightmare decides to pull the trigger. Maybe waits a little bit to see Not go through the shop first. If he can pull anything that's bigger than this Ancient Joker first. Hangman Devil.
Looking for some lovers here. There's no lovers anywhere.
Love is fake, folks. That's what you will have to learn today. Speaking of lovers, here's the three. Here's the 3 getting lovered on the side of Not. Pretty big. That's the hand that he's going for already. Magnets still being held on the side of Nightmare. You want to try and wait as long as possible to get anything that you opponent might get, like a really big hit. And there comes a really nice hackable hand here. With 2 white cards. More than enough to clear that blind at the very least.
Let's see it.
I do believe it should be Ancient Joker.
It's the family. Unlucky. Unlucky. No. It was a 50-50.
That is so unfortunate.
That is unfortunate.
If Not hits either the Bloodstone or the Ancient here, you just win.
No, it's going to be either family or
Family
Ancient.
Family or Ancient. Yeah, Family or Ancient. Alright, let's see it. It
Ah!
copies Ancient Joker! And Not is set to win here.
That is... Ooh, unlucky.
A single heart wins the game. Not counting the fact that he still has a lot of wild cards, so probably doesn't even need it by this point.
Oh, we found a Dusk. We found a Dusk. Wait a
but we're
second.
gonna fight. But that means we're gonna fight it soon on the side of Not. Well, actually, we saw that reserve parking last ante, so he's pretty far behind actually. Ooh, Sun is big here, but he's actually a bit behind in terms of order there. So,
I mean, we're picking up Dusk here over. Yeah,
obviously. Yeah, he's not gonna get it until the next blind here.
I mean, I don't think it matters because double Ancient beats.
The one issue is that we do not know what Not's Ancient Jokers is currently on.
Oh, they're both on Huts. They're both on Huts. It's both on Huts.
Oh, in that case, Nightmare might just win. Nightmare might just lose, depending on.
We'll see.
Depending on what the max hand he does get a nice 300k hand with just 4 Kings of Hearts there. His
We're looking
hand.
for the 4. Any 4. We got the hand. It's on the Dusk. This is our best hand.
This is going to be our best hand by quite a long shot. We have Hack Dusk as well. This Hack Dusk hanging Shad. This is going to be a pretty big hand. Bloodstone is not asleep at the wheel. It is triggering quite a few times as well. That is going to be 297k for not to clear, but we do know he has that double Ancient Joker, ladies and gentlemen. So have to see how that goes. Gets the steal as well. Double steal in, triple steal in hand. That should be GG if nothing really goes wrong. And that is game, ladies and gentlemen, with 6.8 billion.
Magnet. Woo!
Magnet deciding the game there. Family versus Ancient Joker. You gotta feel that if you're Nightmare watching back the VOD.
God, dude.
Goodness, if Nightmare had the Dusk there.
Alright, so it looks like
I'll have the Dusk there. My mistake.
Our next game is actually going to be a semifinals match. It's going to be between Clust and Qtrix. I'm pulling it up right now.
I need to go to the toilet, so Roku can sit in for me.
So and for our commentators for this round, we're going to Phantom's gonna hop in the booth along with
Okay. I'm down to let Rockle host with Phantom if he is alive. Otherwise, I'm more than happy to stay for the time being.
Looks like Rockle's still deafened, but yeah, it's gonna be Phantom and either you or Rockle, unsure.
Thank Rockle right now.
Yeah, but they're deafened. So,
thank Rockle.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, there's Rockle.
I bet.
Welcome.
Right, so I shall let you cast with Rockle, and I will be back for the finals potentially. We'll see.
Yeah, but I'm gonna pull up the bracket on stream, and then while I get everything else working in the background, y'all can talk about the bracket.
Righty up. That was an interesting game. Watchers, am I right, folks? Anyway, so bracket-wise, things have shaken up. My hero Garrett has lost to Qtrix. Qtrix, since we last checked in, Qtrix beat Kazakh Boros, Dr. Perky. Sad day for me. Both my favorites going out to Qtrix, but Qtrix is an incredibly good player. Qtrix is going to have to play Clust in the semi-final round. I think we're going to be spectating there, right?
Yes.
All right, and then on the other side of the bracket, we have Dusty Crumples versus Smudge. Dusty Crumples, incredibly good player. I don't know a whole lot about Smudge, but I'm sure they're fantastic.
That is Retrigger Enjoyer.
God damn it! Why do people have different names? Why do they do this to me? Retrigger Enjoyer, a fantastic player in his own right, in their own right. I know, of course, as all of you do, that they really do enjoy retriggers. And who's to blame them? Who's to deny them that fact? I think we just saw the Nightmare versus Not game. That means that Not is moving on to fight Frank in the bottom of the bracket. Frank
can you hear me?
Currently, yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Does it sound good? Because sometimes it doesn't pick up my actual mic. It sounds like underwater.
No, we got you this time.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Right.
Who are we watching?
We are going to be watching Qtrix versus Clust.
Yep.
Nice. Both good players.
Yeah.
It's going to be a semifinals match. But yeah, if Phantom, go ahead and take a look at the bracket and tell me who you think is favored to win the whole tournament of the people that are left.
Yeah, let me see who's still in.
As for who's still in, so we've got Not, we've got Frank, we've got Retrigger, we've got Dusty Crumples, we've got Qtrix and Clust.
Okay. Let me see. We got Qtrix and Clust.
Yep.
Dusty Crumples. One of these is Retrigger, I've heard.
Smudge is Retrigger.
Okay. So Retrigger Enjoyer, Dusty Crumples, Frank. And what's that? Not Tianguten is not right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you know who Frank is, or is he someone new that I haven't heard of?
Frank is 33 on the ranked leaderboard right
I've never heard of them though.
I've never played them, never heard of them.
Might be a newer player that's good at the game, I guess.
Yeah, man. Donkey Kong.
So in my opinion, if I had to bet on someone, it would probably either be Clust or Retrigger Enjoyer.
That's fair.
Hutrix is also good, but I think Clust is a little better. So I think Clust will take him out, and then if I had to bet on someone to make it out of the bottom side, it would be Retrigger Enjoyer. So one of those is my prediction for the grand finals.
Say Retrigger beats.
If I had to put money on someone, I would put it on Clust, but I think any of those players I mentioned are good enough to win the whole thing.
It's true. I think we're a target-rich environment for people who could win the tournament, honestly.
Yeah, I also want to say, how far is Dusty Crumbles in the tournament? Because they have had a bit of a curse going for the last 3 weeklies in a row, or 4 weeklies in a row. They always go out in the quarterfinals, so...
They're currently in the quarters right now.
They're in the quarters right now.
And I think they're going against Retrigger, so...
We're fighting Retrigger and Jory. My prayers and wishes to Dusty Crumbles, because that would be tragic if they went out 5 times in a row in the quarters.
Very sad it would be.
But yeah, let me inform these players that they can start their game.
And we're in. So we're playing on Ghost Deck. How do you feel about Ghost Deck, given the current rule set for this tournament, Phantom?
Sorry, my roommate was using a blender, so I had no idea what you said.
Gotcha. I was talking about, we're on Ghost Deck here. Currently, Death is banned for this entire tournament, right? So how do you feel about the Ghost Deck pick?
I think it kind of undoes some of that because you have more access to the only other card that can copy things, which is Cryptid. So I don't personally, if I made it far enough to get my bans, then I would have banned Ghost Deck because I want to play the tournament.
You see, this is the top player mindset in action. You guys always ban the good decks, and then you end up playing primary colors. But me, a low ladder monkey, all right, I go and I pick the decks that allow me to do the things that are good more. Which gets me into trouble because you guys are really good at abusing Ghost Deck.
Yeah, it's kind of a give and a take because there's certain decks where, like Ghost Deck, you can it's like a double-edged sword where if you're a really good player, you can use it really, really well. But also there's opportunities that the Ghost Deck provides that can also allow lower level player to beat a higher level player.
Exactly. It's just about whether or not you see it. I think there's an interesting choice to be made from this first Buffoon pack, the Penny Pincher versus Campfire. I was also going to mention there's a possibility to hex the Penny Pincher immediately because Penny Pincher is a pretty solid econ joker. I think in the early game it's worse than it gets later on, just because neither player has like a huge amount to spend down,
Yeah, I think early game you would want something like a Golden Joker, Mail-in Rebate, Reserved Parking, one of those. Or you can get you like $5+ round, depending on it. But Pincher would probably get you 1 or 2, depending on what they buy.
Obelisk in the shop. Obelisk could be something to play towards. I don't like seeing an Obelisk early game like this. I think that you really want to see it halfway through the game when you've already got a pretty good hand built up to play off of.
I think that's $0. I think that was from a rare skip, so that's an Obelisk that...
Oh my gosh, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, it costs $0. So Hutrix has that and Clust does not.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That could be big, but I think honestly from a rare skip, you kind of don't want to see an Obelisk, right? Especially this early.
Yeah, I mean, if it is early, you can easily build up a big thing. Like you see Hutrix playing a bunch of pairs, and personally that's what I do, is I try to play around 13 pairs. Because then worst case comes to worst, if you're like, because in PvP blind you have to play all your hands.
Yeah.
Unless you win super fast.
Yeah,
then sometimes you can be forced to play high card. And if high card is your card, then you lost the Obelisk. So that's why personally I prefer pairs.
Exactly. I think that's a great tip for people who want to learn how to play towards the Obelisk, is playing an easy to play hand that you can also opt out of playing. High card, sometimes you are literally forced to, so you should never focus on the high card. But focusing on something like
But you
pair,
never have to play pair.
yeah, you can always.
Because if you have a pair, you have a card.
Exactly. So, interesting here. I think Hutrix is hedging a little bit, not selling out of everything and using the Hex immediately. I think obviously he doesn't need to Hex the Obelisk immediately. He wants the Econ from the Penny Pincher.
Yeah, there's like 2 different camps with the Hex in the Ghost deck. It's either whichever first Joker I find, I'm using it on that. I don't really care. Personally, I prefer to do that a lot. There's also another camp where, because Ghost deck allows you to find things like Onk, or if you're gonna Onk anyway, might as well make it Polychrome while you're selling all your Jokers.
Right, yeah. And I think
so it's a toss-up between using it right away to get a little extra scoring, make it easier to win the small blinds, have more econ, on the other side, more potential for the end game. But it looks like he just sold it, so I guess he's not going for that.
Yeah, and in that case, selling it early on before the first small blind would have been the better long-term play, but of course you hold it for the speculative value. I think holding Hex is generally a decent idea, looking for an Onk, because you're also blocking another Hex from spawning in the shop, which I think is a pretty powerful thing to do, since spectral cards can appear in Ghost deck. I think that's the real big difference between every other deck and Ghost deck, is that you can find the spectral cards and hold them in hand. Finding an Immolate, holding it in hand is particularly powerful.
Yeah, no, that's the main thing about Ghost deck, is how do you handle these spectrals that are coming in the shop? You buy them, do you hold them? What are you gonna do with them? Because those are what really are the game changers on Ghost deck.
And since in PvP, a lot of the spectral cards are a lot better than you would usually think in standard play, like Familiar's better, any spectral card that could possibly generate a glass is just better flat out. You're fine with holding out on potentially the weakest spectral card, which is Hex. Getting it first blocks it from spawning in the shop. So honestly, I think that's a fantastic way to use it.
Yeah. And like I said, personally, like as a top player, I think it's either way. Use it first, you hold it. Both are very viable strategies.
And they both have very different outcomes. That's the main thing. Like, you use it immediately, you get that strong power spike during the first boss blind, maybe, or you hold on to it, you're blocking for Terras. It's kind of luck dependent, which is a difference maker. And I can see why a lot of top players don't really want to like lean into that. They want more consistency that like Red deck or something provides.
Yeah. It looks like Hutrix won the first blind pretty handily. I think the Obelisk helped out a bit.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what it's on. I think he still might be building it up, because
I thought he was still building it up, but I think he's going in already.
He's playing 3.
Yeah, so it's at 1.8.
It's on 1.8.
Yeah.
So it didn't help too much in the last line, but on this upcoming PvP, it'll do a lot. It looks like he's building it up already.
I think, how many pairs did he play?
I don't know. Hopefully enough.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think like if you build it towards like 6, that's not enough, but somewhere, I think 13 is a good number, like you said, because that gets you quite a lot of potential power, just from being able to play like high cards and 4 of a kinds and stuff like that.
Yeah, for most of the top players that I've discussed this with, I think 10's about the lowest I've heard. 10's kind of pushing it. Anything more than that, you're probably fine.
Right. I think. So Hutrix is going to roll into that Let's Go Gambling in the next shop, I believe, here. Maybe like 1 or 2 rerolls away. You think he'll take it for anything here? I think the Seltzer's running out, and you don't really care about the retrigger yet. So I think we're going to see get rid of that.
Right now, the only thing, well, you do have 2 things that are being retriggered, which are Walkie Talkie and the Even Steven.
Yeah.
So those do help. You now have a Hating Chad, which does that, but doesn't expire.
Yeah. Notable interesting thing, the foil spawned on Clust's Hanging Chad, but the foil there procced onto an abstract for Hutrix. I'm not sure how that operates with the order, and I'm not sure why that happened.
Yeah, this is something that we actually discovered yesterday, which is that there's a what's it called?
Like a bug, or is it a?
No, it's not a bug. It's what's it called? A program has like different commands or something. Functions. Okay, there's a function called pull addition, and that says, hey, does this thing have addition on it? And if it does, what is it? So like, is it foil? Is it polychrome? Is it holographic? And interestingly enough, it is in a queue of additions, but you can get desynced with your opponent based on how many times you use things like the wheel or aura, or how many standard packs you open.
That's interesting. So like, there's a separate queue to pull.
Yeah. So we're thinking about fixing it, but like for example, I played a game against Pizza Power where I used wheel early. I got a polychrome on like one of my jokers, but then when I opened a standard pack, it had like holographic on it. But when Pizza Power opened it, because he didn't use the wheel, his had polychrome on it because that was the first one in the queue. Wow. And he got the polychrome playing card and he won the game because of it. So
wow.
I'm not sure it should work like that, but that is how it works currently.
That's really interesting. So we'll have to. So you're saying that the desync happened probably when Clust hexed his penny pincher early on.
I don't know if Hex calls Pole Edition because it doesn't have to decide what it goes on. It just says, hey, make this polychrome. But I'm sure one of them used more wheels than the other, or open more standard packs or something like that.
Probably, yeah. So it calls the pull every time a standard pack is open. It calls the pull every time wheel is played. So those are potential divergent spots. And we saw a polychrome in Clust's shop on a pretty like trivial joker. I think it was even Steven. Hutrix has the opportunity to get that on something like decent.
Yeah, could be. Depending on what it lands on.
It really does, yeah. That's very interesting.
Yeah. And I think especially because he got the obelisk that pushes it away by 1. Because the obelisk isn't in the shop queue, but it still spawns and still says, hey, is this supposed to be hollow? Is it supposed to be holographic, etc.?
Wow.
Yeah. Something else I thought about that I've had happen when I'm playing the Ghost deck is that if you find a decently like expensive uncommon, then when you make it polychrome, it makes its sell value higher.
Yes.
So it can be a magnet block as well. I've had it where like I had like a reserved parking, I used Hex on it, and then I even had gift card for a couple rounds.
Oops, all 6s with a negative edition in the shop.
And because of that, my opponent.
Fucking excuse me.
Yeah, this is really interesting.
Natural negative oops.
Natural negative oops, and since we were just talking about the addition pulling, I think that's going to matter here. Hutrix might not see the negative on the oops, right?
Sorry,
does it only pull addition for those foil holographics and polychromes?
The way I understand it is that the pull edition is only holographic, polychrome, foil. Because like if you use the wheel, there's not a chance for it to be negative, right?
Right. So negative's just on a completely different like string.
Yeah, and they're according to the seed.
Okay.
But because he got the obelisk, it might still push it 1 away. I'm not sure about that.
Interesting.
But we'll find out soon, I guess. This is an experiment live.
yeah. A lot of really interesting seed science, and I'm glad that you're here for this to happen because, like anyone else, we would kind of be lost in the sack. We'd just be like, "Why is this happening?"
Yep.
Wow. Okay. So this is. Forgive me if my commentary is lacking now, because I'm in full scientist mode. I want to see how this comes out.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the negative oops is a really good hit for Clust because he has the reserve parking. I'll hit it every single time.
And he's also got the Let's Go Gambling, a little bit less prevalent on the.
Let's Go Gambling does help, yeah.
But it's potentially.
But it's 50-50 for an X4.
Yeah. Well, I'd take those gambles personally. And then a blue seal plays hard into whether or not if we get a bloodstone, a blue seal with a bloodstone makes a lot of powerful sense to me.
Yeah, especially if you have the negative oops all 6s. So you see, look on Hutrix, he got the negative golden. So I believe that's because of the rare skip where it pushed it 1 away. So the obelisk got inserted into the queue, and then everything else got moved 1 away.
So technically, rare skip isn't as buffed as we thought then, if this is an effect. If you could get pushed off of the seed, it technically could push you towards getting a negative that you wouldn't have had that would have been more powerful, or pushes you away from getting a negative that you would have had. So this is really, really interesting.
No, it could go either way.
Yeah, wow.
It's like, is it worse? Is it better? I don't know.
We're learning live right now, folks.
And this is why, personally, whenever I see a rare skip or a certain skip tag in the early blind, I sit there on the select screen and I see if they click the skip or not. If they do, I take it.
Exactly.
Because I believe I'm a better player, and if we both are on the same cycle, then I think I can win. But if things like this happen and we divert, then maybe I won't.
Exactly, and that's part of the information game of specifically Balatro PvP. You don't have to worry about these things when you're playing solo, because like, what information are you playing against your own?
Yeah, you don't know. Like, for you, then negative oops and negative golden, like you wouldn't know, and then whichever one you ended up with, right?
But here,
but in this case, when both of them are playing the same seed, that makes a difference.
Yeah.
Especially if Bloodstone were to come up soon, that would be huge for Clust. Especially because he's down 2 lives to 4 right now.
Yeah. That does mean that Clust will get more money from the PvP if he loses again. I think it's... Hutrix is still probably going to win this boss line just because of how high the obelisk is right now. But if...
So, his most played hand is a pair at 9.
That's still within the safe region for the next boss blind for him not to like go over and have to play pairs again. But I think we could see maybe 2 boss blinds.
If Clust is able to find a Bloodstone, is able to pull back, and it goes, down to 1 life each, I would be very surprised if the obelisk is able to stick around the whole time.
Exactly, and that's something to think about when you're delaying those obelisks. Like 1 more hand in the early game could lead to the difference in the end.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. We see the 4 of a kind with a Polychrome Wild 4. That Poly Wild 4 is super, super interesting. I think Hutrix could even make a pivot towards the Bloodstone if it were to be played. It's just that he's not nearly in as good of a position for it to be used as Clust is.
Yeah, because if he starts playing a bunch of flushes or flush 5s, then plays 9 of those, it's over.
Yep, it's over. Although we have a flush house in Clust's hand right now with the Planet Seal on his last hand played. That's guaranteed for a Ceres card. Very interesting to play towards. Usually you want to play towards the flush 5 because you're going to be making more of those. But since death is banned, flush house kind of does make sense.
Yeah, personally, since when I've been playing this version, because death is banned, I tend to go a lot more towards flush houses than flush 5s.
Yep. And
because they're easier to build, like a single sun card or a single suit changing tarot, and you can have a flush house. Get a couple strengths, and it's pretty consistent. You can find it. Whereas a flush 5 requires a lot more deck manipulation, which is a lot harder to do with death.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Clust was able to win that boss blind only because of the Let's Go Gambling 4x or proc. Without that, Hutrix would have 2 flushes. Wow, interesting.
Yeah.
Clust is holding
Something
a Showman as well.
Yes, and I think that's pretty strong, especially now that we have Photograph and Chad. Either of those coming up again is like a 4x.
Yeah.
Lol.
Which is,
double.
Which might even be better than the Obelisk. Like, Obelisk, right now I can't see what it is because they don't have Joker displays, but
I think it's somewhere at like
probably
6,
4x, 5x, maybe? 6. Yeah.
I think it's at 6. Could be wrong. I don't know.
But another Photograph, another Chad is pretty dang close to that.
We're holding the Wraith in hand for Clust. These High Priestesses are putting in a lot of work.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, actually, maybe it does. I was thinking that they were holding it for the tarot blocking, but they've Showman, and as you can see, 2 Wraiths showed up.
So maybe
but maybe
to go down to 0.
Wraith. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. We're in territory here.
My question is, are Wraith and the rare tag on the same queue? Like, will he get Obelisk if he uses one of these? Everything today.
It's science.
We're just doing science now. This isn't actually a tournament anymore. We're just watching 2 seed testers. That's exactly what's happening.
Yes, this is seed science right here.
Wow. My mind is purely focused on being curious about whether or not the Wraith is on the same queue. That's
yeah. So something that I want to talk about is that I think Clust has 2 Polychrome cards, which are really good, especially with retriggers. But because death is banned, they're a lot worse. Because normally, I could have a flush 5 of that Polychrome Queen or whatever I wanted at this point.
Oh, a second photo.
But now you can only have 1. And you can see the Showman paying off, and he trusts the Showman enough to keep it around to see if he can get another Chad or another Photograph. Which I think is not necessarily a bad play. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gone so well, then keep it rolling. Honestly, in the worst case scenario, you roll down to 0 here, you sell the Showman, you do 2 rare skips, basically.
Yeah. Potentially. We'll see how it works.
Yeah, we will. It's new territory. And
basically both shops are almost completely different from what we've seen so far. Clust had that showman every single time he was rolling down here. We saw stuff like that double speed run showing up. Hutrix, no showman in sight. He's just seeing like the raw shop.
Yep.
So almost completely different options for both these players.
Yeah. In my opinion, it's actually the opposite. The showman gives you the true shop.
Ah, yes.
Because, you know, a second photograph was supposed to show up there, but because he already had one.
Exactly.
In Hutrix's case, he doesn't have any of them. Then he would reroll into some other random common. So showman gives you what's supposed to be there.
It's true. We're truly in the real seed right now.
Another polychrome card. It was a king this time, so.
Was it king or a queen?
Remind me. I think it was a king.
I think it was a king. Pretty sure it was a king. We're at $3 for Clust. Are we going to see the sell out of? We're going to see the seller. Let's go.
Selling.
And oh my god,
it does work. It is the obelisk.
It's the same. It's the same queue. Wow.
That's crazy.
That's interesting. I think Clust is in a good
position.
Are we
keeping obelisk here?
I don't know. He's in a good position to play towards it. It's just that like you don't have a whole lot.
I'm interested. He's not using the second wraith.
I am very interested to see what the second wraith would give us.
There could be a blueprint in there. We don't even know what it is.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like we're new territory. No idea.
You're already using it. Why not use it?
yeah, right? I don't know. I think the allure of a second Chad or a third photo is too great for Clust.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, you're at 2 lives left. I'm not sure the obelisk is what you need right here. You need another retrigger, like.
And your most played hand
wraith,
on that high
get a blueprint. Yeah.
I personally
I would sell the obelisk and go for another wraith.
Yeah.
We finally see the photograph.
Exactly. He has a seltzer.
He has been behind in the shop. I think the Let's Go Gambling has been doing a lot, especially with the negative dice.
Hutrix passing up on the photo, even though he has Chad.
Very interesting. And Seltzer. Yeah.
Very
I mean, is he playing ace cards?
No, he's been playing 5 of a kind of 4s for the walkie-talkie.
Yeah. So maybe he's just committed to that and decided it's a little too hard to pivot without death. So that might be the thought process here. But personally, I would have made a different decision.
Yeah. I don't think Hutrix knows how much trouble he's in here. That's the thing. Hutrix didn't pick the showman. Hutrix doesn't know how much money Clust was able to generate. Hutrix doesn't have the oops all 6 from the negative tag. So he didn't have the value that the econ from the Let's Go Gambling was generating.
Yeah. I don't even think he picked up Let's Go Gambling, to be honest.
No, he didn't. He passed it by twice. Because he feels that he's able to make as much money with his Golden Joker as he really needs and his Penny Pincher. He's kept the Penny Pincher for the entire game so far.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think Penny Pincher is probably one of the best econ Jokers at this point in the game.
Yes. So giving it up is a
I don't necessarily disagree with that. Yeah. He's at 163k, which is pretty good, but we have... Apparently we were wrong. It was a queen. The other polychrome was another queen. Yeah.
Wow.
So he has 2 polychrome queens now, which is incredible.
It's not.
It looks like it's not a heart. Yeah.
Not a heart yet. It is.
But all you need is a sun, which is a lot easier than making a king into a queen.
Exactly.
1.4 million. Yeah, it's looking rough for Hutrix. Might be regretting the fact that he didn't take the photograph. But he also has a wraith, so both of them, like we was able to figure out, they're on the same queue, so they'll both see the next rare in whatever that queue is.
I'm intensely interested to see.
What if it's another obelisk?
That could only happen for one player. That could only happen for one player.
With double lobby.
I want to know.
We got Immolate and Sigil here.
What's in the box?
Goes for Sigil.
But we saw Deja Vu for Clust instead. I think if I want to be Clust seeing that spectral pack.
Yeah. No, and because he has made it farther into the queue of spectral cards, the packs are also along that spectral pack queue. Normally it wouldn't matter because spectrals don't show up in the shop, but in this case, because we're on Ghost Deck, then you can see different things in that pack than your opponent would, depending on how far you are in the shop.
Another photo. Hutrix rolls into the second photograph. Does he take it this time? He's still playing towards
that. He has an empty Joker slot.
He does. He does. And maybe he doesn't realize it. Oh my gosh.
Maybe he's going for Wraith. He's just committed to the bit.
I don't think he knows. Someone tell Hutrix.
No, he knew. His driver's license is the next one, so that's when it's going to be in the Wraith for Clust.
Interesting.
And I would be surprised if it wasn't online for Clust, seeing how many enhanced cards I see in his hand even right now. Probably online for both players at this point.
I think it is either that or it's going to be online.
Either that or very close to it. Yeah.
I think it says it's 12 out of 16 right now.
Yeah. Well, he has a Hierophant in hand, so it'll get there.
It'll get there, man.
I mean, he's at $0, so a little harder.
Magnet in the shop.
But he's pretty close. With 2 lives, I believe you can find enough to put
Showman
it online if that's what you really want to do.
So Showman did his job.
Showman did his
Double
job.
double photo.
Jesus.
Should have Obelisk. Go for the full photo, Chad.
Absolutely.
That's the power play.
Wow. We could have symmetry here. We could almost have symmetry if that negative wasn't sticking. It's clearly you sell the negative to get symmetry in the Joker booth. That's obviously what you do here.
Yeah, you sell Obelisk and then rip the Wraith. Surely.
Surely.
You got to get that driver's license. See, there's the deja vu on Hutrix's side that Clust saw in the pack because he finally made it far enough into the queue.
That's interesting.
So Hutrix will also be able to have the deja vu.
Apparently, Wraith and Rare Skips have a different queue, says Tone Block. So
yes, I think
It looks like the same queue for me.
They have a different queue.
They both hit Obelisk.
There's no way they have a different queue. There's no way. There's no way.
I mean, Tone Block, you know, he's also a programmer. He's looked into the code, so I trust his opinion on this. But it is very funny that they hit the same thing if they are on a different queue.
I was gonna say that's just the seed's trying to trick us.
Yeah.
We need another Showman.
Might have to test it myself in the future, but
it's really
it is looking like it.
We're on 2-2. Both players tied up, finally converting that Poly Queen into a Hearts card, and we're just able to kind of send these flush houses.
I'm wrong about a lot of things, and this isn't one of them. Okay.
Interesting.
I will believe you. I will take your word for it.
Tone Block has spoken.
Yeah, and Tone Block knows. Do you know with the order, though? Have you looked into that? No.
It's interesting.
It might be by default, but the order changes things.
That's what I think, because the order changed like every. It tried to put everything onto like one seed, like one long seed string, right?
Yeah.
But now it sounds like there are still different strings for like specific cards, like the Spectral Pack string.
Yeah, well, technically, that's all still part of the same thing. It's just normally they can't spawn in the shop,
right.
So they're only in this. Like, and same with like playing cards. Like, if you have the magic trick, then it will show you the playing cards you would have seen in the standard packs in the shop. But because you never see them, then it's only standard packs is where you see them.
Clearly, what you're saying right now is that Magic Trick is the best voucher in multiplayer.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. Because you'll just see the naked playing cards instead of regular ones.
Yep.
Because the sealer will matter. I don't care if it's a 5 of hearts or a 3 of diamonds.
Well, when diluting your shop becomes meta, I will stop playing. That's my commitment to you all.
When Magic Trick is the best in the game.
Yep. You can
That's
count
the
me
day.
out.
When you know about blow up and Magic Trick for those polychrome playing cards.
How many cards?
Does glow up do it for playing cards? I thought it was just jokers.
No. It works with playing cards as well.
Really?
Okay.
Yes. Playing cards can have additions. Therefore, Tone, glow up, and hone affect everything that can have additions.
I guess so. Yeah.
Can we add a verification from Tone Block in the chat? No.
Seed Scientist Tone Block. Please answer.
7.8 obelisk on Hutrix's side. That's pretty huge. We've got a 4.2 on Clust's side, if I can see you correctly. 4.4 now.
4.4 right now. We're able to play the flush house. Clust was in a little bit of a bind earlier. Had to play some of his jacks to not stop the obelisk train, but it looks like we've grown it pretty good size. I think Clust easily clears this here just because of the sheer amount of photo Chad.
And especially now that he has the red seal jack, that's even more procs on the photographs.
Yep.
And imagine if this was unnerfed photograph, it would be insane. Like, or unnerfed chat, I mean.
Yeah, unnerfed chat. This would be completely undeniable.
I'm surprised Walkie Talkie is still here.
It's Hutrix's best hand. He was playing towards the 5-of-a-kind 4s, and that's like how he has all of his plat molt. He doesn't have levels in the planets, so that's how he's getting most of his molt.
Yeah. Personally, I would have sold it and taken the photograph, and then I would just have pivoted to a flush house of some face cards in your 4s that you already have.
Yep, just dealt with it, yeah.
That's a 400x lead for Clust.
Crazy.
I don't know what Hutrix could find that would bring him back in this game, but
Sells
he's
the
gonna need to find
obelisk.
it soon.
Hutrix sells the obelisk. I'm not sure I understand the selling the obelisk in the middle of the PvP blind here.
I believe his obelisk was cooked no matter what, so he just sold it.
So we were at the 9 hands already? I see. That's interesting.
I
I'd
think
like
he was
to see
forced to play high card.
I see. Well, then if that's the case, I want like a dummy obelisk to not roll into another one, right? Or I guess if he went over an interest cap, I don't think he went over an interest cap, right?
I'm not sure.
Familiar could be an interesting and powerful pickup for Hutrix here, but he doesn't have the photograph to make face cards powerful.
Yeah, and the only the best thing he could hit would be a glass card, but a single glass card isn't going to come up, isn't going to beat the double photograph.
Yeah.
Especially now that we have a brainstorm over on Clust side.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh.
At this point, I think he would still copy photograph, especially if you have the red seal. Probably bigger than the obelisk. The obelisk is still at 5x or so.
4.6 currently.
Okay. Yeah. And by PvP, it would be a little over 5 probably.
Yeah, it's still better to copy another photograph.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or Chad.
I mean, Chad at this point for more money, but in the PvP.
What is Chad more? If you have a polychrome next to the Jack with a red seal, I don't think so, right?
Just copying one Chad? I don't think so. I think it would be photograph.
Interesting. But for money, right now, we do want this.
Yeah,
this
for money,
Yeah, 100%. Because then you get more lucky procs. You know, you're scoring 70 million. You don't need the times 4 on that to beat the big blind.
Interesting game. Maybe not in closeness, but because of all that seed Michigeist that happened early on, we got to see some really interesting divergence in the builds.
Yeah, Showman is the MVP on Clust side.
Straight up. Showman actually did so much for Clust, finding the double photo, double Chad, and then not taking the risk up early, and it was rolling wheels. It was really rolling wheels that advanced us in the addition shops.
Man,
that's
so funny.
Negative oops all 6s, folks. I think that's where it all started.
Yeah, but personally, I think even without that, Clust has played better. Like, Hutrix didn't take the photograph. Stubborn keeping this walkie-talkie, and Clust was the one to take the Showman that led them into this great position. So,
yeah,
you can say he got lucky, which, admittedly he might have. But I think overall, even without that, Clust is winning this game.
Setting yourself up for the luck is part of the biggest parts of skill in Balatro and Balatro PvP.
And we found the dusk.
That's a dusk as well.
That's a dusk. What do you get rid of?
Do you sell the obelisk here? That's the only thing you can, really.
You sell the obelisk, right?
Yeah,
especially for copying a photograph. That's like a 10x, so that's bigger than your obelisk.
Yeah, it's way bigger than obelisk.
You sell the obelisk.
Or I think 16x. Sorry, not 10. It's not 2 times 5. It's 2 to the power of 5.
It makes the number go bigger. It makes the number go bigger.
It's bigger than the 5x or whatever it would have been.
Yeah.
That's my final answer.
Final answer.
Clearly, we hit all of the.
Hutrix finally gets the brainstorm.
And
we can copy the.
Will it be enough?
Yeah, we can copy. We can copy the walkie-talkie.
Clearly, copying the walkie-talkie that'll set us up for success. It's true.
Do we know if this is the last shot for Hutrix?
I think so. Yeah. Or maybe it's going into the big blind.
Yeah, if he's going to big blind, he needs to hurry up. But I think it's the one right before PvP.
Nope, it's the last
one.
Oh
yeah, see, there it is. So this is it. Got to find something or you lose this game. And I think we've seen farther in the shop, and I don't think there's anything there.
Nope, there's nothing. Does Hutrix know that he has an extra Joker slot?
Yes, he does, but it doesn't seem to matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's it. No more money.
No more space.
Get the blank voucher. No.
Get the voucher. Get it.
Oh, if you
Anti-voucher.
If you win, right? You know, if you win.
It's the flex. Yes, blank voucher.
Let's go. He won. It's over.
It must do something.
How do you beat blank voucher? Impossible.
It's true. There's no way to beat it. It's omnipresent.
Omnipresent.
Hey, the tournament that I won, I got antimatter, and my opponent didn't. I'm just saying.
Hey, big.
In this case, I'm not sure it will make the difference, but it has made the difference in tournaments past.
Therefore, it is always the correct choice to make. If it has made a difference,
Yes.
it will make a difference right now. So say it's high.
And that's why you take every rare skip, because sometimes it's blueprint.
Obviously, immediately, no hesitation. Potential for blueprint equals blueprint in a dimension. I choose to live in the best dimension, personally. That's my multiverse theory.
Yep. And we will see if Clust is going to remember to change his blueprint to copy the photograph.
I hope so.
I mean, at this point in time,
It matter.
It doesn't
you
matter.
definitely
It
could
doesn't
be copying
matter.
it because they're playing the lucky cards. I don't think it'll matter.
Mhm.
But by the last hand, hopefully they remember to move it over because that will be more points. I'm almost
Yeah.
positive on that.
Yeah. Be nice to see the biggest number we can get, but you know.
Yep. We'll see if he even draws the hand. Since we need to find that red seal to get the biggest score possible.
It's true.
This is our last draw to find it. That'd be really unfortunate if they just didn't draw the flush house. Okay,
Well,
they didn't get the red seal, but they did get a flush house.
Could have a flush 5, but the flush
Flush
house
house
is leveled
is better.
so much.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, flush
leveled.
house is leveled.
Yeah.
Sadly, no red seal. And he
There we
remembers.
go.
Yeah.
Big number
Photographs is
guy.
probably still better, even though there's no red seal and both of the first two are polychrome.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But it's a lot closer. Oh, he's going for flush
We
house.
play for money. Play for money.
Clearly. I think he's probably thinking about the polychromes too. It's a really interesting decision to make, right? But I think
the photograph is still better, but
photograph's more,
it's close enough, and it'll be 600,000.
yeah. Yeah, wow.
Just by a little bit.
Just by a little bit. Small amount.
Peak setup.
Wow, that's
That's
gonna be an
1000x
interesting
or
VOD.
so.
An interesting VOD to go back and look at for both players, because like Clust and Hutrix basically saw completely different shops that entire game.
I will say, it's gotta be funny for Clust to look at that Joker lineup and see Walkie Talkie among those.
In the final build.
It's like, bro, what's going on? What's going on?
The only
10-4,
jokers they have the
get
same
it.
is a brainstorm and hanging Chad. The other 5 are different, which is pretty rare, especially since the introduction of the order.
Exactly. Yeah. You really don't see builds this different, like in standard play.
Yeah, but Showman made the difference in this case. And there's different choices. Like Hutrix could have had a photograph.
The rare skip made the difference too. The wheel at some point in time before the freaking negative made a difference, I guess.
Yeah, well, like I said, the wheel wouldn't matter with the negative. It was the rare skip that pushed the negative one away.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Again, that obelisk at the start just not paying off for your Hutrix after the showman play from play. This wasn't enough.
If you just delayed a little bit more, it could have gotten some value. But I think at that point, Clust would have been online with double photo, so
Yeah.
would have cleared it anyway.
Really, it's a lose-lose situation for Hutrix. Just not able to rotate out of that hand. So that's the issue when you go for this type of hand that doesn't really come much else. Either in that case, you had to get a hack or something along those lines with the ancient Bloodstone or something along those lines. That's really the only hand, the only jokers that really comboed there that could have potentially saved you. But he just kept on with his walkie-talkie, not going for the face card pivot or anything else of the sort.
Yeah, I think that was a big difference. Was that Clust decided to go for the face cards, and Hutrix, when he saw the opportunity to pivot to face cards, he didn't choose to pivot.
Yeah, the ability to pivot, one of the many great skills of Balatro PvPers at a high level, and we see it on full display right here.
So it looks like for the next game, it's going to be Frank. I don't know how to say their full name, but Frank actually beating Not, and they're
Wow.
gonna move on
Impressive.
to the semifinals here against, I believe, Retrigger and Enjoyer.
I do believe that is I do believe that is him. Yes.
Yeah, just waiting for them to score their game, and then
It's
get
the
those
second
streams up.
semifinal match.
Yeah,
It's a pretty good big upset.
yeah. I mean, I've never heard of this Frank guy, but he's cooking apparently.
Yeah, he's making it. He's top 4 right now, right?
Yup.
Yeah, he's top 4 right now.
That's impressive. Yeah, it's
Second
Retrigger, Enjoyer, and Frank.
Potentially top 2 going on.
I kind of want to see that game. I want to see what this Frank guy's rocking.
Yeah, I mean that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think it's the only game that's going on right now because Clust is waiting in Brands right now.
Yeah, we're
Yep,
waiting
you're
for
right,
finals anyway, so gotta get that along. What casters should we go with the second semis, Vagabond?
So I think we're gonna keep Phantom in here, and I want to hop in the booth for this game.
Sounds good.
Sounds good to me.
Commentate over my friend Retrigger. No.
Wait.
But that's fine.
Wait,
Well,
who said that?
Let them win. Just trust them. They'll win.
Yeah.
Then you'll do fine.
You can commentate the final. No.
Okay. Yeah.
If Retrigger Enjoyer wins, you can commentate finals.
I bet.
Just put all your channel points on them.
Exactly.
Oh, I can't do that right now. I'm in Sweden. There's no gambling for me.
Oh,
Wait, is it
Get a
illegal
VPN and put all your-
to do channel points in Sweden or something?
No, yeah, it's banned.
You're
It's
asking the
not.
same question literally
That's
every
so
single
sad.
time.
Yeah. I've mentioned this many times. I gotta use my channel points.
Bro, this is the first time
So
I'm
sad.
hearing about this. What?
Ain't no way.
This is literally the first time I'm hearing about this.
Oh, I've mentioned it to Super Haidider a lot, not to you,
I
maybe.
see. I see. That's
Yeah,
actually
that makes
really
sense.
funny.
I can't use my points. The rise and fall of Xmo Retrigger. Shut up, Zobi.
But yeah, man, I'm excited to see what this Frank person is made of, man. I never heard of them, never seen their gameplay, and made it to a semis in possibly their first tournament. I don't know if they've participated in a
might be.
tournament before.
It's the first one they've made it this far, at the very least.
First time their name has been seen. So
Yep. Up here in the top 4, which is, not easy to make it to. Especially with a tournament of this level. Like, personally, I was the 7th seed. So that means there's a lot of good players that were here.
yeah, I mean there was Yami, there was Cheesecake Enjoyer was in here.
Yep.
They were the first seed.
Marban was here.
Yeah, Marvin.
Yeah.
Myself, Bart,
Nightmare.
Retrigger Enjoyer, Clust.
A lot of players.
Not was here. Yeah.
Yep.
Some big players and some pretty big upsets too.
Yeah, I mean the
Dr.
only
Berkeley was here.
like you throw Cass and me in there and you have pretty much a major
We-
level
yeah.
of stack. Like dang.
Invitational.
All right.
Man, I need to play more PvP. I just finished my C++, so I can finally play multiplayer again.
All right, let me know if you want me to take your MMR. No.
What? just know you're like what? I'm like 2-1. Like you chased me out on that painted deck run. Like, bro, my bad.
Jeez. What? Fighting words.
Yeah, we had like we played like 3 games. I won 2, and then like you hit me up with the painted deck one, and I lost.
Hey, painted deck is fire. You just need to learn painted deck.
Dude, it was I sold the mime, man, and it was the Baron, bro. Whatever, man. Sorry, I sold
Old
mime.
mime on.
You sell
painted
mime on painted deck. You see,
What's going on? What's
everyone
going on
knows
here?
you're wrong.
I sold mine for something that helped me scoring. I wasn't playing towards it.
Clearly.
Respect of the mime, bro. Joker such a pirate.
He took you to his domain and you were outclassed. That's all I'm hearing.
Oh, man.
Wait, Cass
Oh
was in this
my
tournament?
God.
I didn't realize.
But he expanded on you and put you in a box.
But yeah,
Exactly.
I think Frank just took a bit of a breather because I mean they've been playing back-to-back games, but they're working on getting their stream up and running. They've never done it before, so might take just a little bit. But
Yep.
A little bit of research.
System use is pretty seamless. So.
Research I did on Frank here. Frank started playing only last month on the 31st.
The fuck?
First game's clocked. So Frank has only had like 2-3 weeks of PvP experience.
Dang.
They're 33 on the leaderboard. Fantastic record. It seems like I think with a 7 win streak right now. So crazy player.
God damn.
And it's not like they're sniping low ladder players. They're getting people like Monkey. They're getting people like Shrug. You know.
Yeah, I mean,
beating Luigi Vader. Oh, actually no, they didn't beat Luigi. Luigi beat them. But
but they're 571 MMR. So
yeah,
they're definitely a good player.
Yeah, very good player.
Yeah, I mean, they're saying in the chat, they're like, I can try to stream, just don't say how much I suck. I mean, I don't think you're gonna suck very much, Frank, to be honest.
I don't know, man. Putting up numbers here, bud.
Making a top 4 is not easy, so you had to do something right.
And what Jokers do you guys want to see in this game? If you had to, what's the most entertaining Joker to watch be piloted, in your opinion?
Idle.
Idle.
Wow. No death, idle. No death, idle.
Me too.
Hey, when we were testing it out, the first game I played idle and then sold everything for Invisible Joker. Like Invisible Joker, and then I had double idle. And so I did it. I think it might have been a bandit deck, and I used a couple immolates. Like I nerfed my entire deck. I had like nothing. So like half my deck was the same card. But I had like no cards. So that's the only reason I was able to get idle online.
See, that's a good play though. That's just objectively a good play using like if you're on the
immolate button. That's crazy.
But true.
Yeah.
But in Deathless. Like I got a bunch of Queens of Hearts, I think. Or I think I had like 7 of them, but that's enough.
That's enough. On an abandoned, that's enough.
All you need is 1 + 5, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. There's every time I hear about like queens and stuff, I remind myself of the you know when Glass was like Omega Buggy.
Yeah.
The fucking clip of me just like all my cards breaking. I have 12 cards.
Yeah, the Steam modded bug.
Yeah, dude, that was awesome. I lost so much elo playing like this. It was too funny. Oh my god. Anyways, I'll let you guys take it away. I will mute myself.
Yep.
Alright, see ya. I believe we have everything set up here momentarily. We got Frank Retrigger on the stream. I just have to send a link to pizza real quick.
Okay, and then while you're doing that, something that I want to talk about is at the very end of the last game, we saw like them take Blink Voucher. It didn't really matter at that point because there was going to be no more PvP blinds. Like there's no more antis to play. But in general, how do you feel about taking vouchers just to get them out of the pool?
Well, I've said this a few times. Like I've talked about this on my own stream while I play it. Like I'll just be buying complete trash vouchers if I have a good enough economy. To get vouchers out of the pool. And I know that's a little bit questionable sometimes because it's like, oh well, you've introduced the upgraded version into the pool as well. Well, yeah, I mean, you get that upgraded version as well, and then now it's completely out of the pool, right? I think that it depends on how much you value $10. Like, where do you put that $10 value at? Like, is it... Because most of the time, I find myself throwing away $10 on a single reroll at late game. So I personally don't value $10 late game that much, which is why I'm so willing to buy these complete trash vouchers, like Hone. Hone is probably the biggest one. That I won't buy Magic Trick because it'll actually mess up the Joker pool, but.
Because then you lose $10 and your rerolls are less effective.
I have to ask, what constitutes a bad voucher? Like, sure, there are some vouchers that like you just buy and just don't like think about, but like there are some that affect the shop that like you just like don't really buy. Planet Merchant being one of them.
Yeah, I don't ever.
Yes, in my opinion, like Magic Trick #1 as the worst one. Underneath that is the Planet Merchant, and especially the second level Planet Merchant. Never ever buy that.
Yeah,
half your shop will be Planet cards.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah. Also,
I will buy the Terror Merchant though. The Terror Merchant is a voucher I never ever don't buy.
I think Phantom.
First level Terror Merchant is amazing.
Yeah, yes. I think Phantom convinced me on this a while ago. Where
second level, never buy that.
First level is peak, second level not good unless you have like literally peak Joker setup. You better have double.
You better have
Ancient Joker retriggers, and then you really need to fix
we have
that
the combo.
deck.
Oh my god, the combo! I love this combo. The
Do you know the pizza strat?
Yeah, the pizza delay gratification. It's so good. You get $20. It's so good. I do this every time.
Yes, it is good. But do you know the pizza strat?
What is that?
What you do is you buy pizza, you enter into the blind, and then you sell it.
Oh.
So then you get the +8/+5 discards, and they don't, because it only triggers on entering a blind.
I see. Well, Retrigger waited for Frank to enter.
For their opponent. Yeah, for Frank to enter the blind. So they at least did a partial version of that.
Yeah. So why am I coming?
Because they are correct at this point that they do have the delete gratification.
You're
so they didn't want to give them that
I'm
value.
setting up predictions. That's why.
Okay. Well, look at money right now. Bang! It's so cheap.
Econ's online.
See,
now
online
I would consider buying. I would consider buying that Tarot Merchant voucher.
Yeah, I always buy it, but
the second level, it's a bait.
Never. He doesn't buy it.
If you didn't know, the way the shop system works is that it's split into sevenths. 1/7 tarots, 1/7 planets, 5/7 are jokers.
Just like the background music, it's in 4/7, I think.
It's in 7.
Yeah. Something
When
like
you
that.
buy that, then it'll become 4/7.
7/4.
So then when you get then when you get the first level tarot voucher, it becomes 4/7 jokers, 2/7 tarots, and 1/7 planets, which I think is a good split. But then when you double that to 4/7 of them are tarots, it's just like you just don't find jokers anymore, and you need jokers to win the game.
Deja vu in the pack for Frank, by the way, on a queen. Not as important in in when it can't be death, but it's still very strong. If
That's
a
still very good.
shows up, all you really need is that one red seal.
I think it's interesting that Retrigger put the red seal on a jack instead of a queen, even though they had option to both there. Personally, I'm more of a queen fan.
Yeah, I would agree as well. I think queens are gonna just edge out jacks because the fact is Tribulate exists and also Shoot the Moon, and the only argument for
they're better than Hit the Road Jack.
Yeah, the only argument for jacks is going to be Hit the Road Jack, but I mean you're not even going to want a red seal on a jack if you're just going to discard it. So
yeah, exactly. And the only reason you would maybe consider jacks is that it's easier to strength 10s into jacks, and then you have more face cards total, so then you have more things for reserved parking.
Yeah,
that's the only thing I consider it, but I think in general the argument for queens outweighs it. And especially because if you end up getting a baron or something, you'll need 2 strengths to get that jack up to a king, where you only need 1 for the queen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, also Retrigger in this standard pack, seeing are they gonna take this extra queen? They did put the red seal on the jack, so it's not as easy of a decision. Do they want to thicken up their deck a bit more? I think the play is yes, and you just play to strength that jack later.
Yeah, I could definitely see the play for either. I could also see a skip here. I think those are the 2 you're thinking about. Yeah, Retrigger chose the skip.
Notice Frank's going in. They're both in the exact same blind, the exact same amount of money, but Frank has an extra joker, that swashbuckler, and also they have the what is that? The scholar in place of Scary Face. I'm liking Frank's setup a little bit more here, to be honest.
Yeah, which is very interesting because Retrigger Joy was the one who got the pizza and got the value from delayed gratification, but they're still a little bit behind in the money.
Well,
they're
even behind in the shop rerolls as well.
Well, that's because they didn't use.
Yeah, they both got the value from it. Yeah, they didn't use the. I got 6 discards and I sell it. They kept it around long enough for Frank to also get the value from it without having to spend the money on the pizza.
Yeah, another.
Which I think might have been a misplay.
Another queen.
Another queen. We also have a glass card in here, which is something else to consider. You get a strength from that glass card, it's hackable. Yeah. I definitely don't disagree with that. Are we playing on Nebula deck? By the way,
it looks like, oh my gosh, we're playing on Nebula deck. What, bro? How'd they end up playing Nebula deck? This is wild. Bro?
It must have been random. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah, they had the bro. Yeah,
or Frank is just another creature, bro. He's picking Nebula.
Yeah,
Nebula Plasma Green. That's what my 3 picks.
Bro, this is Frank's secret tech. He's been grinding these
Re-trigger fix
absolute
Nebula.
trash decks. He's been grinding the decks nobody wants to play, and then forces top players to play them. And this is his high ground, you know? This is where Frank thrives. We'll find out if that's actually the case or just some stuff that I'm making up, but
Okay, for context, Frank's picked Nebula, Zodiac, and Erratic.
I see. Interesting. You know, I will say.
What would you have picked out of those three?
I would have played. I would have picked. I would have picked Erratic, I think.
Yeah, I would have picked Erratic as well.
Yeah, because I don't like playing with Zodiac deck as much if there's not going to be Death in the pool, and Erratic deck fixes my deck for me. It gives me a bunch of the same cards, so
yeah,
don't even have to worry about it. And I mean, I mean, I haven't.
And I don't like Nebula.
And I don't like Nebula, exactly. You know, I haven't really played this tournament mode at all, so since I would be like, you know, I want to put this as close to home territory as possible for myself, so I'm gonna do Erratic deck so I can still have a bunch of the same card.
Yeah, personally I think that Nebula and even to some extent Zodiac are lesser skill level decks, because especially Nebula, like one of the biggest skill expressions is being really good at deck manipulation using those purple seals or your blue seals to generate a lot of those value up in your consumable slots. And when there's only one slot, that's a lot harder to do, so you don't have to be as good at it. You only need one purple seal, you only need one blue seal, you know? You don't need to copy them, you don't need to be good at that. And then, you know, things like blue seals are less valuable because you have the telescope. It's automatically, whatever hand you're playing the most, you can get a bunch of levels of that.
You know, to be honest, I feel like the telescope voucher in Nebula deck is often a trap that I see people fall into. I mean, maybe Frank can make it work. It looks like he's, I mean, well, both of these players have a decent-ish setup for flushes. Maybe they can go high level on flushes.
Yeah,
that's definitely going to be better specifically in the deathless mode, but in normal modes, I find I'm like never able to make 5 of a kind or flush 5 my most played hand and actually get value out of this telescope voucher.
That's hard. Yeah, and personally I would like to see some of these players trying to pivot towards a flush house. I don't think we've seen the tarot cards to make that happen yet, but I think that's probably the easiest of the higher hands to play with the deathless mode, because you find a single, like they both are running the club's Joker, so finding a single moon card would be enough to make a flush house.
Yeah, the bar for entry for the flush house is definitely easier. I mean, even in just standard normal ranked PvP Balatro, we see flush houses often coming out in the first PvP blind, and that's because yes, it's so much easier to play them. You just bring in a tarot card to the PvP. Also, that's a foil glass 4 for
foil
Frank.
halt, foil glass 4. We saw Red Seal 10 on Retrigger's side.
Does Retrigger not have any lucky cards? Why is there no lucky cat?
I think they have
Why
2.
is there no lucky cat? Why is there no lucky cat in this Biffin pack? I'm so confused.
Maybe they haven't played them?
No, that's not how that works. Maybe it's in the big
It
one.
might be that you have to get a lucky proc. Because I knew they had a magician.
No.
They both had a magician at some point, and they used him.
Yeah, I'm unsure.
I think
it might be that you have to like get a lucky proc to hit, and then it will show up. I could be wrong though.
That is not how. I don't think that's how. I'm just so confused. Where's the cat?
Oh, there's the cat.
There's the cat. Okay, okay.
Okay, yeah, it was just it was one away. Yeah, like I said, the packs themselves aren't seeded. This was in my video if you've ever watched it. But the packs themselves, like, it's not, hey, this is all gonna be in the packs. It's these are the next 4 jokers in the shop. So if you reroll, so it's in Frank did a reroll 1 earlier, so then his lucky cat was in the pack, whereas Retrigger did it 1 less, so then his lucky cat was in the shop.
Mail-in rebate and Chaos the Clown here for Frank. I mean, mail-in rebate's just objectively the best economy joker in the game. Maybe Penny Pinchers edges out just a little bit more, but personally I take mail-in rebate over Penny Pincher, but that's just me.
I think it depends largely on your deck manipulation, especially with no death here. Penny Pincher might just honestly be better.
Perhaps.
Because you're likely only going to have 4 of your cards that are the same. So that's max maybe $20.
Yeah, but I feel
most
like
likely it would be
10 on average per round, you know? I don't know if Penny Pincher is doing that. But
It depends on how good your opponent's econ is.
no, I was watching a Zeno stream the other
Too,
day.
it depends.
And he was like, he was crashing out a little bit. He's like, why isn't this penny pincher card rare? And then I was like, I don't know, man. Mail-in rebate exists and it's common. But
and it's probably better, yeah.
Yeah, but
I think penny pincher is number 2, and it's at times can be even better.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone can say that penny pincher is weak by any stretch of the imagination. So
no.
Also notice we have a to-do list on Frank's side on a high card. That is, I mean, Retrigger's penny pincher is about to get hella value here.
Yep, and we see Retrigger is able to play the flush house because they brought a Sun card into this PvP blind. So they are in the lead for now. They're kind of running out of steam.
Yeah, and I mean, Frank is gonna have to balance trying to score well with this to-do list.
Find a good amount of clubs,
and it's like
they can potentially put up some more scoring as well.
I don't know, if I'm Frank here, I see that score and that immediately tells me everything I need to know. I'm just gonna play 3 more high cards, I guess.
You might just play a bunch of high cards. Yep. Get farther in that shop queue and hopefully find something they don't. Because whatever they have, you're not beating it.
It's like there's a bit of a mistake.
You're also trying to find a way to those lucky cards to get it built up the cat.
Yeah, the lucky cards, but also they need to find their 3s for mail-in rebate value, and they're only using like 2 cards, 3 cards at a time with this high card.
Are they still considering maybe playing this full house? Is that what they're doing? Because I think it might be throwing to play this glass card without a retrigger.
Well, but
because I think it's your only glass card in the entire deck.
Yeah, but
and it probably won't win anyway.
If the lucky card hits the +20, there's a chance.
+20 could win it. It's not even a flush. You don't even get the ×2. Personally, I wouldn't have done it, but we'll see how it works out.
Oh no!
Yeah, only 5,000. And did the glass break?
Yeah, it broke. This is a bit of a mistake
from
Frank here. But I mean, I'm pretty sure if it hit that +20, it might have won. But
Overstock is really good for both players. It's just a great voucher.
Stone Purple Seal.
That's one of the very few that I'll even consider taking anti-1.
And they're gonna take the Queen over the Stone Purple Seal. You know, this is rare that I say this, but in this mode, I feel like so much of the power level of these Purple Seals was the fact that it could give you death, and I mean, death is gone, justice is gone. This is the 2 most powerful tarot cards just gone from the pool. I agree with taking this holographic Queen.
You got a magnet in the shop for Frank.
And we're seeing the mail-in rebate for Retrigger Enjoyer. They're probably gonna get out of this Lusty or the Scary Face. Unsure which. I think they do need this base mult from the Lusty Joker with the flushes, or they're not gonna clear these blinds.
Since they've unlocked the flush house, and I think they got a level on it with a planet card or 2, that's likely gonna be enough chips for a while, because it is a lot of chips is the base for the flush house.
Exactly. But I mean, just because they've unlocked it doesn't mean they can consistently draw it in every single PvP blind, right? I mean, they're gonna need a little bit more deck fixing, and since there's no death, they're gonna have to find creative ways to do it.
I think they have a 56 card deck, if I see right.
Yeah, I mean, these standard packs have been
pretty huge.
These standard packs have been pretty juicy, though. I mean, that's what's so nice about death. It isn't just that it creates another copy, it's that it destroys another copy in your deck. Like DNA is a great Joker, but it's just nowhere near having a death printer. Like
for KO death is a lot better than DNA.
Yep.
$13 from Pretty Pinch right there for Retrigger. But it does seem that Frank is just farther along in the shop.
Oh, we're finding this.
We finally see the magnet here.
And this magnet could be significantly better for Retrigger than Frank, because this magnet might just hit the flush. Is it the family or is it the tribe? I don't know which one it is. But if that magnet hits the tribe,
I think family is 4 of a kind.
And Retrigger's magnet hits Lucky Cat, it might just be GG on the spot. Photograph in the shop for Frank, by the way. That Red Seal face card is going to come into play right about now.
That's going to be huge. I think the problem for Frank with that is that he doesn't necessarily have the biggest hand. I think Flush is the biggest one he has right now, and it's not going to be anywhere close to as good as Retrigger Enjoyer's Flush House that he's been playing.
Yeah. Also, for anybody who doesn't know what Magnet does, because it looks like people are trying to figure out what they do. Magnet copies the highest sell value Joker on your opponent's side. So this is going to be the Lucky Cat or the Tribe for Frank. They're going to copy either one of those two, and then Retrigger is 100% going to be copying this Lucky Cat. Which will be massive because, again, in this deathless mode, it's so much more difficult to get this retriggerable X-Molt. It's not necessary, like, don't get me wrong, retrigger X-Molt is still the strongest strategy in this mode, but it's just so much harder to get there. And so
it's hard to get online.
Like having this Lucky Cat, this extra Lucky Cat is going to put on pressure and make sure Frank is on a clock. So even if he finds the correct pieces, he can't put them together in time before he dies.
Let me see a $20 hit for Lucky Cat on Frank. Something important to note is that if, because Magnet doesn't copy the states of the Jokers, if he copies Lucky Cat, it'll be at 1x.
I see.
Which is important to know. Which is different than if you took like an invisible Joker, it would copy your Lucky Cat. This Magnet would only copy it at 1x. Same thing with like an egg, it would be start at $2 sell value.
Well, I mean, the Lucky Cats aren't in business right now anyway, to be honest. We don't have the retriggers.
It's not horrible right now, but it is something that's important to note.
Absolutely, and there's the photograph.
There's the photograph.
Selling out of the Tribe here. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's the play, but I don't know. I think if you thought about it just a little bit longer, you might think, I want to block their
Magnet. I need the Magnet block, yeah.
But again, it's just really hard to see. Like, that's an angle that...
Campfire can also do it. And especially now that Frank has picked up the Campfire, that might block the Lucky Cat from being copied on Retrigger side.
Wait, did Frank sell Magnet and copy Retrigger's Magnet?
I
think that's what happened.
I believe that's what happens here.
Oh my goodness.
That's what it looks like.
It's because this is on
it's no longer wiggling, so it's 0/2.
This is an earlier version, yeah, because this was
Magnet's
actually
at $3.
This was actually patched
What do you
in the future version where we decreased the sell value of Magnet, so it almost rarely copy
No, this is the same.
Well, then how are we copying Magnet?
It costs 7, sells for 3. I think Lucky Cat also sells for 3.
Oh, I see.
It's basically it'll copy a rare Joker every time, but uncommons it could be pick either one. That patch was a while ago where we changed that.
Okay, my bad. Well, so was when you guys made the Deathless mode was a while ago.
Yeah, well, this is an 0.25 version. It's just one version ago.
I see.
Only difference is the order isn't integrated in yet, so people had to download it themselves. But here we are on the PvP. Retrigger is still on 4 lives. Frank is down to 2, but his setup does seem to be a little better right now.
Yeah, I mean,
actually, no, they're about the exact same.
Did we ever actually decrease the Magnet sell value? I don't think so, actually.
Yeah, it is. Well, it costs 7 and sells for 3. It used to cost 8, sell for 4.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sell for 1 ever.
We are seeing the same setup on both sides, but Retrigger couldn't draw the red seal, so if Frank draws this red seal, that's going to be the difference. Yeah, and he finds the red seal queen. Frank is just going to win this PvP blind off of having 2 procs on the photograph, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on which hand he ends up getting able to play and how high level that is. It looks like he might be going for like a flush house or a full house, because it doesn't look like he's a flush house. And full house has like base of 4. I'm not sure how many plenty cards he's gotten.
Yeah, but you can put the holographic 10 first, and
you can put the holographic before.
And then
is
that's
that holographic or foil?
That's holographic, 100%.
Okay.
But yeah, you gotta put this holographic 10 first. You gotta put the holographic. Okay, lucky proc.
Oh
my! He just knew the lucky proc was gonna happen. Oh, of course, of course. Oh
it
no,
might
no.
not matter.
No, Frank is just better at it.
But I agree with you. Definitely put the holographic first. I agree.
No, Frank's just a Giga Chat. I don't know. My bad for questioning.
He's just better.
Yo, Frank. My apologies. I didn't know.
Frank is clawing back right now. Retrigger thinking about selling that Magna right now.
I didn't know, King. My bad. All right, but but yeah, I mean, I think this next PvP with the same exact setup, it's going to be decided by who can get this campfire lit the most. That as well as who can play the most lucky cards, get the most triggers. Oh my god, is that a glass polychrome red seal? Did you see
polychrome?
that?
I thought it was just glass.
No, it was polychrome.
I didn't see it very long. It's just for a second on my screen.
Well, yeah, I mean, because that's how fast it took for Retrigger to be like, oh, I want that.
I'm taking
give
that,
me
yeah.
that. Give me that.
Oh,
I mean,
Retrigger took a red. Retrigger's still taking cards from this pack, so he took another red seal. That was just a gold card, which will make it harder to find these. And that's what you saw was the difference in the last PvP blind, was that Retrigger was not able to find the red seal face card, and Frank was, and that was the difference.
yeah, absolutely.
So
but...
picking up more cards because it's fat in his deck, he's up like
yeah,
back
but
to
how are
56
you
cards,
gonna
I think.
pass up on a red seal polychrome glass 9? Like that's
that one you take. The second pack they opened right after, there was just a red seal 10 that was just gold.
No, I would.
Which maybe
not have
you don't
taken
take that one.
I would not have taken that, but you just need
the red
couple
glass, of
strengths.
course, 100%.
You need a couple strengths here if you're Retrigger.
Mhm.
And then I mean, you know, I'm starting to understand the real argument for picking up jacks. The real argument for picking up jacks has nothing to do with the jokers. It has everything to do with decreasing the amount of strength you need to get any like red seal that you might find in a pack, for example, to be playable. If you're already playing jacks and you find a red seal like 8 or something, you only need 3 strengths. But if you're going queens or kings, then you're gonna need 4 or 5. And this might actually pay off for Retrigger here, because I mean that glass red seal polychrome 9 only needs to be a jack.
Yeah, no, and it very well might make the difference here, especially because
We
you
saw
can't
a
copy
Pareidolia.
things.
Wait, there was a Pareidolia in that shop.
We also see a Bloodstone on Frank's side.
Oh.
I don't think he's not been building towards hearts. He has the default amount of hearts. He's 14. So it might be hard to use, especially with no retriggers, but he might just take it anyway.
Does Campfire sell for more than Lucky Cat?
Yes.
Okay, so this magnet.
Campfire costs 9, so it sells for 4.
Well, I mean, this means
Lucky Cat,
that
I think, sells for 3.
This means that Retrigger is going to be punished for not selling this for not selling this magnet sooner. Because if he's going to copy Campfire, then he's going to get way less value because it's going to copy.
A 1x Campfire,
1x,
yeah.
Well, Frank
he's already in the big blind.
Yeah, Frank already has his copied Campfire up to 2x.
Yeah. And to be fair, Retrigger might just still be saving it. He might be saying, wait, maybe one day a Brainstorm or a Blueprint will come. I don't think Campfire is the one that he wants right now, so he's waiting until something even better comes. And once that comes, he'll decide to sell it.
Yeah, I mean, that is the dream, really. When you're holding on to
Yeah.
this magnet.
And if one of those does come, then that might be GG's.
Yep, absolutely.
Another flush house level for Retrigger. Which could make the difference, especially with Photograph being a good amount of your X-Molt at this point. There's the Bloodstone. And important to note is that Retrigger has been building toward flush houses of hearts, so it's a lot more relevant for him than it is for Frank.
So, Turkey, you're saying that explanation doesn't make sense because the strength card is cyclic and the average distance from any card to your card is equal in EV number of strengths. Well, the reason is you gotta get it to a face card, right? The easiest face card to get to is a jack. Let's say it's a red seal queen in the pack. Well, congratulations. Now you just need to strength your jacks into queens, which is also very doable. Like, it's only 1 strength away, right? Or it's kings. You're gonna have a bit of a harder time with that. But it's not exactly cyclic because there's 3 things of face cards that are all good. I'm sorry if that didn't make
Vagabond in the shop. They're not taking it, but Vagabond's in the shop. We do see that Retrigger Joyer has sold the magnet, and he was able to get Campfire. So
yeah,
they both are running double Campfire, Bloodstone, the exact same build actually.
Yeah, I mean, so do you ever take Vagabond in this situation? I don't think so, but it is just a funny thing to consider because that's gonna give you so much Campfire value, right? It's gonna.
It will give Campfire value, but what do you sell for is the question.
Am I crazy for saying like a Bloodstone?
Especially because there's no death, and there's no death, so like it's not as good. Like normally the reason you do it is because you want the deaths and you want the fools, and you want to be able to get whatever you want.
Yeah, we've sold the Lucky Cat, and looks like we're just gonna full.
It looks like Retrigger is
send
going
it.
for it, so we'll see the difference.
Dude,
Because Frank chose not to, and Retrigger took the Vagabond, so we'll see which one pays off.
Yeah, I mean, I
Sold
will
Lucky
say,
Cat because I guess it wasn't enough.
Vagabond does not look very pretty on Nebula deck.
Yeah.
But, yeah,
One at a time. We have a strength, and we have a Red Seal 10.
Yeah, we have the Red Seal 10, but what we're really looking for here is that Polychrome Glass 9.
True.
I mean, we're
Especially because now we have the Bloodstones. We need to convert these things into hearts if you're going to strengthen them. 2 10s? You might just have to, and then because then you'll clear the way for the Vagabond to maybe give you a Sun card, so then you can play your Flush House that you've been building up the entire game.
I mean,
There's a Hermit at
Hermit's
$0.
Easy sell for campfire value.
Yeah.
I mean, what are those campfires at? I would really like to see, but there's no Joker display.
3.25 and 3.5.
Wheel of Fortune decides to use it. I don't agree with using it. I feel like you have to sell it for the 0.25x's because, I mean, the only thing that it could hit that would be good is Polychrome. Foil doesn't really help you that much, and neither does Holographic in this situation.
Yeah, it looks like Retrigger might not even get... Oh, nope, he top decked very well and did get his Flush House, but did not find the Red Seal that he was looking for.
Yeah, and notice...
He's showing us right there.
Frank, has a Polychrome Red Seal. Is that the card that used to be Glass? Cause...
Yeah, it was Glass for Retrigger, but it was Wild for Frank.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Glass for Frank, and then he, like, wilded it. To, like,
no, it came wild out of the shop. It's also an 8 instead of a 9, like Retrigger's was. So it seems like the seal and the edition were on a different card because of differences in how they open the standard packs.
I see.
Which personally, I don't think that's how it should work, but that is how it currently works. Hopefully we can be able to figure out why and fix that.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, look at how close these scores are.
Retrigger barely
1.75 to 1.6.
And I mean, this is...
And note that Retrigger won that without having his Red Seal for his photograph.
Yeah, and also...
So that could have been twice as big.
Glass Jack in the pack.
Do we take it?
Of course, you gotta.
Your deck is so thick.
Yeah. But like, I mean, as long as you're increasing the like we want jacks, right? As long as we're increasing the consistency of drawing good cards, maybe we can't consistently draw the good cards we want, but like as long as the average keeps going up of good cards, I think it's the right play, especially since we're already playing jacks.
Yeah, and I think if death did exist, then you can make an argument you don't need that. Just copy your really good card, your Red Seal, Polychrome Glass.
Yeah,
but because you can't copy them, then you kind of just need more cards.
Yeah, I mean, also, I don't like this from Retrigger. You should really be playing that hand with the Vagabond, but like holding the glass in your hand so you can find a strength. Generate it off the Vagabond, strength it up. You really need that glass Polychrome to be a jack. You need it.
Yeah.
But I mean,
I don't disagree with you at all.
He does have 3 whole antes to do this.
Yeah, 3 whole lives to find that if he doesn't just win it already. Because, like we said, the hand that he won with, he barely won, but he also didn't use photograph. So it could easily be twice that much score. And do you think Frank can match twice that much score? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I really don't know. It just depends. I think it depends on the Lucky Cat for Frank, right? I mean, Frank just needs to get
That's the difference between
triggers. I don't think the Polychrome Red Seal was incorporated in their last hand either. If they can find a way to put that in there, maybe a few strengths into some face cards. I think
the Polychrome Red Seal was in the in the pack, but I think it was just a flush. That's the difference. Is that Retrigger's playing flush houses, and they even have a blue seal. They've been leveling it up for a while. But Frank has been playing flushes. Flush level 3 or 4 is equal to a flush house level 1.
I see.
So the X2 is not as impactful when you start out just with a lower number as the base value.
I will say the Campfire Vagabond synergy is pretty good.
It is seem to be paying off, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
because we're already at a similar levels.
Like, I always thought you, like, Vagabond Campfire wouldn't pair very well because you want the money to be able to keep re-rolling and find things to sell. But I mean, Vagabond's generating 4 things to sell every single turn, and and also
could even be up to 5 because they have 5 hands. They all have the extra hand voucher.
Yeah. Also, Campfire is enabling you to just keep re-rolling down and selling like you would with Vagabond anyway. Like a lot of times I find myself buying tarot cards and selling them for literally no reason with no Campfire when I have a Vagabond, just to get down to that $4. So
yeah, and something huge to note is that Retrigger was able to find a Sun card off of that Vagabond, so they're able to get another Red Seal Jack of Hearts now, which is important because they're running Bloodstone as well.
You know, I can't believe I'm saying this, like, as Vagabond, you know, I'm surprised that this is a Vagabond angle. You know, this is one of those Vagabond angles that I've never seen before. And, you know,
Would you consider using the Temperance here instead of selling it?
You gotta think about it, because that's gonna be a lot of money to find.
It's more rerolls, more buying. It might be more than
selling, yeah.
Yeah. I probably would have done the same there. Especially now that you have... since you are above the cap, then you're able to get this blue seal since you only have 1 slot.
I think that was
I believe Vagabond goes first before the blue seals.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, what are we looking for re-trigger here? I mean, re-trigger is obviously strength cards.
That's it.
Like, strength cards
Feed
would
the
be really good.
That's what we're looking for. Because from re-trigger's perspective, he's already in the lead. And so just building bigger campfires means he wins the game.
Yeah,
and you might even just be correct. Honestly, I think the difference here, like you can see the difference visually is Vagabond at this point, but I think the difference was that Retrigger Enjoyer pivoted to Flush House a lot earlier, or at least at all, and Frank did not.
Yeah, they've been using.
So that's the biggest difference that I've seen.
They've been using this blue seal very effectively. Notice how they're bringing the Sun card into the blind. Oh my God, they found a Red Seal Jack.
Yep. So now they're gonna have that hand they had before, buffed a little more with the photograph that I was going to be online.
Yeah, also
as well as they play blue seals, and the campfires are probably bigger.
Yeah, and also I mean they have more Red Seal heart cards with the Bloodstone. So
yeah,
I mean there's.
And we see that Frank has sold his Lucky Cat to get this Smear Joker to be able to maybe play a Flush House of his own.
That's the nail in the coffin right there.
Yeah, but he's on 1 life.
Yeah,
it might be too little, too late.
Because when you're behind your opponent, you can't ever just do the same thing as them. Like Frank is trying to do what Retrigger's doing, but Retrigger's doing it without the crutch of the Smear Joker.
He's been doing it longer,
like and with the higher level Flush House. Like there's no way.
Yeah,
there's just
I'm not even sure Frank has unlocked the Flush House yet, so it's level 1 for sure.
Yeah, you know I do gotta say with the limited consumable slots, Retrigger is doing a fantastic job. Like they've kept using the blue seal.
What?
And
why did you use this stone? Just sell that.
No, because they're at $4. If they sell, they can't generate any more tarot cards. So they're
that does make
trying
sense.
to. It doesn't really matter which one you
then
sell.
This last one you sell.
Yep, the last one you sell.
Okay. Yeah, no, I didn't realize they were on $4. You're the Vagabond expert here, you know. So thank you for the education.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Also, and this is the big hammer retrigger. It's 5 million.
Yeah. Also notice.
Which, like I said, is a little over double as before.
Retriggers campfires were at 5x mult. That's what they flashed when they scored, and Frank is a little bit below that.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't see how Frank wins this PvP. I think we're going to be moving on to a Retrigger and Clust
I think
finals.
we're going to finals. Because because Retrigger has the bigger campfires. He had the higher base level for the Flush House. Yeah. And, you know, I guess the only way is if every single Bloodstone hit procs, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that'd be crazy.
But yeah, 129k is not even close.
Nowhere near it. And I mean, I'm so excited that, like, Vagabond was a bit of the Look, don't get me wrong, they're probably going to win without the Vagabond, but, like, objectively, Vagabond increased Retrigger's score significantly.
Yeah, so, no, and personally, I'm not sure I would have had it in me to make that play. So
and
good on Retrigger to
I wouldn't have either. And
take the risk
literally Vagabond. That's crazy.
Vagabond, yeah. You got out Vagabonded.
I literally did, man. That's crazy. You know, and I feel like I see way more Vagabond angles than a lot of people. Like, bro, I've been seen in tournament going down from like $50 with seed money just to pick up a Vagabond. So
Yeah. I see some people who don't even take it early game, and I'm like, you're kind of throwing like anti-1, anti-2. It's incredible. It is quite possibly the best tarot generation joker in the game.
I mean, it's all subjective. You know, I mean, sometimes I take it early. I do take it early a lot, but like there is.
If I see it early, it's not worth not taking it.
Interesting, because I feel like it gets more valuable the later into the game you get when you have a better joker setup and you know what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
But I mean,
I just feel like personally, yeah, you can take it early and get a bunch of tarot cards. You know, thin your deck at the very least. Even if you can't like make a flush 5 of red seals because you don't have red seal yet, you can get down to a 40 card deck and now I'm in a place to see my whole hand, and then you can sell it, get money back up.
Yeah.
Find 1 or 2 deaths, and now you're good.
Yeah. What's your favorite Vagabond combo if you had one? I mean, GG to Retrigger, by the way.
Yeah, very well played by Retrigger. I think they earned that win for sure.
Cause like I think Vagabond Egg.
Good game.
Vagabond Egg probably gotta be my favorite combo.
I think Vagabond Mime with the gold seals.
My favorite.
There are a lot of
Vagabond
good
combo
Vagabond
is Idol.
combos.
True potato. True.
Vagabond comes with itself. That's why it's so good. Is because you can play because gold seals proc once the hand is over.
You mean like?
So you can play all your stuff at $0. Yeah, gold cards, not gold seals, gold cards.
All right, looks like we're moving on to the finals. And Retrigger won, which means we are going to get who are we getting in the booth here?
Me.
Yup.
Plus me.
We're gonna
and
get Scoped,
Retrigger.
And I think we can get. You know, I think Phantom, you good to commentate finals with Scoped?
Sure.
Hello?
Give him a break, man. Give him a break. He commentated 2 games in a row.
True. You did commentate 2 in a row.
I can do it.
Yeah,
I can do it. I can do it.
I'm totally welcome.
All right. Okay. You know, I need some energy in this room, and Jomo is giving hella energy right now. So, so we're gonna have Jomo and Scope commentate their finals matches. And between Retrigger and Clust. Both of these players very well known, made it to many finals.
Retrigger and Enjoyer.
Well, Retrigger hasn't actually made it to finals before, but like they're still very strong.
They've been a good player for a long time.
Yeah,
so.
they've been in top 10 for a long time.
Regardless. 2 big names regardless. Really high level match overall. Interesting to see. Well, obviously, from the looks of it, Joe is gonna Retrigger Enjoyer, so I guess I will decline follow today. But regardless, really excited to see the finals for this match here. To talk a bit more about the previous match that you two so beautifully commentated. Yeah, the Vagabond comboing really well with Campfire, giving him both deck fixing and scoring. Really great combo with the double Campfire. Not a combo I saw ever in PvP. I don't believe so. Right, it's quite. I mean, obviously it's 2 rare jokers. Obviously, it's quite rare to see by default, but really interesting to see.
Even on the Nebula deck with the -1 disc consumable slot, Vagabond Campfire. My God.
Definitely not the kind of deck that you're used to seeing such Vagabond plays, but yeah, it was absolutely worked out in the end. Not sure if Nebula itself really had an impact, really.
It had a pretty big impact, mainly because you can't hold on to consumable slots, and you have to make a decision on...
Oh no, I more so meant like the telescope voucher that it comes with.
Oh no, the telescope was useless.
Yeah, okay, absolutely, yeah. That's what we were talking about earlier, is that telescope is the sort of voucher that is amazing in some runs and absolutely, well, let's be honest, it's completely dead in the water in some others.
In PvP...
It usually is.
In PvP, the telescope is usually like for those high card builds, such as Baron, Mime, and Shoot the Moon.
Yeah, absolutely.
But,
getting the base, especially considering that getting the base bolt up in those sorts of builds is really important for stuff like
it's
Seal
more the
and
chips.
Baron.
It's more the chips that is gated for those builds.
Yeah, it's just a matter
with
of.
Shoot the Moon, flat malt doesn't really matter, but the chips do. The Baron, the malt means more. But yeah, it seems that we are playing on the Ghost deck. Seeing a lot of Ghost deck.
No, we are playing on red deck.
Oh, never mind.
Yep, right.
There it is. That's what I was
playing on
expecting.
red.
That's
We're
what I
playing
was
on red.
By the way, this will be a best of one for the record.
Best
This
of
will
one.
be a
Okay,
best of one.
Okay.
All right. All right.
This is what I was. This is pretty much what I was expecting. The primary colors, as expected, of those high-level players, really, not willing to leave it anything up to deck gimmicks or anything along the lines. Just pure, raw Balatro is what we're gonna see today, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty excited to see. Oh, having a bit of trouble.
Win.
Alright, well, Clust and Retrigger Enjoyers should both get those one-hand, yeah, exactly, both get those one-hand small blinds, and Banana actually showing up in the shop almost immediately. Let's hope Retrigger grabs that buffoon, that hermit almost immediately. There it is. So let's see what he's picked here.
Certificate.
Certificate instantly picked by both players, not wanting to waste anything. A big source.
And we get a purple.
Immediately. You gotta, since at the same seed, you'll get the same cards either way. Really, really glad to see that. Obviously, no room for luck once more. But yeah, certificate, the big, a big source of steal considering that we're playing Deathless. So really important joker for both of those players. Bootstraps coming on.
Driver's license.
Driver's license. Did he get? He got that from a. Yeah, he did get that from a. Yeah, there's a red seal. All right. Will we make an Onk play? I don't believe so. I don't believe certificate is that worth it to make the Onk play for. We'll probably see a Wraith as well. Regardless, Clust absolutely flying by. Picking up that red seal 3 could be pretty interesting to see what he decides to do with it. Do we decide to go for a hack if we do see it, or do we try and maybe continue fishing for another seal? Another red seal. This time is 6. I do believe of those. I do believe those for diamonds. Yeah, both those were diamonds. So diamond flush might be the hand we're going here. Driver's license sides.
We got a wheel.
A wheel and Empress, not exactly the best tarot cards out there, considering selling the driver's license. Probably not the best way to sell it now.
No reason to sell it right now.
Yeah.
It's something to play towards. So we just play the full house and win immediately.
And speaking of playing towards it, we do see a magician coming out for a Clust there, magician, and immediately going for actually a magician and Hierophant here. So that's 6 cards for to fuel the driver's license here. Gold seal, 9 of gold seal.
Wow. 9 of clubs, gold seal. Still looking for the purple seal, and we find it.
What do you think both these? What do you think both those players are trying to dig for here? When will they stop with the certificate? Because the one bad thing about certificate is that it's bloating their decks quite a bit at this point. Not too much just yet, but in the end, it could really bloat their decks a whole lot more than you would want.
I'm not too sure. We're mainly trying to get more value from like more purple, I think, to play towards this driver's license, but I don't think Retrigger is playing towards the driver's license as much as Clust does because of the fact that he sold a Empress for interest. Here's $3.
Gets that gold seal. Yeah, definitely playing less towards it than Clust is, especially considering that Clust has already put a lot of magicians down on his cards. I believe that's now 6 lucky cards in his deck. Not sure how much that. Unfortunately, a bit too blurry for us casters to properly see how much driver's license is that just yet.
Trying to make some hard.
It is out of 6 out of 16 from checking the cast. So yeah, already putting 6 lucky cards down. So getting that driver's license fed a little bit, and besides lucky cards, as we've seen throughout this entire tournament. lucky cards have proved to be such a huge asset to most of these players for the money shots for the base mold. We do see, I believe, Zany Joker on the side of Clust.
That is Jolly Joker.
Jolly Joker, my mistake.
Jolly Joker for the
Molt.
Just eat malt for the pairs.
There it is. Okay, thank you for the correction, Joe. Regardless, for Club's Gold Seal coming on for the boss blind here, as we see both those players. Full House already being played on the side of Retrigger, just leveling it up off the earth.
Yeah.
Neither of those players really having any specific hands in mind at the moment. I think we just play the best hand we have.
I think Retrigger is trying to go for a flush house with hearts, would be my guess, to get that online. Because he did use that sun card, but he still hasn't yet to find the purple.
Unfortunately, he's gonna need a little debt fixing to get that online just yet. Plus, managing to get a small lead here as both players are down to 2 hands. Once again, early game, those small, consistent hands, a lot more important than the later rounds, as we see that 3 of diamonds come online. Unfortunately, not going to be able to be played with anything else, probably that 3 of a kind.
Let's make it a gold card.
Yeah, choose to still have that red seal value regardless.
I really wonder
what base mold
triggers.
No base mold hits.
No. You can play the straight flush.
Oh goodness, the straight flush will probably be enough indeed. That's just a really strong hand by default, really.
Pick. So that's going to be huge. Overstock plus. Ooh, you love to see it.
That is big. That's a lot of options on both sides of the board here. Gonna probably be bought. I'm surprised it's not. I probably bought after this Buffoon pack, if I would assume so. We do see. My mind is blanking. The Spade Joker. I'm so sorry.
Arrowhead.
Arrowhead. Thank you. My goodness. Sorry. Mind is blanking
here. It seems that Retrigger is going to wait for the selling the driver's license.
I'm surprised. Granted, he has not been playing for it as much as Clust has, so he probably doesn't want to feel the pressure to build towards it, especially since Castle is a great source of just base chips if you can get it rolling. But yeah, I am surprised to see driver's license go so early. As we do see, he hasn't yet played the Magician. Wonder what he's waiting for. Regardless, Clust.
I'm curious as to what Retrigger's plan is here. Discarding the gold seal, I don't think I agree with that at all.
I do not agree with that at all either.
It's $3. It's free money. Making those gold. Okay, it seems that we have. Let's see if we get any money from this. No malt, no money.
Unfortunate, nothing quite yet. And Clust the instant $20, but he loses a life to the PvE blind.
Ooh, what? I didn't even see that.
That's really
a bit tragic. That's pretty tragic.
Did he? I guess he. The thing is, if you look on the side of Clust, if you don't make a spade flush, you have nothing when it comes to scoring.
Yeah, there's no flat mode anywhere.
Yeah, you don't have Nana, you don't have castle, you don't have anything, so you lose that.
Selling out of the certificate right now, I think that's fine. I would have liked to hold it on to a little bit longer to try and get another purple in the deck, but this is fine.
Clust instead chooses to sell something else in favor of that lucky cat here, the first X-Mol Joker that we've seen this game, and there's the blue seal. Pretty happy about that, it seems. But regardless, yeah, Clust, that's a big blow here, losing a PvE blind. Granted, if you can get your Joker on board, if you can get your hand on board at this point with that double X mold, if you can get that on board, you can really get somewhere. But you need to get there first.
Yeah, what is Klaus's plan here to beat the big blind here?
I'm not certain. Possibly a full house there with that triple king and double 6.
Hmm.
That's what I would assume anyway. It is what he's going for.
That makes sense.
He's probably gonna play this single queen, try and get a lucky trigger. Actually, no.
We're gonna see if we. Oh, we got 20 more. Perfect.
Yeah, there we
Alright,
go.
cool.
And we get one lucky cat starting to proc here. We'll have to see how much this kitty is fed by the next boss blind. Probably
Michelle
not too
is
much.
gone.
Yeah, Nana
Michelle's
is
gone for. Okay, Lucky Cat picking up now. Ooh, that's a hack. Ooh.
That is big on the side of Clust there. But I
Big.
believe actually he has a three lucky as well, and those are some more hackable side of Clust. Probably gonna choose to sell either Penny Pincher or Certificate would have been my guesses here, and hack comes on board. Onyx Agate could also be a good pickup here depending on what he decides to go for. Depends on what he prefers between his spades and his clubs right now.
I'm surprised that you didn't just buy
chooses
the
his clubs.
Starter anti-1. Not anti-1. Like the moment you like, in like the first shop, you should always just pick up the Overstock and the Overstock Plus as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing more options in the shop, I am indeed surprised that it was immediately picked up. But regardless, it is picked up now, and I must say, if Clust can get a couple of lucky hackable cards going, it could go his way fairly quickly.
Yeah, for sure. Especially if there's clubs. We have the strength for this Ace of Clubs here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see what.
I think he's playing toward Retrigger's playing towards this flush house.
Oh, he's misprint teching right now. Interesting. He's not too sure what to do at the moment there to play those lucky cards or not. Does choose to go for them.
We're keeping the purple seal. Well, we didn't get our flush house.
Lucky card trigger. We're just gonna keep it going. Probably aiming for a club flush. Seeing what
there
he's
we
going
go.
for at the moment. There it is. Some more clubs right here. Choosing to discard that last one. Probably gonna go for a strength on those two. Exactly on those two cards. And there's the club flush. Should be able to beat it considering the Onyx Agate. That is, especially considering that is going to be more than enough along with the Jupiter. So Clust, even if he lost that PvE blind, should be able to get himself back up as long as he gets a couple more. Oh, well, I was about to say a couple more levels in Flush, but an asteroid just hit. Unfortunate. Probably skipping those.
I wonder what. Oh, we're selling the hallucination for the Lost Jet. I don't know if I agree with that.
Interesting. I don't know if I agree with that either. In all honesty.
I mean, we need some scoring with these blinds, so I guess it makes a tiny bit of sense. I guess I think we should just pick up this purple.
Purple. Yeah, the purple is definitely the correct play here. I would say as well. Oh, actually, choose to skip entirely. Probably feeling that his deck is maybe a little bit too bloated after the first few certificates. I know it pains you to see the.
I'm so confused. The purple.
But regardless, unfortunate no lucky triggers on the side of.
$20. That's insane.
Yeah, we're pretty happy
we have
about
this
that.
hack. We are like behind in an econ. Well, not behind in econ, but behind in queues.
Yeah.
So we're like looking for something.
Invisible Joker and
Invisible Joker. Ooh.
That's a big pickup here. Choose to sell this ticket for the Invis.
Does not pick up the rebate.
Photograph.
I wonder if Klaus will pick up the show.
I don't know if he picks up this photograph here in all honesty, because he has just gotten rid of a king of clubs for an ace here, so it is less effective than his hackable ones. You also got to consider as well for his driver's license. At 15 out of 16 here, he's on the verge of having that driver's license come online, so that's going to be a big boost in power when that's
a hack. So we are really behind in shop queues. Damn, that's crazy.
I mean, granted, you have to consider that Retrigger Enjoyer is at $62 right here, but
yeah, well, that's like
he sells the hack for the photograph.
I guess that makes sense.
He has a few. He has a few more non-face, like quite a few more non-face cards than face cards when it comes to clubs, but
There's the obelisk. Does he pick up the obelisk?
I don't think so. Yeah, I wouldn't
Okay.
do so either. In all honesty, your deck's too much of a mess to really try and get obelisk going, especially when you're already down a life. You don't have the time to really scale it up, considering that you already have a few scaling jokers right here with well, not scaling.
Well, that will be
rather,
driver's license with the lovers card. That will be driver's license online for
Absolutely.
Clust here.
Choosing to dig a little bit.
There we go, playing those gold seals for the money, but it seems like
unfortunately can't quite use that gold seal just yet, otherwise you die again, which would be quite unfortunate. This hand wins.
It wins. It wins with the
Does he realizes that I don't know if he's hesitating because he doesn't know. But either way, one lovers on that 3 should be more than enough to get it to pass the threshold either way.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Okay, he realizes. Okay, driver's license is online now. We'll be fine.
There we go.
Regardless, it was possibly to get that other blue seal on the board as well, having that flush without the use of this blue seal for one more Jupiter.
Let's see, do we find the Invis Joker? Where is the Invis Joker? Still no temperances from these Arcana packs for this egg, which is a bit tragic.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate, I gotta say. It should, but to answer your question, it should be within the next few rules on the side of Retrigger. And here's the temperance actually for Clust, ironically enough.
Yeah, but no egg, so no reason to take that. There's the Invis.
There's the Invis and photograph and melon rebates. So could be quite the shakeup on the side of Retrigger, depending on what he decides to go for here, as the timer is triggered on the side of Clust. The problem is that since that Invis Joker is not yet online, you are missing a Joker slot to go into this blind with, and there we go. The egg and the Lustful Joker being immediately sold in favor of that Invis and photograph as expected, really.
I think the mail-in rebate is better than the penny pincher on the red deck. Oh, we're selling the hack. Okay.
We're selling the hack. Both sides really in that face card mentality right now.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. But like, we don't really have any red seal face cards just yet.
Mail-in rebate being chosen instead of the hack. We're choosing to leave the smiley face behind. Fair enough.
Well, it seems that we're losing this this PvP blind once again because we don't have we have
driver's license.
free open slots.
Yeah, essentially that is indeed 3 open slots on the side of scoring. So Clust should not have an issue clearing that boss blind and tying up the score after that small blunder in NT2.
Ooh, $20 from that lucky card. Damn.
That is big. I believe Retrigger's lucky card is actually bigger than Clust, besides getting it later, actually. Since it is at 2.25.
Wait, we have the flush house, maybe with some lucky triggers and all of these seal cards.
It could even be a 5 of a kind, depending on what he says to go for. Flush house.
We unlock the flush house.
No, pretty much no lucky triggers, unfortunately. So it is gonna be. It is going to be pretty much dead on the side of Clust here, as we're going to see of
club flush, bang.
Flush, 223, and Invis is active. Let's see what it hits here. If photograph gets a hit,
Vagabond, holy.
Vagabond could also be really interesting. See, we have seen Vagabond be used quite well during the semis before this.
There's the purple seal. There we go. Putting more purple seals on the deck.
Alright, let's see. Choose it to skip the Vagabond.
No Vagabond. That's a bit tragic. Temperance into temperance. Man, egg.
And exactly what you want to see. The moon. And worst hit here is obviously the Onyx Agates, but pretty much anything aside from that, you have... actually, Lucky Cat does reset to ×1, so... Photograph probably still.
No. Lucky Cat. The Invis Joker copies the states of each Joker, so it will copy the X mod.
Oh, really?
Carried over. Yeah.
Oh,
the magnet does. The magnet doesn't, but the Lucky Cat does. Ooh, Retrigger picking up the obelisk. Let's see if we can make this work.
We have that's another.
There's the Cavendish. That's the Cavendish.
That is a Cavendish.
That is a Cavendish. That is a big Cavendish.
Actually, Clust's banana got sold. It never died, right? So actually, that makes sense.
Ooh. Okay. Cavendish will be instantly picked up here instead of something.
I mean, probably Penny Pincher or Obelisk if you're not confident, but we'll have to see. Strength obviously being picked up, and there's Penny Pincher sold. Flush House being leveled up back to 1.
Back to 1.
Mime on the side of Clust, definitely not picking that considering what we're currently
Mime? We have steel cards in the deck.
Oh, actually, no, you're right. So Mime might be instead of Onyx Agates.
Oh.
We're debating on it. First we want to...
No on the Vagabond, which kind of makes sense.
Blackboard.
Double cat. Double cat. We have double cat.
Oops, all X-Molt on the sides of the Clust right here.
Oops, all X-Molt on both sides here.
Oh, you're correct. Oops, X-Molt on both sides here with retriggers and...
So we're gonna be spamming the high card to make it so that we can fuel our Obelisk here.
Well, as Phantom so eloquently put it last game, no, not last game, the one before, pairs might be more beneficial for him, or it would have been if he didn't have high card so high. In this instance, he already has high card up to a double-digit number, so fueling that high card instead of something like pair, yeah, definitely makes more sense here. No lucky card trigger, unfortunate. No lucky
but
card trigger.
we have the Flush House.
Yeah.
Not discarding the. So we
definitely not worried here. These kitties are starving right now. There's lucky cards.
Oh, we're making all the lucky cards. We make the Flush House.
Alright, there you go. There's the luck. And there's at least one lucky card trigger.
Yeah.
And Inventory is active. Let's see what it hits. Does it hit
I'm pretty
lucky
sure
cat
it's
as
gonna
well?
hit the lucky cat. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna hit the lucky cat. If he decides to sell it now. Oh, it copies a photograph!
Photograph is actually the one being copied this time.
How does this work? How does Infus work on this? I don't understand. Why?
I could not tell you. Unfortunately, I am not a Balatro scientist. And we see hanging Chad on the side of Clust.
Wait a second.
When Retrigger sees this, it's gonna be big.
Oh, that is actually massive. Holy shit. Okay. Alright, we're just here playing our pairs, or our 2 pairs.
He's debating on it, he's debating on that lucky cat. He does sell one of the lucky cats for hanging Chad. You need some retriggers and Blueprint!
Blueprint appears.
Blueprint right after hanging Chad. If the moment retriggers get to that, it's over.
Oh my god.
That is huge.
That is a huge... $20 from the lucky card.
As well, we take those obviously, but yeah, how far down is Retrigger on the Mime? Okay.
Very, very far.
It's quite far, but it should get there within the next ante. He's debating on it. He's debating on this Mime.
On the Mime for those steel cards. I'm not too sure. I think
it's quite that. It's a tough call to make, but if you think you have to skip it, the Hermit is gonna help him dig down quite a bit here.
We could take the steel card. I think that might be shifting his idea. I think we don't do this Mime. We sell the Obelisk for the Mime.
That's honestly fair enough, I would say. There's the Vagabond. It should be within the next couple rerolls. Might not be within this next boss blind, but next ante,
we will be able to find this Blueprint and this. Okay, we pick up the Sun, pick up the
Hermit as well.
A little bit more. And there's the shop.
There it is.
There it is.
The double hanging Chad and Blueprint. You have got to be on the move right now. If you reach
what the fuck?
I do believe at this point we sell the Mime for the hanging Chad simply because we play flush houses with full flush houses with full lucky cards here, and lucky cat just gets
yeah, for sure. I think we sell the Mime here. Yep.
He is considering it. And there it is.
There we go. What a shop. What a shop.
The balance of power has completely shifted, ladies and gentlemen. I
Oh
don't want to
my
call
God.
I don't want to call GG, obviously, but if there was a time to be GG, it'd be now.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. Might feed this cat a little more. What he decides to go for.
He's gonna play the flush here to feed this lucky cat. There we go. Let's see if we get any triggers. Okay, there's 20 mult.
Alright, we get one trigger at the very least.
Alright, now we just gotta find this flush house.
We're digging for it. That's the one thing we've been aiming for the entire game. We do see lovers on this king as a potential line.
There we go.
We're gonna go for it.
Now we just need this jack, and there it is.
There it is.
All of the lucky cards. We found the steal in hand. Alright.
And
put the lucky cards in front.
Good ordering as well. I do believe hanging chat here better.
Popping card is better.
And that's a plus 20 mult. That's a double molten money. That's 2 million already.
Not 2 billion. Not 2 billion. We're not there yet.
No, we're not that far in yet. But 2 million already is huge. If you're Clust, you must be wondering what exactly happened here. But yeah, compared to that, your 800k is pretty much nothing here. Even if he gets the exact same hand, nowhere near enough.
The Invis Joker. Kind of trolling here.
Yeah. I must say it is quite amusing to see Invis Joker copying photograph, and the instant after we see both hanging chat and the blueprint there. And this is where Retrigger Enjoyer realizes his opponent lost a life in a PvE blind.
Yeah, that's the Cavendish again.
He can go for the kill shot here.
Sure can. There's a Cavendish. That is holographic.
That is comedy, I will say.
Oh my god.
I'm surprised he hasn't picked up Terra 1 shirt immediately, but I guess your Joker setup at this point is pretty much exactly what you want. At this point, you just want more Suns and more Magicians here, really.
Oh yeah, I think we should have picked up the Turret Merchant, but we're going to roll a little bit deeper here. We found the gold seal. We get a little bit of money from this.
Well, a little bit is it's selling it short, really.
We got $6. We got $9 from it. I think we should be discarding this.
Getting more lucky triggers as well, feeding the cat a little bit more, and
$20. These lucky procs, my god.
Lucky procs absolutely helping. As long as we don't. As long as we don't make a like, yeah, he's debating it. He doesn't know what he wants to do with those cards anymore.
Card on the. I think you probably should have put the gold card on the queen, so you can shank it off to become a king. But that's fine. There you go. At least we use them. Okay, bang bang.
What is this lucky cat at?
$20, 20 more. It is at 4.5.
It's at 4.5. My goodness. Obviously not
Cavendish again.
Obviously Cavendish. Double chat combo. Hanged man. Pretty much. We should have. I'm surprised we have not bought this Tarot Merchant here, but we had 2 tarot cards going into this Arcana pack here. We do see the Magicians as well.
More lucky cards. Perfect.
More of them.
And the wheel, no.
That's all you need at this point, really.
Don't need that.
We do see Scary Face actually was picked up on the side of Clust. Interesting pickup there, but your base card instead of
I don't know if it matters.
Yeah, instead of the lucky cat, but really, yeah, at this point it doesn't really matter. At this, you're just trying, grasping at straws to get past that 2 mil wall. Sorry, but really,
discard. Why didn't we discard the purple seal? Oh my god. Okay. Oh, this just wins.
He wins without getting the lucky procs. That's a misplay, unfortunately.
That just wins. Oh my god.
Shows how. Oh, Steel Joker. Is that? No, that can't be.
Mime. Mime is back. Mime and Total Bean.
Mime is back on the side of Clust.
That could be an out. Maybe.
Does he have enough steel to make it work? I do not think so.
He has a few red seals in the deck thanks to the certificate, so if we can make them into... There's a DNA. There is a play here for Cloud here.
I would have said there is one.
Find the chariots as well.
I would have said there is one, but one issue is that we're at 1 life. If we
Yeah,
were
yeah,
not
yeah,
at
yeah,
one
yeah.
life, if we were not at one life, I would have said, yeah, this is possibly the out, but
No, it's
you
too
don't have the time to
fast,
scale
man.
it up.
It's not about scaling, it's more that can you find that red seal and can you find chariot? And the answer to
Yeah.
those questions is maybe.
No, not in one
Maybe.
shop, not in a single shop.
I
and that's the place.
mean, we have no red seal face cards in the deck, so there's no point to picking up that DNA.
Yeah, and
Conjoined Joker is not being picked up here.
I would not agree to picking it up either. I do believe that here you just want to try and get your just to get your stuff as high as possible.
Where is Blueprint going?
You just want to play those hands fast in case your opponent picked up joint.
Oh yeah, true. That is true. That is actually true. I didn't consider that.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's the thing about the order is that you
Wow,
know
I didn't think about that.
yeah,
About the
it's just
animations.
make sure
I
that
would
your
play
opponent
fast.
doesn't get- Yeah.
Okay, well
The
there
blueprint-
is
blueprint
the
prevents
flush
animations.
house.
Alright, get
There
one
it is.
card in
With
front
the
and
seal. Yeah.
let's see it, ladies and gentlemen. With this be the kill shot. It very well looks like it. No lucky triggers.
That's 20 more. That's 20 more.
Those are kind of a bit late,
5
but that's
million.
5 million. That is pretty much gone, ladies and gentlemen. I do believe that this is game, unless no, there's no way we have enough steel for that to work. We'll see about that
No.
flush. This flush is the one thing that could possibly work here, but
We're looking for more steel.
pretty much we're just grasping at straws by this point, but we need to. Yeah, this is nowhere near enough. Empress just trying desperately to get anything on the board here. Alright, and let's see what the final hand looks like for Clust here. Double mime with double steel, but he does get a lucky trigger, but that is indeed nowhere near enough. That is still 2 million. That is still 2 million. That
Very
can't
close.
that can't be underestimated.
Joker death.
Yeah, Invisible Joker copying that photograph and instant hanging chat into Blueprint was just
Oh
GG
my
there.
god.
Both players played extremely well, but
That jump was insane.
the unfortunate part about this game is that Balatro, it's gambling. It's gambling,
really.
folks.
No.
No, obviously not.
No.
That's just
Yeah.
GG to Retrigger Enjoyer. Congrats on your first your first win.
GG.
Tournament win.
Do you think Retrigger? Do you think we could get like an interview maybe? Wait 1 second.
Get an interview.
We need to move out of the staff channel.
No,
Then
I can do it. I can do that. Let's hop
Yeah,
in.
he can move it. He can move it from here.
Hold on.
Wait, wait. Oh gosh, right. He's in the right.
It is in the staff, so.
But yeah, Retrigger, you just have to hop in one of the channels in the
Just join in the staff server.
staff server, and I can drag you in here for a post-game interview, post-tournament interview.
Post-tournament win interview.
Yeah.
There he is. Hello,
Hello.
Retrigger Enjoyer.
Hello, Retrigger Enjoyer.
GG's on your first tournament win.
Is his mic alive?
I think I heard something.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Alright.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, we hear you. Okay, so thoughts about this finals match just in general. What were your thoughts going through it, especially as that Invis Joker copied the photograph?
Hello?
I think your mic might be a little but
Yeah, sorry, I had both of the streams as well as this call on, that's why I couldn't hear very clearly. Yeah, so thoughts on
okay.
the finals. It was quite nervous because there was a lot of different jokers that could have scored, like the obelisk, like the mime, like the DNA, all these kind of things. Could be good if he found it. So I'm not quite sure what he's running, but I'm sure he's running something. So I didn't know what to choose at the point. I decided to take a while to think through. Maybe the end, Auto Chat does survive.
It seems that
Yeah.
you like got pretty lucky on that Invis Joker. For Klaus, he ripped it and he got his cat copied, and you got the photograph, and then that roll where you found the hanging chat and the blueprint. I feel that was a bit lucky.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, shop was a bit insane. My god.
Like the one last video before.
Yeah. The funniest part is that we had Clust. Clust was a bit further ahead in the order than you, and we saw that hanging shot and print right as you ripped the Invis Joker and got photographed. So we expected that to happen, kind of. It was pretty funny on our casters then, but really, in general, just a great job. Both you and Clust played extremely well this finals, even though he lost the life to a PvP line, but a PvE line rather. But it happens.
Yep. I almost lost that PvP line too. I remember that I needed to use the chariot to get my score across.
Yeah.
I wanted to comment. I wanted to comment on the probably it was so sick. You saw the conjoined Joker in the shop, and because of that, you decided to animation cancel by not copying your hanging Chad, and the hands down to the. That was sick. That was
burning
so
your hands
sick.
as fast as possible was really cool, I will say. Like, not copying hanging shot to make sure that you can burn your hands in case he had control.
That was insane.
That was a consideration.
Yeah, that was really well played. That's definitely the sort of micro thing that you definitely don't spot unless you're a really high level player, so glad to see it in action.
Yeah, anyway.
Thank you.
But,
yeah,
congrats.
Congrats. You will get your role on the server.
Thank you.
Anyways, I will be going to bed now, and it's late, and I'm tired.
Yeah.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Thank you. Thank you for casting. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, bye.
Also, for the people who are wondering why it isn't best of 3, why it's best of 1, lately we've been doing best of 1 for the weekly tournaments, just because a lot of the organizers, including myself, sometimes just have a really hard time fitting 5 hours, 6 hours into their schedule. So this tournament went by in about 4.5 hours, and if we added 2 more games on top of that, it would be more like 5.5 hours. And just it's a little bit harder. Like having a best of 3 finals just takes significantly more time, though it is probably better for like. The thing is, like, we have so many of these. We have so many of these weekly tournaments. We have 2 every single weekend. If you lose in the finals, I mean, you're probably a very good player. You can come back next week and try again. And you know, it's not like if this was like a thing we did once a month, then I would want a best of 3 because we would want to make sure that there's like no variance. But that is why it's best of 1. But yeah, enjoy. I gotta go to sleep and wake up in 2 hours. See, it's stuff like that. Like he gets 2 hours of sleep. It would have been 30 minutes if it was best of 3. But I understand it can be frustrating. But anyway, thanks everyone for watching. I want to thank all the staff who helped me run this tournament. That's gonna be Scoped. This in specifically commentary. We have Scoped is commentating, I believe, over 75% of that tournament. Rokal,
pretty much.
Jomo, Phantom, Vagabond, and then also thanks to Pizza Power running stuff in the background for our commentators to watch. Thanks to Lava, Addy, and Kamiras for helping verify mod folders and all that stuff. But yeah, just thanks for everyone for coming out. Bro thanked himself. Well, I mean, it was on the list of staff. I was just reading a list. Relax.
Yeah. He'd be flamed if he didn't include himself.
Yeah, look, one of you guys thanked me. So
yeah, imagine, Matt. Special thanks to Vagabond for running this stream today.
Fire. Okay.
Special thanks to Vagabond for synergizing the campfire.
True.
Yeah.
All right.
2 campfires.
All right. I believe we are going to go on a raid. I don't know if I think the channel's old enough to raid most people, right?
Right. I'm gonna. If it doesn't work, I'm gonna try it myself. Just don't close the stream yet.
All right. Yeah, we're gonna raid Zeno. I believe.
Channel. Chat.
Not just because like they're. Yeah, we're gonna raid Zeno. Because like I believe they're actually playing multiplayer Balatro right now, so.
Yes, they are.
So anyway, see y'all over there. Let's go say hi.
There we go.
Let's
Alright.
go say hi.
Alright. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Bro, that's funny. Since I'm not on the Balatro multiplayer channel right now, I can't like start the raid right now. That's funny. I can just use the command. But so we're just gonna have to wait for this to
Wow. For the raid to finish triggering.
Yeah, because Super Haidider is at the pub right now, I believe, in virtualized.
No, I
here,
can actually start the raid. Should I just do it?
Well, I started the raid. I started the raid. I used /raid, but it's.
I can raid now.
Oh, you can raid now. Oh, fire! Do that. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
all right.
yeah,
See you on the other side.
Yep.
Thank y'all for watching. Alright,
I'm so
good
glad
job,
I have
team.
access to. I'm so glad we have access to this
Yeah.
account.
Wait, you have
Next week
access
we should
to it?
probably
Fire.
have the coffee link for virtualized.
We
Reddit.
have a
We should
Ko-Fi
link
link.
that. Yeah, no, but we should link it at the end of the stream, probably.
Yeah.
Oh,
Up
yeah.
a scrim against
Yeah,
Nito.
or just
One
shout
sec,
it out.
I wanna
Balatro scrim.
That's what we were talking about in the
My
discussion,
chat, if
like,
you're
a
not
week ago,
following
right?
the official Balatro
Yeah.
multiplayer Twitch channel, it's where you can go watch all the tournaments you're
I'm
playing.
not Wait, he said virtualized. Can I go say I'm not virtualized, I'm lava, but okay.
A lot of really unique games without death. That was actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different game.
It was.
Really different game.
It was a different game. I will say that
I kind
for
of
sure.
want to see that run again, but like with justice allowed. Because I think honestly, without being able to copy the glass, that's your problem, right?
I mean, that's still gonna be.
I
pretty
believe they
much
tested
every-
that and then decided that it was still too broken.
No, that's still really fucking good.
Yeah, no, it's still really good. It's just it'll all still devolve into retrigger. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that's the avoiding issue.
Pretty much. But yeah, it was really cool to see overall. Still a lot of bloodstone, but like that's about.
Hey, well, you know.
Yeah, can't win them all. we have to make more, but we have to make like more Balatro.
Sure.
But yeah. Oh, my voice is fucking dying.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Well, alright.
It was really fucking cool though.
Yeah, thanks for commentating, Scope. You
Yes,
did a really good job. You know,
I appreciate it.
yeah, I commentated like one game, and I was like, "Holy fucking
three,
shit, I'm cooked today." I don't know why. I'm
one.
really tired. Like my energy was just like literally cooked, and I was like, "Oh fuck no." I was originally planning to commentate finals, but then I don't know. After my first commentary game, I was like, "Yeah, no, fuck that." No,
Dang
fuck
it.
that. Like
Yeah,
I
so
could.
I
Hope you
had
go deal with it. You go deal with it.
Yeah.
4
Yeah.
Red Seal
Real.
Blaskins.
Oh, wait,
I actually
yeah,
don't know
so
if
I should
talked
have
about this before, but I'm actually
copied
studying to be a journalist, and
stuff
being a
instead
caster
of
is a
chat there,
potential
yeah.
gateway out of that
Sad day.
curriculum. So
Sad day to
probably
be
what I want to
somebody who
do,
can't do math in their head.
like long term.
But
It's
GG's.
It's useful. It's useful having to practice.
It's not
commenting, very
always
useful.
Yeah,
straightforward,
absolutely.
especially
But
if you
just
have
in general being a
photograph,
caster,
then the
because I
math
also
starts
cast
getting
Mario Kart Wii tournament.
annoying.
Yeah, I grabbed a.
So I'm used to
Pareidolia,
talking
had hallucination
quickly
for a while, I was doing
and for a
incredible.
while, so I'm used to that now.
Fire. But yeah, man, I appreciated having you. I really did. Yeah, it was fire. I'm so fucking cooked though.
Yeah,
I need
oh
to go
gosh.
eat something.
Having to
I'm
organize.
so tired.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of want to like have a discussion about like the big tournament stuff
Mhm. Yeah.
with
Yeah.
Vagabond.
Doing like a big tournament. Oh yeah, well.
Yeah,
we'll
the
leave.
teams
You
won.
guys-
Yeah, we'll do a big tournament
another
at some
team
point.
tournament?
All good.
Another
Ju-
team.
just-
Yeah.
Yeah, just saying that
soon.
with
Soon.
the just saying that with the since I said it in the commentary channel, but with the Mario Kart League actually finishing last week, I'll be more available for more of these.
Fire. Are you available
Yeah.
tomorrow?
Alright, that's great.
I should be actually. I should be considering it's like.
Tomorrow does go later, so you're.
Yeah,
going
that's the problem.
frogs.
That I'm
Yeah.
French, so it's gonna go like pretty late for me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
tomorrow's gonna
I'm
go
worried
much
about you
later.
and Jomo because it's for Joe. It's like what 3 right now or something. I don't-
Yeah, it's something like that. I can maybe cast a round or two at the start, but I don't think I can go till the end. But we'll see if I'm
Great.
needed, I'll keep you I'll keep you informed.
I mean, it's typically the early rounds that we lack commentary for because
Oh,
a
well,
lot of the
perfect then.
people that, yeah, like Phantom, for example, was able to hop in at the end there to give you all a break because he got knocked out, right? So like we have a lot of people who are willing to commentate, but not many people who are willing to sit out tournaments and commentate for the early
Yeah, no, I
matches.
guess.
So
Yep.
Thankfully, I'm a pussy, so I'm not gonna enter any.
bro,
No,
man,
no,
it's just so unfortunate because I really want to play these tournaments, but I just can't.
Yeah, it's like
yeah, not
just
yeah, 'cause you
fundraise
need
for my for a
you
community
need coverage
computer
for the
for me.
start.
Come on.
Yeah, you need coverage for the start. But yeah, no, I'll keep you informed, but I can probably cast like the first couple rounds, maybe.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see who's available.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Just I'll once again I'll just tell you, but ping me if you need me, and I'll probably be able to hop on.
like, yeah, I think I just need to pair you up with like, bro. Okay, Jomo's like good at the game, but somehow he keeps having L takes. I don't understand it. Like I rely on him to have like good knowledge about the game and be cracked because he is good.
It's a little bit of a paradox, but he's a hype man. He's a hype man.
He is
okay?
hype as fuck.
He doesn't pair well with me, but I think he works pretty well with Scope.
Yeah, I think I work pretty much well with everyone here so far. At least it felt like it.
Yeah.
But yeah, just definitely hype. Bro loved his purple seals.
Real, bro.
He did, yeah, he did. That was
purple seals.
a bit of a tangent.
Yeah,
I don't want to dump on it too much, but
I mean,
you know.
he's not wrong, but he's also not like objectively right either. Like it's
yeah,
one of those
I
things.
get it. I get it.
It's one of those things where it's like you could make an argument for both sides. I don't know.
You just have to refocus when you're on commentary. You can't just like keep on one topic. That's the issue. You gotta be able to like change positions mid commentary.
Gotta keep on rolling.
Yeah, true. But anyway. Anyway,
Oh, an amazing.
I'm going
an
to
amazing,
cut my roommate's hair, so I'll see you
later.
Zeno.
Yeah.
Oh,
Zeno rated Nito, so now it's Nito.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You know, I was thinking about just rating Nito instead of Zeno because I've already even rated Zeno a few times with, I think.
Yeah,
I mean, hey, at least now he made the choice for us.
Yeah, he made the choice
Yeah.
for us. Yeah.
Yeah, so like I think like we should do / shout out at some point because I just kind of forget that command exists.
True.
What does / shout out even do?
Shouts out.
Shout out.
Oh, like does a shout out to everyone on the
yes.
Yeah, if there was like a rubber. That's why I'm scared to put the glass lids in there. That's another thing that was lucky. Well, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. I didn't realize. Yeah, just like look around before you turn it out. Yep. That is the way. I'll get my hair wet. Where are we gonna do it? I just realized. We can do it in here, probably in the bathroom. Probably the shower room is better.
fine. It was like really hot in there, so I brought the temperature down. Cleaning. I brought it from like 80 to 75 or something like that. So. I think it was making me mad. Fired. Oh, God. After I shower. Turn off the oven. So unbought. So unbought. I wonder what sauce this would be good. I'm looking towards the heat. There's nothing pretty about that. What's pretty for a canvas? It's pleasure. And because we explain with different magic, it will be based around these little. What's the skin place? The most difficult thing about figure parts is that it doesn't feel even so it works. And you accidentally are when it works in that form. Nothing she does can ever go in. Which claims that techniques work, but there is something at the top. It's just like literally practice. Literally. Technique to prove but assume that it's not how I what's your love. It actually, I think it is. Think about treating their lifestyle, which is so happiness. And hopefully make it she makes like it's a shit approval. There's a story about how Hirsch bootstraps and sustainability board likes certain things. People such as an important session giving me extra attention. I analyze the situation, like I said, and we often believe that she did like this for the reasons. And finally asked about how to get to stories. She said she couldn't because she was very busy. Please leave it. I'd seen her on campus, but in the house like that. Instead of listening to the AI, instead of listening to the and then so I finished not thinking what I wanted before the sun's quite good. I was missing the part, and then I didn't have to remember that's why I saw the bruises. If I did end up talking to them, I would cut our conversation short. When she would ask me to study at night and say I was studying more, only because the final study for the period of night and neither. I started playing words to recording. I hated that and everything was just so far, which was my thing. After doing this, it was so that she was trying hard to be distressed. Plus, the sound was able to secretly on the battles and outside observer to see it like that she needed happiness as a friend and trying to continue it even though she had avoided. The story then abruptly cuts off and goes into a more general story about the power of being mad at women. Presumably, the power of being mad at a girl, but she probably eventually gave up on that friendship and moved on with her life. Miss Marsh. His very first story about the success of his techniques is a story about a friend who pushed him away because he was disappointed in him from. He insists he used to be the stereotypical style, but it seems like he never really had any style. And then that came in particular by pushing the game, penetrating the secret society of book markets. The order during the Straps, initial sort of success. A friendship such as that very men who idolize the power to do something they don't really love, women they don't enjoy being with. And all of them have cumulus scrutiny, mystery, style. Why wouldn't we simply identify as the deranged manifestation of masculinity worshipping ideology? Spoilers. Eventually Strauss's relationships with the friends he made collapse. Intensively deeper emotionally unstable. Who divorced? And then he concludes that pickup artists for the process that changed the window of his life. I felt really bad about my business in the surface for losers just before. But here's real Strauss, the most prominent figure to ever emerge from the seduction community.
Saying that himself, 10 years after publishing the game, still put out the truth and uncomfortable book of relationship. His provisional title was Hero or Love or Beginning Part 2, Guess What? Still depressed. The truth is the opposite of the game in every way. Starts trying to build right back together an actual rewarding long-term relationship with other people.
Why is he on CBS? What is he doing?
I hope that people who desperately follow his earlier advice all through adventuring experiences. It would be nice to it's really their lives and maybe they'll never do the same. But that might mean giving up on ourselves. And the other Thank you very much for watching. Lots of bits of patience. It's been a really long time to make. It turns out that doing tons of research and reading a bunch of books actually is really time consuming. In any case, in addition to the Joseph Brick, Jacob Wallace, and Richard, Onions Forge, Benjamin Davis. 18-year-old Street, Wall C, Swanson, Davis Road, Edited Simple. I'm on Prince, Little Falcon. All year with one.
It was on the floor. I had it hanged up on the door. And bro just threw it on the ground.
Richard Patton, the Marshall. It's
Did he say live or yeah, he's naming off his yeah.
Three books of the brain, Thomas Kiss, David DeMarco, Felix Meyer, Rebecca Harrison, Julius Meyer, Zachary Clark, Jerry Tuck, Gary Marshall. David Baker, Daniel Children, Max. Bridges, Charles Bowman, Mackenzie Hubbard, one sympathized choose, Sam Janet, Eugene Frank, Jordan Thomas, Bill Young,
And it needs to be given the letter C so that if he reads it last.
Jason Banks, Jay Logan, Philly Dale, Sarah Winter, Parker Anderson, Cyrus Tompkins, Ash Strider, Phil Kemp.
I love how like the very specific H farming guy over it's like, hey, here's something really stupid on the internet. Why they get stupid? Literally.
John Campbell, Martin Shaw, Malaki, Eric Hunter, Lady Margaret, Spirit Pocket, Zachariah Stress, Deepwood, Slayer of the Immortal Track, Robert Phillips,
Player of the Immortal Track,
Alexander Rich, Rafa Blackpool, Jeff Fielder, Jack Harvey, Casey Sharday, David Rose, Samuel Yap, Scott Gerton, Carol the Rooster, Alicia Parker Martel, Kath B, Kelly and Timothy, Jenny Angel, and Kira.
Cunnilingus is unnatural for women. I'm not a king's fault. Many votes. I'm just a regular woman who hates cunnilingus.
It's a long time. I really want to work with Sarah. I'll show you. If you consume any video in the last 7 years, there's a good chance you've heard its voice. This manly music barricades was recorded for distant drugs in 1951. Let's see where a guy randomly frowns all by himself.
Yeah, I've seen, I think I've seen that whole video. I haven't seen it.
Whereas it's
Oh, wow.
Bruh.
Yeah. With your towel, so you can get back up. I just put it there. Just I'll only put it there so I can dry. Yeah, I mean, so like I can hang it back up. For okay. Actually, it's okay. Do you think you could throw out the trash here? These boxes? Still me? I know.
I can do that, yeah.
Fuck. Hey.